It is day two, round one of the Pisces Cup. We're gonna see if we can get our 3 wins. We keep getting real close. Yesterday on all our tickets, we got close. We got 2 wins, but then the third the third loss was by a mere neck or a half of a half a race. So we'll see what happens today. I love my grapes. They're so good. Hope everybody's having a great day, or at least had a good day at work. And if you didn't, I hope your day gets better from here on out. Dailies. One off five. There's a first. Mm-hmm. Feel like these should be free 10 pulls. It doesn't cost them anything. They're free anyway. Mm. Check on my food and I'll be right back. So,
Guys, it's me again. And today I thought we'd talk a little bit about misinformation on the internet. I thought that, now would be a good time. So in the past 2 or 3 years, I don't know about you guys, but I have seen such a multiplier amount of videos on the internet they're totally fucking fake, misleading, or anything else in between, sometimes even both. And I know I hear people sometimes say, oh, well, I don't see as many AI videos anymore. Yeah, I wonder why. And so anyway, I think this is what's happened, is that there is so much misinformation. There is so many people trying to mislead you, trying to cause you to think something isn't true, trying to manufacture a false consensus. It's like the dead internet theory is almost reassuring because at least that means that nobody else will be harmed. But the reality is that there are a lot of people on the internet that are being let off the fucking cliff by an AI video that doesn't even exist. And so what I think is really open, I think the big black thing has been the recent conflict in Iran, is that everybody is making up bullshit about this. It's like I'll watch a video and I'll be like, oh, well, what's going on here? Is this happening? Nope, it was in 2021. Oh, is this happening? Nope, that was in Ukraine. Oh, is this happening? Nope, that's actually not even fucking real. And then, oh, as a bonus, is this happening? It's actually Arma 3, the video game. And so what I think has happened is that you've had so many of these different types of manipulations. And why are they happening? Why do we have all these manipulations? Well, it's very simple. Behavior follows incentives. How many of these manipulations are not being paid? The overwhelming majority of them are being paid for this. So they're making money off of misleading people, and big surprise, you're upset that they're misleading people. Of course they are. They are following an incentive. And I think that that incentive is the strongest on Twitter. I know that they're trying to fix this, but unfortunately, to the extent that you have basically like this is what I think Twitter should do, because I think that AI and fake information on Twitter is the absolute worst. I think it is the worst platform for fake information. And just because, again, it's text message, image, and you can effectively turn off replies. There's a lot of ways that you can do it and like have people not really notice whether you're replying to them or not. What they need to do is they need to change it into something like the YouTube Partnerships Program, where you don't automatically default somebody a payment option. You don't automatically default somebody a revenue plan. They have to earn that and then have that given to them by going through a series of checks and ribbons. Because whenever you don't have that, well, you have, the 900 different anti-Israel or anti-Iran account that's posting images of either Ukraine or Israel getting bombed, saying it's either Iran or Israel or the opposite, right? And so basically, that's what I think will happen, is that people are responding to incentives. They're seeing that basically making and pushing out fake information is something that has almost zero consequences. And I think this is also like you've got to hold yourselves accountable for this. And by yourself, I'm talking about myself as well. Is that really when we find out that somebody's posting something that's bullshit, instead of asking them to correct themselves, we just move past it. And I think it's it's one of the unfortunate realities of the extremely fast 24-hour news cycle that we live in nowadays. Is that even things like, for example, remember when Obama kind of like said that there might be aliens on a podcast? And like this is a huge big deal. Yeah, that was last month. This month does not happen. Let's think about the time that Trump obviously released the Epstein files. I think people are talking about the Epstein files now. Substantially less than what and you can check this all by Google Trends if you're unsure about this. And so what I think has happened is that the news cycles are so fast nowadays that there's never any room for. Not only is there no room for corrections, but there's also no room even for accountability. And what's really happened is that people, instead of questioning what they're seeing, they just move on to the next thing. And so there's never any accountability whenever a news source gets something wrong. Whenever they say something that's inaccurate, there's never an evaluation as to whether, was this done on purpose? Was it done out of just a mistake? Was it done out of haste? Why did this happen? And it's never discussed at all. And I think this is a huge problem. And the reason why is because if you have people that are, again, past performance, maybe later or future performance, guess what? If somebody is regularly posting bullshit, guess what they're going to post after that? Probably more bullshit. So what happens is that people are listening to this, they're paying attention to it, and then they see, oh my God, it's another piece of shit. It's another thing that's not even true. And people they're never able to connect the dots here. And so not only does the audience not hold them accountable, people don't really care. And this is another big issue. I've talked about this before. I don't want to get into it too much. But critical thinking is dead. Critical thinking is dead, and we have killed it. And the way that we have killed it is with dogmatic, ideological, like thinking that effectively behaves like a religion. People have replaced, I don't know, Christianity or Islam with, the Democrats or Republicans, with gender ideology, with any form of, like political dogma. And so now people don't want to go against that political dogma. I think that human beings have a core desire. Like imagine the human mind is like a car, and the car can drive 200 fucking miles an hour. It can go super, 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 super fast, but the brake system sucks. And I think that's what's happened with the human mind, is that our ability to critically think, to perceive our realities, to be able to understand the world around us has vastly outpaced, multiple times outpaced our ability to cope with those conclusions, to ask yourself, well, what does happen? Well, what does happen if you do this or that? Well, what is really the right, the fair thing to do? And people are afraid of these questions because they're afraid of the answers. And what they do instead of that is they look for an ideology that's going to answer all of those questions for them so they never have to think about it again. And that's what's happened with critical thinking. Before, people used to outsource it to religion. Now they outsource it to politics, religion, or political dogma. And so what's happened is that you had a massive entire ecosystem and culture of people that are terrified of saying the wrong thing. They're terrified of having the wrong opinion. They're terrified against going against the oftentimes manufactured consensus. And what happens is that you look at somebody like J.K. Rowling, for example, or even Elon Musk, for another example, or anybody else who's seen as a, I guess people would get mad. I don't want to name off a bunch of other content creators, just I don't want to start drama. But we all know content creators that, somebody said one thing that was wrong, they said one thing that was off color, and or they didn't have the right opinion about the right topic in the right way at the right time. And for some reason, now they're a fucking Nazi. Well, guess what? Somebody's not a Nazi because they're not seeing your point of view. But unfortunately, on the internet, that's the way it works now. And so what's happened is that we've created a culture of fear, a culture of repressed critical thinking, because nobody wants to think for themselves. And how does this relate to misinformation? Let me explain. The reason how this relates to misinformation, like I hope that I've explained, you understand why critical thinking is dead. Critical thinking is dead is because people are afraid of the conclusions and they don't want to come out against the consensus because if they do, they might get ostracized from their group and then nobody will like them. And then you can never wash that stain off because people do not believe in forgiveness, they don't believe in apologies, they don't believe in understanding. The hater economy on the internet is going stronger than ever. The Dow is at 50,000, the hater economy is at 50 million. So the fact is that people are terrified of having the wrong opinion, and critical thinking can sometimes lead you to the wrong opinion. Trust the science? Okay, well, I heard the science is two genders. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the right science. And so anyway, this happens quite often. So we'll go back over and we'll talk about misinformation. Does anybody actually want to correct the misinformation about something that everybody that's, quote, on their side is eating up like a bunch of fucking candy? No, absolutely not. Nobody wants to go and correct the information that shows Israel getting bombed 500 times and tell them, actually, this is from Independence Day. Or, well, this is from a video game. Or something else. Or this is from 2019. Or Iran, or anything else. Or like, the new supreme leader of the day has now been killed again. Well, I hear this every single day. The guy gets killed every day. It's the same guy, right? I mean, that's pretty much stuff. That's the worst version of Groundhog Day that I can imagine. Wake up every day, you're the supreme leader of Iran, and then you die, and then it happens again the day after. Sounds pretty fucking bad. But according to Twitter, that's the world that we're in. So what I think has happened is that you had so much misinformation. The information cycle, and this is one of the real pieces of, I think, genius that George Orwell had with 1984, is that it was not necessarily that the news was all a lie. It was that there was so much misinformation.
Haru Masuri and Nulan. Let's get it. Let's get it.
The amount of everything. Because of that, it is effectively the size of it has lulled people into a sense of effectively powerlessness. They can't overcome this. They can't like reason it out. They can't understand it. And so they just simply opt to not understand and to just listen to what they're told. And I think, again, this is out of, I said before, fear, but it's also out of apathy and the lack of control. So what's happened is that people are now accepting of misinformation. They don't want to correct misinformation because people, listen, somebody makes up their mind on something. Well, they don't want to change their mind because changing your mind implies that you are wrong. Why don't you ever want to admit that you were wrong? And I understand that, oh, that's not the way you should think about it. That's nice. That's nice. Go back to that. So if you go over to the real world, no, people don't like changing their opinion. There's a reason why the concept of anchor exists, especially with sales, but also you're selling an idea. So keep in mind that's the way people think of things. And so once you can create that first impression with misinformation, you can then use that first impression to create even a secondary, well, that was fake, but the secondary thing is also still kind of true. And I think this is what happens. And it begins a self-gratification spiral. And you see this happen with certain creators where as soon as they start engaging with other forms of vitriolic, conspiratorial, or problematic content, they alienate the audience that was more, normal. And instead of that, they replace them with the people that are crazy. And as that happens, if the crazy people want crazy shit, who would have guessed? And so then you now have to continue up in the ante. This happens with IRL streamers a lot, like nuisance streamers. The conclusion of every nuisance streamer is jail. That's the way it is. That's how it is. Every single one of them, if you just let it progress naturally, they will end up in jail. Because you start being annoying, and then you get really annoying, then you're confrontational, then you're violent, then you're really violent, and you're in jail. Because you always have to keep up in the ante in order to maintain the attention of the audience. And I think that's what happened with a lot of different creators, and it's going to continue to happen as well, because it's basic human psychology. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who try to subvert this. They try to say that, well, we need to be better. We need to be better. Listen, we were doing predictions 2,000 years ago, and 2,000 years from now, are we still doing it? And we'll bring it back. And so the point is that the human mind is not evolving as fast as you think it is. And at the same time, these basic human psychological realities are not despawned. They're not going away. They're actually becoming more entrenched and actually more, basically more compromised. They're being played to. They're being taken advantage of in a much higher ratio because now you have these companies that realize, well, wait a minute, if we can just feed this retard an endless amount of information about the thing that makes him the most angry, he won't be able to stop using our app. And so now you have these people, it's like blood pressure is being raised. So it's like actually these companies are killing people because their blood pressure goes up 20 points the moment they hook the fucking app. And they're sitting there getting angry, tapping out these whole fucking responses, and they're arguing with either a Pakistani or a bot. Well, actually, that's not true. Probably both. And so what's happened is that the amount of misinformation on the internet has just increased so much. Places like Twitter pay people for uploading. Places on the internet, like news websites, if enough people report on it or talk about it, the news websites talk about it. Sometimes they reinforce it. And if there's never any evidence, and if there is, it's like 2 weeks after that, it's like this story is already completely made its way around the globe. And now, nobody's even talking about it. And they don't even think about the correction because the narrative's already been established and it's already moved past that original, fake fact. And so what's happened, I think, is that we've created a culture of misinformation. Now, the way that I think you stop this and how you deal with it is you have to look at incentives. Why are people pushing misinformation? They push misinformation, and again, I'm not talking about, COVID or something like that. I'm talking about literal AI videos. I'm talking about videos that are posted as if they were today.
Got some good favoritism going on, sure.
But I do prefer
I see you, Bourbon. Mm-hmm.
Because I can also promise you that more exciting than real news. Because again, this fiction is generally much more exciting than nonfiction. I've never heard of a single dragon in real life. And so what's happened is that you've had these things kind of evolve and grow out of control. Entire ecosystem of people that are consuming this fake information, and they're
Where are people getting this low wit thing? It's like, yeah, you can get more stats, but you won't be as consistent. I'm on Team Wit game. I ain't doing that low wit stuff. If that means I don't have, 1200 power or 1100 stam, oh well. Doesn't mean I'm going to lose.
It is a lot have advantage now. On top of that, everybody in the world is developing a general distrust of believing what they see. And I don't know if you've noticed this before, but every single
Good job, Bourbon. I don't expect Bourbon to win. I just want her to help my Kitty-san get to the front or get as far as we can. If we happen to be the only two front runner.
It's a level of thinking, it's a level of questioning that I think.
And apparently they got the same idea. They're running Kitty-san and their Bourbon. I'm running Kitty-san and my Bourbon. They're running Kitty-san and their Bourbon. And they probably have an end closer. Yep, there it is. Gold ship. I bet you. Watch. It's gonna be bourbon. It's gonna be that Valentine's bourbon, Tita Sun Black, and Gold Chip. Literally matches my team. Bourbon in third. Uh-oh. Tita Sun's holding off. I can see it. There she goes.
This information that we're entering into now is that that is calling into question everything. It's calling into question all information, all sources, all like different, all primary information, all videos, all images. And I think that now that we've also created other.
It's the first time Katie Sun didn't get off victory share. Ghost Ship got her out of position.
Term effect, but it will take a lot longer than that. But hopefully, the main thing that I really hope for is that they're able to get rid of the people getting paid for this stuff, right? I don't have a problem. I don't want to have people get paid, right? I don't want people to get banned. But if you're posting fake information and AI videos and stuff like that, and you're presenting it as if it's real, well, then you've got a pretty big problem. And I think that it's pretty obvious to see how this is an issue. So again, I don't want to see anybody get banned. I don't want to see anybody get censored. But I don't want to see those fuckers get paid either. And I think that's a big problem.
Me too.
So right here, do some recon and I'll come back and spin far. I'll come with you with the bayonet. I got a bayonet. Let's get out there. All right, you're on your own, buddy. I'll be honest. You're on your own. Both of us.
It's crazy. I always play most of these games before the big creators get to them. But for some reason, when I play them, nobody's interested in them. But then when the big creators get to them, then all of a sudden they're interesting. What the fuck? Like it's like the brains are literally just like it goes on and off. Oh, my favorite content creator likes this game. It must be good. Oh, this random guy likes this game. It must be bad. Like, because my content creator is not making a video about it, so it must be a bad game. It's annoying.
So who's to say someone didn't sneak behind enemy lines and started playing the piano with the enemy? I don't know, Freebird. Anyway, we really enjoyed this game and tend to enjoy sort of war simulators like that, as messed up as it is. But we always seem to have a pretty good time on them, so if you want us to play more of them, make sure you leave a like on this video to let me know. That, and also I just want to let you guys know that it is that time of year again. April 3rd is coming up, which means Good Friday is here again. If you remember last year, we did a 24-hour sale of good on Good Friday, and it was a massive success. So this year on April 3rd, for 24 hours only, once the clock strikes midnight at 12 Eastern Standard Time, both versions of my favorite food, caffeine and caffeine-free, will be available for 25% off. And an additional 10% off if you step it up checkout. And for this year, since it's a very new product, I really just launched like 2 weeks ago, I will not be including my a flavor Good Night in this sale because people literally just bought it 2 weeks ago, and I would hate to put it on sale literally 2 weeks later. You know, people miss out. I feel bad. But if the savings are enticing enough with this sale, it will come on top of the additional discounts you're already getting. Why not? Again, this is for 24 hours only on April 3rd.
Looking good.
Friday. Let's get back to the video now. Thank you so much for
Looking
watching.
good. Keep it going, girls. Bourbon and Keita song working together, doing what they're supposed to do. This is why I put them on the team together to do that.
Ain't no way my
This works. Ain't no way they gave me Frederick Schmidt off the rip. They'd like, no, what the hell? Give him a little funny little mustache. Do they have the? Wasn't in style yet. I'm definitely typed to be puffing cigars if I was in World War One. I'm on the front line smoking sheesh. I don't even know who I'm. No, you let me know when the squad is up. 7-Eleven was an inside job? Yeah, okay. Why did I ring a little horn when I joined the Lot Bro? Well, I'm just going to spot D and I'll see you there, and then I'm going to talk again. Why are there bagpipes? There are bagpipes, bro. Right.
I'm shooting that Scott in the head. I don't care what team I'm on. Put it down. Oh my God.
Papano.
Yes.
The chocolate.
Oh, spawn right in the middle of no man. That enemy? Are you friendly? Hey! Don't stab me! You saw it. He came right at me with a gun. You saw that. Oh my God, I'm murdering everyone. Oh my God! I'm getting a medal. Stay right there. Don't move, all right? What the hell? Iron Man. He's got armor on. He's a soldier. Oh, just yours is a little loud. I'm sorry. It's the
Dang it.
Let's turn down the war. Soldier. What? Look at that big balloon. I've heard of this. It's called Zeppelin. It's gonna crash. It's gonna be tragic. Hey, I figured out how to throw a grenade. I think I just figured that out too. If you just left click it, it goes. Whoops. That's I don't know what. Oh, I died. You survived. Oh my God, that guy was just exploding into a million pieces. Enemy? I got him for you, buddy. Don't worry. Oh. You don't got shit, German. Die, dirty German. You don't do it. I'm killing you. I'm killing you all. Okay, they got me. Also, I want to for the record, I don't think Germans are dirty. I'm just role playing, okay? My editor is German. One of them is. And he's the one probably editing this video. That's the ultimate irony. By the way, you're not getting paid this month? No reason. Did you just take your pee down? Was he pissing? What's the button for that? He just pissed. Is he pissing? He just took his dick down. No, there's got to be a piss button. We got to sit around and find out what the piss button is real quick. It's K. Once you find out, let me know. I'll send it.
Oh my God! What? I'm living out in the middle of this, dude. Oh! Dude, no, we're busy right now, Tank. Can't you see?
That's on me.
This is insane, boy. You can holy shit, you look incredible. Is there a way to censor it too? John, get down. You're gonna get your head blown off.
You should get your head down.
Oh, we got a charge now! Oh, we got a charge now! We got a goddamn bagpipe! Come on, boys! Over the top! Over the top! Over it! Get over it! Go! 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 Get through it! You cowards! Come on! Come on! Help!
Ah, shit.
Come back and I'm gonna piss on him. On the ramp! No! They're spawning in! This is how Germans are born! Take them out!
Goddamn.
Oh! Oh, that guy just... I got you, buddy. Get up. You're gonna get up. You're gonna be fine now. Oh, I can't walk.
Come on, girls.
Oh, not again! Come on. I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
So everybody's off to a good start.
Don't sit. Yeesh.
Ghost Ship got somebody to play with now.
Yeah, you deserve every bit of that. Yeah, go get buried. Ooh, that guy's getting headshotted. Holy shit.
Go, go, go. Go, girls, go. We got a whole entourage just pulling up behind you. Just four OGs pulling up behind you, straight up. Girls, go. Y'all got 4 OGs pulling up quick. Please, go. I don't want any of the 4 of those OGs to catch us. Go.
Guys, I got a live one here.
Yeah.
What's up with that? I got it. Still breathing. I handled it. Don't worry. He was yelling on the ground. I got rid of it. Don't worry. We're good. Oh, hey. There's another one here. You're under arrest, buddy. Yeah, I'm in the... You lost objective out. Right? You sure to go see, run.
Woo.
Yes.
Go, girls, go. I know she's not activating her ult. I just want her to hold everybody else off. Go, girls, go. The OGs are still back there. Kita-san out to a huge lead right now. Going around the final turn. And here comes Ghost Ship as well. Bourbon activates her ult. It's time to blast off. First fast. Infinity. Yeah. Oh. Shit. Ah.
No more teleport. No more teleport. What the hell? These Germans got teleportation technology. Be careful. Oh. They don't. What the hell? Where'd you come from? Are you friendly? Oh, you're German tank. Oh.
The fucking barrage balloon. Shoot the barrage balloon.
Yes, sir.
Barrage balloon prevents us from calling in artillery. Shoot that fucking.
Everybody's freaking holy crap, bro. All right. Here we go again. Here we go again. Holy Jesus. The fourth ticket in a row. Well, we got 2 wins, 2 losses. Come down to the last race. Are we going to win or are we going to lose? Fuck. I don't have the answer to that, but I wish I did. We're going to win. We're going to win. You just line up on the line and just do it. You line up in the gates, wait for them to open, and do it. Just do it.
Can I get a solo photo? I feel like I deserve it. Hold on, hold on. Oh, we're on live action right there. Oh my God! Oh, that was all us, man, because we shot it. We shot that thing. That was all us. Hell yeah. You there? Across the river. All right. Okay, you can't. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you and kill you. I'm gonna find you and kill you. I'm gonna find exactly you and I'm killing you. Oh my God, I can get up here. Wait, this is actually genius. Oh, the enemy's right there. Incoming! You firing in the turn war? Oh my God! Look right, look right. Oh my God, why'd you tell me to look right? I just watched someone explode. That's on you. Get off you. Dude, that is actually a 10-year-old, bro. You should not be seeing all this.
There's an actual 10-year-old in over the top. Yeah, I imagine. You know where I haven't found any 10-year-olds? In Hold Fast. There are no 10-year-olds in that game.
Play the drum. Look, so, dude, that's gonna be such a good clip on his end. Oh my God. What? Look what I got.
All right. Damn.
Tucker! No, we can do it again! Look! Play it! I wish everything else would be quiet so I can play it, you know? Check this out. Whoa! Alright, dude, okay. Yeah, let's go kill some Germans! Yeah, let's move right in there! What's the worst that could happen? Yeah! Vertical! Oh my God, help! Help! I'm in my legs! No! Help! Thank you! No!
Whoop. Go. Bourbon? What? Bourbon? What are you doing out there? Kita-san, what are you doing? Oh, I see what she's doing. Mm. She's been. Well, I hope she's just waiting. That's what I hope. But I don't know, bro. I don't know because the other Kita-san is like doing the same thing. She activated Radiant Star. Pressure. That Kita-san I don't think has pressure. Oh no. Come on. We need a win. Ah. Come on, come on, Mervin. Come on, Bourbon. Come on, boxer. Boxer. Box that Tyson. Holy crap, bro. We are boxing them, surprisingly. And everybody else goes, you know. Dang it. Okay.
Already racism.
Amen, brother.
Dang it, bro.
Holy shit. That was really close to me dying. That was a mortar.
Son of a. Dirty Dan.
I just want to say, it's very nice music you're playing right now. I know we're on opposite teams, but I really like the music you're playing. Do you mind if I hang here for a bit? Alright, can you tell your teammates I'm cool? I'm just gonna chill here. Yeah, guys. Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys. Here, I'll put my weapon away too. I feel like, oh, you know what? Hold on. How do I? Nah, you good. You good. You good. I'll do this. Oh, shit. See? I'm all good, bro.
Yeah, we just fine, right? You're just fine.
Hey, why'd you stop? Did he die?
Everybody.
Alright, I'll play. Is this one good? You want me to change it? No! My captives! No! I saved you! I saved you! No, I should be saving! I don't need saving! I don't blame the people! Ah! More as hell. Oh, here. You can take the piano. You died again, bro. You gotta stop doing that. Did you use that basil? I don't know, Freebird. Can you play it? I snuck into their base and made friends with the piano player. That's where I was for the last fight. I think I heard you over there. Yeah, we all blew up. Yeah, I know you're the real commander, so I'll listen to you. These guys love it.
Thank you.
Anywhere specific, sir?
One of the from
Captain Morgan?
Goddamn right.
Captain Morgan, huh?
Captain Morgan, that's me.
This guy's gonna invent rum in the future. Holy crap, bro. This guy's crazy.
We're German.
Morgan, hold on.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, sir. Accident! Sorry. That was an accident, sir.
Get down.
Oh, shit! Kissed on his shoes. You don't even know. I just was.
Keep digging, boys. Keep digging.
Yeah, look at him. Fucking half a torso out here still fighting. Look at this guy. Look at him. Here we got a combination. Got a purple heart for you, boy. Look at you. Oh my God. Bobby Roode, sir. Bobby Roode. Jump up and the machine gun. Shoot that fucking. Guys, there's a tank. Man, that's all right. He died. What? Huh. I don't know if this is like a spawn point for them, but take advantage of this while I got it. Just gonna take advantage of this one. Hold on, I'm taking it. Hold the whistle, sir, I'm with you. Alright, never mind.
All right. we're going to do it right after this. Dang it, bro.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances, definitely felt like adulting.
But just because you start your own thing doesn't mean you have to figure it out. It's been amazing to have a TurboTax expert to bounce ideas off. Even if I'm in the studio alone at night, I have access to a TurboTax expert. I handle the music, they handle the tax work.
Filing your taxes with confidence with TurboTax experts.
Everybody's double S.
It's so dark in this game. You just jump into my face randomly. Welcome to Death. This is a game I didn't think I would ever play, mainly because of my absolute fear of the open ocean. I don't even necessarily have a fear of sharks. I just have a fear of what else could be in the water that I don't know about.
Well, it's freeze round, bro.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Where are you seeing it?
I see shadows, bro. Believe it or not, this game came out in 2014, so it is an absolute throwback. I remember back in the day, people used to play this a lot. And if you aren't familiar with the game, essentially you can play as a shark or a diver. So if you're thinking, oh great, another game where Smitty can hunt down his friends and act like a maniac, you would be totally right in thinking that.
Wait, is it in Hunter? Oh,
No.
that's Matrix.
Dancer, is that Richard? But if you're on the diver's team, the script completely flips. This is when the game becomes truly terrifying. You know, until we discovered that the weaponry that the divers get is actually really overpowered. Literally to the point where the divers start just hunting for the sharks.
The top of the spawn and spawn game over and over again.
I'll let you know. Hey, guys.
Oh man. So unfortunately it seems that this game is more realistic than we thought. Nevertheless though, we did have a blast with this one, so if you want to see more depth content, please leave a like on this video to let me know. Subscribe to the channel if you're new, and thank you so much for watching in the first place. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the video.
Whoop, whoop.
Okay.
For joining us this morning.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate you spending some time with us before you hit the track this weekend at Rockin'.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. I'm at the bomb zone. We're
Meow.
coming up this weekend. But in today's video, we're all about the Colours of Scholar mini truck. We're mounting the brand new Candy wheel, the Anagrade battery, and also the Bar lighting kit. We're then going to put on the full body finished, full livery. So for the very first time, you'll get to see how this car looks when it's finally fully built. I'm really happy how it's all come out. Been dynoed, been tested, everything works out great. So it's time. We've got to pull it apart, get it all packed into a shipping crate, locked and loaded, and ready to hit the boat to America. Time's short, as always. We've got to get this done. Stay tuned. So let me get covered what we're doing. Today is some awesome parts arrived. These are the final parts we've been waiting for to get this car absolutely dialed in, buttoned up and finished, ready to go. Starting on my left, on your right, is KMC wheels that have shown up. These are forged Toros. They're forged, machined aluminium wheels. You'll see them in a second. We've got some anti-gravity batteries. Specifically for this car, we've put an ATX 30 HP in it, which is a bigger battery than I've normally run, but because this car's running a large thing, it needs that bigger power. These things are awesome. We'll show you these in a second too. Also just showed up in the Baja Designs lights, the LP6 headlights, the S2 spots, and then the RTL, which gives you the tail lights. Also the rock lights down in front. We'll get into those as well. So some awesome parts have shown up. They are the final parts to build. Let's go into the details of them, and then we'll get into the gas. Okay, so first up is the battery. These are absolutely awesome products. Come all the way from the US, so US made. I think that grabbing in all the cars.
Okay, go ship.
As you can see what's in the batteries. But this one specifically, the larger model that I normally use, it's the ATX30HD, it's 172 cranking amps. I need this because we're running bigger fans or two fans more than we would normally run. We're running all of the lighting patterns which we'll go through. and basically wanted to run for longer and just more durable. We're not trying to save the maximum amount of weight. This is still super light for the size of it. Super, super powerful, and pretty much the most awesome battery you've got in the market. So really excited. That's going on the car today. So next up, let's get to the wheels. Get all these out of the way. Perfect. So I've already previously unboxed this one because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to take me half an hour to unbox it because it's extremely well packaged. Again, these have come from America. Like I said, this is the Ford Polo wheel. Starting the first part is the B-block. That's the B-block wing that bolts around the outside to hold the tyre on. Something I wanted to go packaging is the B-block bolts. These are the bolts that bolt the B-block to the rim. On the main part, which is absolutely none, is that, which is a thing I'm using. There's a KM3 Ford Toro, 6.5 inch width, 5 by 4.3 fitment, which is a very universal fitment. It's the fitment that we've changed the Mini 2, so I can use pretty much any wheel I want, but these don't get chosen. Feedlock for the dirt tyres, so they stay on, run the pressure super low, but obviously the tyres stay mounted, so we have extra grip. A big, like I said over and over again in this video, we did this part. The products speak themselves. I don't need to sell these to anyone. Just fish dryers and those bad boys. When you get these mounted up straight away, there's obviously 4 of those, got one, I'm not going to show you them all because they're all the same. Same size front and rear. So yeah, move on from that. Last up,
Good.
We have got the Baja Designs LP6. The one on me is the headlight. It goes in the Mini. This one fits in the original headlight spots. Super, really, really cool. I don't know.
Right shower putting on the heat. Christmas so deary.
Mental bright. 12,000 lumens. That is, my friends. Bad boy.
Oh, that's not good.
Obviously, go like that. One left, one right, headlights. Then, next up on the front, these S2 Spot, these are more like marker-lights. They are a light, but they've got red lenses in them. So they're more of a marker light. So for me, it's more like a show-off thing. They mount in the original indicator holes below the headlights, but they're the S2 Spot, then for by Baja Designs. Something I didn't mention.
Good job, girls. They're in good position. It's like my characters are built good. They're just like just not built good enough, like just barely.
So with the spots on the bottom and then above, the red works really good for the colourway of this car. Then we've got the RTL, which is the RTL M. I think this is what the model is. This is a 6-inch tail light. This obviously looks like a computer board inside at the moment, but that is a LED setup that goes.
Go motion, go.
Size tail light does like amber.
So dirty self. Covered in mud.
These are also mounted these lights you do with the headlights behind the original holes, and they're actually exactly the same size as the original tail lights for the car. So all these really advanced, really bright lights by Baja Design, these have been mounted on the Mini, where the original.
Look at Fukutari coming up there.
Part, which is there's more of these, but these are.
Oh, good Jesus.
Basically, which mount underneath. They're super durable. They're all machined aluminium. So you can beat on them really. So if they get hit, they don't break. But they go underneath.
Looking really good.
Lightning and drop right. So they're using for racing in the US.
Cold ship. The one I don't like. Although I haven't tried Hishi Amazon.
That's the light package. Let's get all these awesome parts.
Also, not.
So, the first job is to got to put the valves into the rims. This is lessons of Leon. So got to put the valves into the rim first, and then it's quite simple. Put the valves into the rim, put the tyre onto the rim, and put the bead lock onto the rim to hold the tyre in place, then pump the tyre up. 4 simple processes. So we'll start with the first one, which was fitting the valve to the rim, which is as simple as this. One valve, these I prepared earlier. God, for all you out there and never bit of tyre before, you're excited, aren't you? You're going to go in now, get tyres on the car yourself. Great pleasure. So you put the valve in, put the key on, put your mate down, and easy as that. And then unscrew it back up. Valve is fitted, I'll put that on for safekeeping. But that is now the valve fitted into the rim. That's ready now for a tyre. The next thing.
Ghost ship in a bad mood.
I've fitted all the valves. So that's step 1 done on all 4. I might have made one earlier as practice before I started filming. Jack didn't want me to do that, but I did anyway. So next step, bit of lube. Bit of lubrication, 1 tyre, 1 wheel, bit of force. This is going to backfire on me now, isn't it? Now you get to watch a video of me mounting the wheel for 10 minutes. Wasn't as easy as it should have been. There we go. Feeling a little bit more body weight. So that is the tyre now mounted. All you have to do is get the bottom bead on, top bead on, and seated around the edge. Then the last step is now, well, 2 more steps. Bead lock on and bolted in, and pump tyre. So let's.
I'm not understanding why Star chose to use this deck for bourbon, but then at the same time, the same.
So you just get these on, line up the KMC logo, wherever it is there, with the valve, just for
Same deck.
that final detail touch. That looks nice. Grab 1 bag of bolts, which are all conveniently packed. You know, they're conveniently packed. A small set of bolts and washers come in 1 pack, so you haven't got to count until you slow out. Then get on with it. Washer on bolt. Washer on bolt. Try that again. And just put it in my finger first. I was covered and put a bolt in with my fingers, but I said finger in. So then that way you know all the pressure started nicely. Because I'm going to get the gun out in a minute and send the gun out in, but I want to make sure I don't burn any of the bolts or the rim threads. So yeah, you can watch the videos if you want. I'm not going to talk about it because I'm going to say several things about the bolts and holes. Bolts and holes. Let's montage it. Back to the now, last step then. Bead locks all bolted up, ties on securely. Looks absolutely awesome. The last step is, I don't know if this is going to work, there's got an awful lot of pressure, but big airing up the tyre. So obviously putting the pump onto the valve, and then letting the pump rip.
Come on, Lotion, get up
That's
there.
it. Airing the tyre. Now I'm waiting now for it to bead on all the way round. Not the things you can gap, bottom. Pop the bead on the inside edge. Obviously the outside edge is already mounted. And that is 1 successfully mounted bead lock by wheel mount.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the rest now. Simple one, I think they're all the same. I'll get the rest done. See how absolutely sick He's going to look at the car. I'm really excited. He's going to be like proper deep.
I hate that Poker Pia game. It's like the whole point of Pokemon is the battle and capture, and like Poker Pia just like throws all that to the side. It's like, nah, you don't need to battle or capture anything. It's like the stuff they got in the Poker Pia game should have been in the regular game as optional quests. Like shaking my head. They sold people the same game 2 years in a row. Except one game had all the battling and the story mode, and the other one just had the world without the battling and story mode. A world without violence. Go, go, go! Take off from her.
Discover real one as I already showed you. Dirt fire, like I said, high profile.
Gold chipper.
Get more grip. So when we're driving on the
That's
dirt,
not my gold chip, but gold chipper coming up.
early nuts there.
She's
So,
coming
yeah,
quick too.
other real one guys, the last piece of this puzzle. I think you'll agree that it looks absolutely awesome. I love the polished finish, or the raw finish on the wheels. Really goes really well with the car, so I'm happy that that's better. And I also think, and also on dirt tyres, I think the dirt tyres should get a better look. And there you have it. One quick wheel conversion swap transformation.
You're doing this again?
This car has been all over getting to this point, which is an amazing point. But unfortunately, now is the fun bit. You've done all this work to get this car put together, how it's been put together, and to make sure everything works. You've seen it dyno, you've seen it tested, everything's been perfect. But in order to get it to America, which is where it's destined to go, we have to disassemble it slightly. So, today's task, like I said, unfortunately, is rip the engines out of the car, because as beautiful as it looks, I can't send it in a complete car. So, we're taking engines out. That's all of the glow underneath, and also here at the front, that's the backlight, and the LP60 has got backlights, like side lights, really cool. So that's side lights. But then while we're staying at the front, should we spots? So that's the red spots, the S2s on the front now. To go to the back, with the tail lights, which is the last piece of the puzzle. Then the tail lights, which are really cool, the metal, so brake lights. Yeah. Then the last thing is the headlights. So you go back to the front, you're ready for this one. This is now the headlights. So good. This thing is absolutely gangster. It's come out so good. So with the car all finished, the next step is to load it into the crate to get it on its way. It has to go to America in a fully sealed packed crate that's been heat treated for organic import reasons, whatever. So essentially, I've had a pre-made crate all made up, effectively in flat pack form. We're now unloading the crate off. The base will stay on the trailer. We'll put the car on the trailer, on the base, and then we'll hold the car down onto the base, and then we'll we'll build the case crate around the car. all sounds simple. This morning's gone very well so far. This might not go so well, but we're not comfortable by any means.
Let's go. Let's go. Everybody's running a good race. We're in first, third, and sixth. So as it stands, Gold Chips can still get her stuff off. Kita can get all her stuff off. Let's see, because she's in front of the other Gold Chips. So she can stay in front of the other Gold Chips and keep pulling, then we'll be in good shape. Where'd you come from, Tamo? I'm Tamamo.
Putting chops front and rear behind each wheel, fixing them down. We're then fixing down timbers to hold the straps, and we're going to strap over each wheel to hold the car securely in place. Then, going to keep going. We'll load the bits inside, make sure it's all held down, then start building the plane. Stay tuned, there's good exciting, the logo rock. As you can see, the crate's together now, all the sides are on, the lift's just gone on, the car is finished. I think anything that I forgot isn't in there now, so that's on me.
It's a mama.
It's all together, so it's in the final bit, strap them down, and wave goodbye on big, I would say holiday, but it's not holiday, it's leading me further. And what do you call that when we emigration? Emigrate? Emigrate? The British me is going to America. Well, I've been talking shit. It's going on a boat.
Dang it, bro.
Rhino called Peskin, and now all packed, ready for its trip to the US of A. I've really enjoyed doing it. Everyone's been amazing thing involved. It's turned out absolutely awesome. I'm really, really happy, and I'm super excited to get to America and give it. I'm not going to say anything. I'm super excited to get to America. Waving goodbye. As always, thank you much for watching. Please let me know what you thought. Hit the subscribe button, bash that button, notification button to know when I post it. Like the video if you liked it, and let me know what you thought. Did you like it? If you don't do it right, should I build more in the next one? I'm a super lucky guy. Over the last 9 years, I've had the insane privilege of driving some of the coolest Formula One in the world. I've experienced the best of the best. So why the heck did I choose to buy this 40-year-old rusty salvage title Tonka junk right here? I've been hiding this Civic from you guys for 2 years. Today, I'll tell you why I bought this old ass Civic. We're gonna finish the build. Oh. This time out in the O'Reilly car, thing I'm looking forward to the most is probably, getting past the first 10 laps and getting comfortable and having the support of the RCR guide, seeing what that's like. I've been given so much data outside of the racetrack. I'm excited to apply that, see where my improvements stand, and see how competitive I am. And, drive that car some more. I had so much fun driving that car. And hopefully make the Thomas Express team happy and just do a good job, stay out of the way, and enjoy racing.
And watching the video, there are a lot of people in your ear. Danny Stockman, Ty Dillon, I assume Dale Jr. is giving you advice. How do you know who to listen to?
Yeah, that's a good question, boss. And by the way, Bob, you do a great job covering this stuff. I watch a lot of your posts. Who to listen to? I kind of have to collectively listen to everybody. Really what I definitely listen to the most is when we looked at Jesse's data. That's kind of the most definitive advice you could give is like, hey, this was way faster than you. So, that's some rock solid evidence for me to go off of.
And, I did kind of, on the other hand, though, listen to everybody in the fact that, Ty said, hey, let's tighten the car up and try this. And I tried it. And then Danny said, let's loosen the car up. And then we did that and we tried it. And I ended up liking the car loose. So, we're kind of listening to a lot of opinions, but the proof is in the pudding when the car felt the most comfortable and was turning the best lap times. So that's what I'm going off of, is what yields the best results.
And now I'm asking, do you listen to the outside noise of whether he should be allowed to race, should he not be allowed to race? Just because like, do you want to know? Do you want to hear what people are saying, or do you feel like that's better for you to ignore that?
I mean, Bob, I think you know at this point that I'm pretty in tune with what's going on in the social media world. Like, this is my job. My job is probably more similar to yours than closer to the drivers. Like, I am a social media guy. That's how I got in this position. So I see it a lot. And it's pretty, closer to Daytona when I had the big screw up in the truck, I was feeling a little down on myself about that. At this point, the record is so broken of people still talking about it. I don't care as much. At the end of the day, all these guys can say whatever they want about me. But if Richard Childress called them and said, hey, you want to come drive our car? All of them would have taken that opportunity too. And if NASCAR is letting me do it, I'm in. I'm here. And no one can save me but myself at this point. Once I get on that track on Saturday, it's up to me. So, they can complain as much as they'd like, but it's happening. And it's for 2 years. So they better buckle up.
Thank you, and thanks, please, for the time. You mentioned a minute ago that you've been given a bunch of data outside the car, outside the track, and you said last year, I think after one of your ARCA races, that you wish you had done more pre-race preparation in a simulator. How does what you've been through over these past couple of weeks or months compare to what you've done or what you did last year? And without giving away trade secrets, what kind of data were you given?
The data that has been the most helpful is just the overlays of the in-car footage and what I am doing, from. I can literally watch every lap from my test with the Motec data laid on top, and then also see the lap times. And it just becomes so obvious where the mistakes are. It's night and day where these issues are happening for me. And by the end of that test, I was feeling so comfortable in the car, more comfortable than I've ever felt in a stock car. This is kind of a cool story. Like, how I said I've been I slacked on the simulator last year. I mentioned that. I wanted to make sure this year that didn't happen. So I spent, once this opportunity popped up, and I knew that we were likely going to race Rockingham, I committed myself to the simulator as much as possible. So about a month before the test, I got a little over a month, maybe closer to 2 months, I got on the simulator, working really hard on Rockingham in the O'Reilly's car. And over the course of that time, I got to about a 24.0 on the simulator. And that was all out. That was the best I could do. I go to the test. The car is actually very similar to the simulator. I learned a ton that day. I went back to my simulator the next day, and within 13 laps, I picked up 4/10. So the number that I set over the course of 2 months, I knocked 4/10 out of it in 13 laps. So the data that these guys are giving me is making it easier for me. And it's to see those numbers just pop up on the simulator like that, it just blew my mind, the data just makes it all make sense. Just validates, what I need to do and what I don't need to do. That's great.
Hi, Cletus. Thanks again for taking the time to do this, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do media days with you guys. You guys help me tremendously, so.
Well, we love to hear it. I wanted to ask, what does it mean for you to get this opportunity specifically at Rockingham? Any nostalgia or anything connected to this track specifically? Are you happy that NASCAR is here? Just anything about Rockingham specifically?
The only thing that makes me happy about the Rockingham, that specific location, the track's really cool. But I'm happy that I got to do my test there too before I get to go to the race. That I find a lot of comfort in the fact that I've already spent a lot of laps there and know the car and how it feels there. So no, nothing else than that. I didn't really know much about the Rock until my truck test. So.
Cool. Got it. Thanks.
All right, our next question will go to Pat Jaggers. Go ahead, Pat.
Hey, Cleus, well, just really curious, just thinking about your test. Do you know how many laps you ran total at Rockingham preparing for something?
I don't know. I think it was something like maybe 250 laps in the test.
And the reason why I asked, I'm just curious, at what point do you at what point do you feel like you actually start to really get a hang of it and really start to make speed?
If you watch the video, like my fastest lap was one of my last laps. That's how it goes down. In those last few laps, I was feeling really comfortable. And I figured out the corner speed, in the middle of the turn was really where I've been screwing up. And the last 20, 30 laps, that was when I felt the best. And yeah, if what you're asking is there was something left to be desired from that test day, there absolutely was. Because I would have loved to have spent 200 more laps that day. I was just getting started when we had these all in.
Gotcha. And the next question for you is pit stops. Live pit stops are really hard to simulate. Rockingham Speedway has a very unique pit road, as you have seen. The exit is out of four. Excuse me, the entrance is out of four, and the exit is in the middle of turns 1 and 2. How much of a challenge do you think that's going to be on the race day trying to navigate live pit stops at Rockingham?
I love archery. I love archery because we don't have to rush the pit stops. I did a significant amount of practice getting in off the floor. I was worried. I was like, there's no way these guys can stop, but actually, you can. I feel pretty decent about it, as long as I don't miss the sign. And here's the deal, too. It's not like I'm going to be racing for first or second place. So I can take a little bit of time on pit road and make sure I stay out of other competitors' way, get into my box without, risking any crazy, situations. I can take my time a little bit. So I'm not too worried about that when we've done, the necessary practice and make sure those are successful.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, how much did, if any, you think that, wow, this is a lot more, there's so much more data that I thought goes into it, there's so much more that goes into racing an O'Reilly car versus what I thought before I even started getting in an ARCA car?
Well, Biff told me a long time ago, because when I told him I wanted to race, cup level, Daytona 500, he told me the skill gap is massive. And I really, the way he said it, he's like, in ARCA, there's going to be 10 cars that are really competitive. In truck, there's going to be 20 cars that are really competitive. And O'Reilly's, there will be about 25. And then, in Cup, there's 30 to 35 cars that are competitive. So going into, when I got this opportunity to go up to O'Reilly's, which in all reality, I was not looking for. I love ARCA, and I love the level I'm at there. I'm really happy with it. When I got this opportunity from RCR, I knew I was going in over my head. Just like all these people who are scrutinizing me think. But like I said earlier, I'm not going to shy away from a great opportunity such as racing for Richard Childress Racing. So yeah, I'm in over my head. And driving that car,
I thought was gonna be scarier and worse than it was. I was like thinking, okay, now I'm really gonna have to try my absolute hardest. But when I got in that RCR car, I'm just gonna be honest, it was the most comfortable I felt. Like I felt more in control than ever. And I wasn't running like within the pace, that's for sure. I was definitely I have some time to go, but gosh, I'm already feeling really good about the fact that car just drives so dang good. So yeah, I realize that the gap is big, but it hasn't changed a ton. My opinion on that hasn't changed a ton since driving the car. Still feel like I'm outgunned significantly, but my outlook on progressing enough to be competitive one day is the same.
I guess I wanted to ask, like, is there more technology and more go into how these cars and these races are than what you thought before you ever started racing?
Oh, okay, sorry. I strayed away from your question a little bit there. Yeah, the technology is crazy. I did not expect 4 people to show up specifically for data. I'm like, there's more laptops there than I've seen in a long time. And that was all just to assess what I'm doing wrong. I couldn't believe it. There was a whole rolling toolbox that just had live data from the car. It's incredible. I mean, the data ingest is insane. And then they have to translate it to me. So it's a project. I didn't realize it was that much. And I was really shocked this week when I heard Brad Keselowski. He was talking about driving tough when they were at Talladega. And he was like, yeah, we spend all week watching tape. And I'm like, Brad Keselowski watches tape? I mean, if he's watching tape, it must be hard because that guy has, 20 some years of experience and he still watches tape to be competitive. So, like, that's just a small example of how far all these teams and drivers go to be competitive. That's kind of mind blowing me still for sure, Bob.
But I noticed how they scanned the laptop very quickly, so we couldn't, except for when you were looking at Jesse Love's data for a minute. There wasn't much they were going to show on the of what was on the laptops.
Yeah, they're actually pretty free about it. I was surprised. I think that data is available to everybody, right? On what's that program called? There's some program that all the teams can share data through, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, and maybe because of your rookie test, they do give out some of that data, I imagine.
I think from the races, you can actually.
Oh, from the races, yeah, SLT, yeah.
So they said, hey, this data is already public to the other teams, so you're good to show it on video. And RCR has been really cool so far about me filming stuff. I think this is kind of like a new thing for everybody, right? Is putting out stuff on the internet. And I gotta admit, RCR has been awesome about letting me be pretty open about this stuff. So that's great. Which was what I really hoped to happen.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Bob.
I just wanted to ask from like a respect standpoint, what would you prefer us to call you? I know on your hard card there was a mix-up or a mashup of your names. What would you actually prefer us to like address you as?
Cletus is best. It's just easier for everybody. I mean, there's a lot of confusion when Garrett comes into play. Cletus is just way easier for everybody.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Well, there it is, everybody. Great press conference from Cletus McFarland. Want to thank everybody at NASCAR Media for putting that out. A lot of good insight. Cletus, as you saw, he's an open book. Can't wait to see him coming up this weekend, Easter weekend at Rockingham.
Easter weekend.
There's been a lot of confusion going on in our own government. Specifically, our intelligence agencies seemingly work with foreign nations to destroy our country from within. And I think this has not been given even remotely enough coverage. So the president's a
Hi, Elsa. I hope they're good today.
Look at this little beauty I found in God's.
Nice snake, Chris.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, and how next up looks.
That's full on AR. Buddies to the next.
And how exactly would I do that, Chris?
I could just be chilling in the pool one night.
I think I'll close the pool cover. Ooh, Chris. Your car's here. I gotta go. Love you. You're so tense. Can I book you a massage? Yeah. Cinnamons, bro.
I've never seen it.
Bro cooked her without even trying. Sorry, can I ask you a quick question, please?
Sure.
Who is greater, man or woman?
Man?
Why?
Sure. I'll show you. Hey,
Dang. Oh, that's cold. So, oh man, some girl walked up to a guy and tried to get one of those farming clips. She said, "Who's prettier, guys or girls?" This dude took his water bottle, dumped it all over his face, scrubbed his face clean, and then said, "Here, you try." Facts, actual facts, because we don't wear makeup, so we ain't got to worry about nothing. Like what you see is what you get. Like for most guys, there are some guys that wear makeup. But hey, be you. I'm just saying. It was funny. Damn. She tried to farm him and he trolled her on her own clip.
How I feel after saying konnichiwa to the Latina waitress at the Chinese restaurant.
I always wonder why in the last Ronin, why he walked like that. He did the like wide, like he walks in a like sleek type of manner, like naturally Tom Cruise does. But in the last Ronin, he does like this like wide sweeping gately walk for like a bigger person. I don't understand. What? I'm just not your man. Like, wow. So this lady showed up to the nail place, got getting her nails done by by a male nail tech, and he's like, "How are you gonna pay for these nails?" And she goes, "I thought you were gonna pay for them. You're a man, aren't you?" I am, but I'm not your man. Where is your man to pay for these nails? I'm just the nail tech. Like, by the way, I have thought about doing that. I have thought about going and get my nail tech license
Certain nails done without her permission.
because those dudes be making a killing. I done talked to a whole bunch of them dudes. Them dudes be making a killing in nail tech.
They were did them myself. I never did my nails before. It's the first time I ever did it. Anyway, and it was really awful, by the way.
And
Like,
and on top of that, I'll be willing to go to people's houses to do their nails. You ain't got to come up here. I come to you.
holy fuck, it was so bad. Jeez, very non-functional. It's like I can't pick anything up. It's just using your money to build walls in Africa, using your money to dress up as a bat and
And terrorize the mentally ill and minorities. Oh God, Batman.
God, I knew it.
I knew he was coming up. The new Harry Potter's. Why did they change Professor Snape to this guy? Why? Like they knew when they did this that it was going to be controversy to high heaven. I like Snape the way he was. What was wrong with Snape the way he was? Like the Snape that was there made sense. Like he played that character. He played that character. Who I can't remember his name now, the actor, but he played Snape really good. Like I liked it. He did it so good. I liked Snape, and he was like one of the most unlike characters in the movie series. And I like Snape, but now we got a new Snape, and for some reason they decided to wait the race swap him for I don't even, bruh. It's just leave stuff alone. Leave our childhood alone, bro. Y'all were there, y'all lived it. Why you gonna mess it up and change it for the next kids when you loved it yourself? Like that doesn't make sense to me. After one, I'm all alone and I need you now. If you ever know, I need you now.
Guy who takes 15 minutes out of their workday to share memes with what makes them is. That is the guy.
That's me. Hey, that's me. The guy that takes 15 minutes after work to share memes with his coworkers. Yeah, that's me.
Guy who takes 15 minutes.
I'm starting to think my coworkers is why my social media is as big as it is. My it's 12 inches. That's what he's gonna say. He's gonna say his blank blank is 12 inches. That's why. I would rather not say. I knew it. He said, yes, I use something to measure with. I'd rather not say. You know what he used. You know what he used. Even the judge knows because he's trying not to laugh. He's smiling while he's saying it. So even the judge knows. What? He said, you asked, and he said it. You asked, and he told you how he measured if it was a foot long sub or not. You asked. You asked, Judge. You were smiling when you asked the question to this man, my guy. So you knew what he was gonna say. You were just hoping that he wouldn't say it.
Bro, you said my baby was ugly. I said she looked like you. Oh, okay. You're a 9-year-old me
Oh
trying to
God.
do a comment on
Right.
me still trying to do a comment. So true.
Facts.
Almost fell off my couch in shock while watching Dexter. Encountering memes in their natural habitat is one of the modern living creatures. DC crew, hey, do you know how cats sound, right? Dub guy, yes, sure, alright.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god, that was amazing. The uncooked fish going home after the hit Tyson. Oh, true. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. There must be so many memes. There's so many memes right now on it. That's so funny. Me every morning when you accidentally sleep wrong when you accidentally sleep wrong and your birth year starts with 19. Fuck you, Julio. A Pride barbecue tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. Did you know the first Pride barbecue is? Someone made another Nick Fuentes guy. Oh no.
No, it's not Argonians. No, it's not elves. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. No more running Skyrim. Argonians need to shut the fuck up. Dark elves need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
the Grim Reaper is like unable to do his job.
You 4 days.
Fuck, you might not even make it out of there dead.
Oh, is this? Oh my
I
god.
can't fit through there.
Is this a nutty putty?
You want me to call the Slim Reaper? There's only one Grim Reaper. Oh, he'll die in a hole.
Right. Oh man, that's actually so sad. You guys an Oscar for the best GTA live action.
Oh shit! Oh god! How did they do that? How did they do that?
When I'm having a good day and suddenly one of the three things is missing from my pocket. So scared. Like, you ever have those moments when you're out and then like your phone is like not in your pocket and you're like, wait, I thought my phone was in the pocket, but you just like left it somewhere, like in a car or something like that, and you're just like, oh, is someone gonna steal it? It's so scary. It just like it sends like this wave of adrenaline through your body. Why does it have to be a porn game? Turn-based tactical strategy Vampire Cyberpunk sounds like a laser-focused perfect game for me. With a porn game, ew, no thanks. It's an adult game. Oh, developer. It's a porn game because I'm a perv, basically. Absolute legend. I also heard something like that. Don't let the video fool you. Seals are dangerous. I heard it too. Me, if a bro ever texts me, thank you for everything, 2:45 a.m.
Facts.
Dude, that's actually so cute. I bet dudes would do that for their homies. Yeah, that's really cute. When people call you a Nazi, but you're just a Power Ranger.
Facts. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's literally the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah, that's when people call you a Nazi, but you're really just a Power Rangers fan. Mighty Morphin Rangers. Just tell everybody your real age. You're a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fan. Hmm. The last one that I liked was Ninja. Was the ninjas what the first ninjas? I like them. These new ones I don't. And the Dino guys. I like those. But I don't like these new ones. The new Power Rangers is they're literally just the same old. They're just old. They're the new Power Rangers are the old Power Rangers, just with different graphics, I guess, to change into the outfits.
Situation as my mom pulls me through
But Dino can go on forever. Like they can keep having new Dino heroes because of the I mean they're dinosaurs. So you know.
the movie, steals millions of dollars from the bank in real life.
Actor in real life.
Spider-Man Far from Straight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get a TurboTax expert. Get your small business.
No place like home. March 31st on TBS.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some, but not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah. Nick needs to change his oil before leaving town for Leo's game. So he went to AutoZone, where he finds the right oil and oil filter fast. So Nick can be that dad.
Man, the introverts will get it. Okay, let's see if I'll get it. Me when someone shows up unannounced while my social battery is drained.
I want you to leave. Yeah, I really don't want to be doing this right now. You're coming into my house. It's not what you do. Don't worry about it. I'm hanging out in my game room.
Yeah, we don't need you to hang.
But don't put your hands on me.
Putting my hands on you, just thank you very much.
If you did, I swear to God, I don't know what I'd do. I don't live here anymore.
Thanks a lot. Nice promo.
I don't want
It's not that. It's not that bad. I mean, come on. It's not that bad. Chuck Norris, dude, it's every 10 years, a legend is lost. It's true. Chuck Norris is a legend. Rare snapshot of Chuck Norris arriving to kindergarten after dropping off his. Chuck Norris's former bodyguard says Chuck loved all the memes about him. This is very clearly bullshit clout chasing. Because in what world would Chuck Norris? That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, what a fucking liar, man. Holy shit. So, Pastor claims that. Wait, what? Wait, Pastor claims that God is a transgender badass. How? Wait, what is going on? Wait, is this the person from before that like said that they were going to be trans? Is that this person? Is this the same person?
Yes.
There was like a video of like a priest or something saying that they were going to be trans.
Beloved daughter of a God who loves you and me, you are called to be visible, to trust, and to believe that all are made in the image of this God.
They put the gay flag like up on the altar, and they draped the thing with a trans flag.
And if that's true, then God is, that means God is not only masculine but feminine also. It also means that God is no, now you know why God is such a
Problem again, like the big, whatever, like ideology aside, the big problem here is that they, again, I said this before, they adorned like all of the stuff with stuff that's not about God. They made it about them. Like they made the altar about them.
We are called for such a time as this.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Our beauty, our love, our refusal to the notion that gender is binary. And gender is all about gender. It is so much more deep. Our sacredness that we are loved completely as we are by God, even in spite of a government and majority of the world that harbors so much transphobia and hate towards. I, like you, have died to my old self that we may be better fruit, bear better fruit.
There we go.
That's crazy. What are these here? Police just uncovered a YouTube view farm after a sting operation.
YouTube view farm.
To the ceiling running nonstop for fake views.
Dang. Oh my God. Look how many phones there are. Bro. So wait. So hold up. Whoa. Hold up. Hold up. Oh my God. Bro, I've been sitting here trying to I just saw the craziest. I just saw the craziest video, bro. I just saw the craziest video. So apparently, I think in India, maybe I couldn't tell what kind of police force it was, but it looked like the Middle East somewhere. But bro, they got a video farm. Like when I say a video farm, okay. So one of the phones posted a video, right? And they have literally like 500 phones all watching that one video on loop, just farming views, just farming views continuously. Like they're not even there. Like they've already been arrested and the phones are still going. They're all plugged in, charging, so they'll never die. And they just keep watching the same. Oh my God, it's crazy, bro. So watch out. Watch out for those videos that you know are terrible, but somehow got millions of views. It's probably a reason why. Don't watch it. Don't fall for the trap. But that's insane. It's literally that. It's over 1,000 phones. Let me see.
After a sting operation, phones mounted to the ceiling running nonstop for fake views. What the
Oh, it's in a Spanish country. It might be Mexico. Then they got fans in there to cool the phones. That's crazy.
history?
Ooh. Ow. You talking about a laser arm. Yep.
Do not buy your dad any more toys. Dad, I got in trouble with my
Dad, I got Mom, don't buy your dad any more toys. Dad, I got in trouble with my lightsaber.
Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Wait. Was he about to like fucking delete him? Is that what happened?
Yes. Yeah, he was about to delete him, bro. Yes. Straight up kicked him in the side of the head and just straight killed him.
See, to be honest though, like I guess this wouldn't work if your opponent's an asshole and they're like, I'm just not gonna take it. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna forfeit or whatever. Like, despite the fact that you were checkmated. But then the instant like one person does that, then that one person is gonna get fucked by everybody, right?
Yes.
So it's like it is in your best interest to just surrender. Damn.
Where's my straightaway spurt? I still need that.
How can you hate men? You know, like, how can you hate men? Sure, there's some bad guys, but like, I love this kind of stuff. Like, it's like the just like the honor and the respect. Like, it's great. It's man. Generate an image of a white man.
Oh my God.
That's so fucked up. I've concluded that this might be the greatest realization you can have. The greatest realization you can have. Anything you lose by being real was fake. By yay. Anything you lose by being real was fake. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's pretty real, yeah. Man has watched 0 videos about how to deal with the police and has it fully mastered.
Step out of the vehicle. Security breaking. Sometimes you try. What do you do? How much had to drink today? How much isn't very much. You don't know? Well, you're unsteady on your feet getting out of the vehicle. Are you going to consent to field sobriety exercises? Absolutely not. I'll do a breathalyzer. How much did you have to drink today? Not enough. Not enough.
Not enough.
Disabled combat veteran from Vietnam. Okay, so what I need to do right now is I need to put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for DUI. Alcohol beverage.
He is not, he never drinks.
Dang, that dude is smart. He's over there drunk, and his wife's like, he is not under he is not under the influence of alcohol. He never drinks. I'm like, huh? How do you not?
This guy's such a fucking legend. Fact check true. I've gotten 7 vaccinations and don't have any side effects. You have green hair and consider yourself a cannibal artist.
Karen, oh wow.
Oh my god. The package wasn't delivered. Can you send proof at hand? What are you doing? I'm in bed, eating chips. What would you do? What would you be doing if I were with you? I would be eating chips. No, I mean, if there were no chips, just you and me in bed, I would go to the store and buy some chips. How atheists describe being forced to go to church by their fanatical parents 1 hour at Sunday school 16 years ago.
Yeah, facts. Bro, I still remember going to Sunday school, bro.
It's kind of true. Depression leaving my body when someone says others have it harder than you.
That's actually a nice
This is a
graphic.
joke. This has to be a joke because this is so dumb. There's no way this is real. Because this is like the most annoying fucking thing when people say this. Oh, but other people have to think about the kids in Africa with no fucking food. Think about the kids in Africa. Well, imagine if you're a kid in Africa. Okay, what Africa are we talking about? Are we talking about child warlord Africa or are we talking about dancing with our tits out Africa? Which one is it?
Dancing with our tits out Africa for sure.
This is how we used to make friends back in the day. This is how friends used to meet before smartphones.
Who's laughing at him?
So fucking true. Oh, that's awesome. talking about? Like, you don't even call their fucking house. You just go to their house and knock on the fucking door. And then you, like, talk to their mom and you say, is, like, so-and-so there? Is here today? Are they home? Yeah.
And then that's it.
That's actually so awesome. Bro, I just watched Iron Man. Wanna know spoiler? Okay, just one. Bro, I saw your girlfriend sitting out with other guy. I played so many JRPGs that if I walked into this room, I'd fight the Pope. Maybe take out the two.
Bro, swear. Oh yeah, for real. Yeah, it looks like how life, bro.
Well, either that or what happens, like what might, okay, there's a couple things that might happen. First is like you have to fight these ones first, and then phase two is like, is this Jesus? Like it would be like the actual, like right here would be like the actual boss. So like you come into the room and then you'd have to fight that like this like boss fight first, and then this would be like phase two. Or the alternate is that this guy in the throne doesn't get up, and then you have to fight the ads and then this thing first before you fight them.
Yeah. Yeah. We all play too many JRPGs, bro. We all play too many JRPGs. We all think the same shit.
So true.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, for real.
Oh my god. Every time, man. A world of high ping that only those in the know will get. 30 ping.
100. Yeah, for real. Oh my god. It is the worst when you're playing first person shooters. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, just looks stupid. You always end up shooting at nothing.
Like, so true.
600p. Yeah. Oh shit.
So funny. 8 years old, me, when I find the first person hide and seek. These are violent. What the hell? Other companies, please buy our drinks. Red Bull, watch this shit.
Wake up, you spray tan troll.
Okay.
Nikki, you told me to roast you if you didn't wake up.
Okay, here's the deal.
I hope that whole beauty sleep thing is a myth.
That's the best you can do.
You look great for a corpse.
Okay. I'm not. Oh boy, I need something in me.
You mean besides lip filler?
Okay, that was actually pretty good.
I found that fancy restaurant you like on Open Table, but we're a bra this time.
You know I can return you, right?
Good thing you're too lazy.
You know me well.
Chevy trucks are as dependent as Chevy people who drive them. They don't need permission to get going. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too. Chevrolet.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Learn more at easycater.com.
Please, like Red Bull is crazy, man. That's so true. No voice changer here.
Powder isn't using a voice changer because I've never heard a ceiling bird. So far, so good. No ceiling birds. I'm also not black. Powder isn't using.
Might be maidenless, but at least my king wasn't mentioned in the scrolls. Jeez, that's so dumb. That's so stupid. Ah, so dumb. That's so dumb. The green text is diabolical. All right, let's see. Be me arguing on Reddit. Other guys use horrible arguments and refuses to stay on point. Somehow everyone agrees with him, and I'm getting downvoted even though I'm right. Getting angry. Check his account. It's a private account, so I can't stalk him. Idea.jpg. I take a nice argument, but what's with all of the lowly in your profile? He says he doesn't watch that. Other users go to his account and find it, so they assume that he did it to hide the porn that he's watching. Everyone clowns on him. Sometime later, he DMs me saying, "How did I find out he watches lowly?" I don't reply. I just take a screenshot and post it on my comment thread. Instantly gain back all the upvotes. Why is arguing on Reddit so easy? It's like manipulating the stock market and making millions. My feeling when I accidentally expose a pal and karma. Oh my god. That's so crazy. Visa, MasterCard. I don't think people should be able to buy these types of games. Nobody's talking to you, so just process the payment. Yeah, this is like a classic ghost stories moment. When you leave dad in charge. Hey babe, have you seen the baby?
This baby?
Hey baby, have you seen the baby?
Oh, you mean my gaming buddy?
Hey, where's the baby? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Gaming buddy?
Dude, this is so cute. What are you doing?
That's what we do, bro.
Good?
Bro, I swear. This is what we do, bro. Like we game with our kids. This is what we do. And our kids watch us game and they're like, oh, they just slowly get used to the idea that they can do it. My daughter is proof of that. She's always wanting to play games. Always.
Oh my god, Chad, this is so cute.
I just have to put her on the right path. Get her into strategic games so she has to think about it. What? She did. Dang, leaflet. Jorge made her cry. And kids, besides, babies love watching video games. To them, it's like crack. I swear. Like just put your kid down on the floor, right? If you have a baby, just put them down on the floor. Let somebody play video games on the TV in front of them. Swear they stop doing whatever they're doing. They just start looking from whatever position they're in. They just
6-foot wood privacy fence.
stare. It's deep.
Over a 6-foot fence all night. I think the most I ever did in one night was 7 gators. She took her stupid ass. Truly the hero that we needed. Dude, what is there's so many memes of this guy? It's like nonstop. Better a lower salary and a good sleep than a higher salary and a bad sleep. Me with a low salary and no sleep. When she asked me to try her food. Reading a 1080-page novel for fun, reading a 7-page PDF for exam.
I swear, yeah.
When someone asks me for direction in a city that I've lived my whole life. Dude, the memes are just not stopping with this guy. When you realize you have 1 hour work is left, 1 hour of work left, 1 hour and good. Sorry I can't come today. I have a lot of plans. Plans I've made. True. I'm gonna be doing a lot of that soon. Words can't even describe how beautiful you are. Oh, thank you. But numbers can. Bro, that's fucked up. The Jesus glow should be studied. You spent your whole life learning witch spells and being a witch, and then Jesus radically saved you from hell. Damn. Damn, crazy. No Wi-Fi. So true. That's so true because like when there's like none and there's no internet, like I prefer that the internet is completely dead rather than the internet is like kind of fucked up. That way, like it's like okay, the internet's that time to go chill, time to do something else, maybe watch some anime or something like that, right? But like when it's slow, oh, we're not the worst. It's so bad. German man makes the case that German is not an aggressive language.
It pisses me off that people always say, oh, German is such an aggressive language. Not always the case, right? Because hello, in Germany you say, kill. In Italy you say, ciao. And in France you say, assalamu alaikum habibi. What?
Bruh.
It pisses me off that people always say, oh, German is such an aggressive language. Not always the case.
I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, but the world is so nice and quiet. I know. This is why I love being at night. Like that hour, like 12 to 5 a.m. is like perfect. It's the perfect time. It's so true. What's this one? A Nigerian man was very excited and praised God after receiving the news that his wife is pregnant after many years of waiting and praying. That's cool. Oh my god, another one. Actually doing a business and oh my god, actually doing a business thinking about doing this. The funny thing is this exact like motion that he did where like he raised his hands up and like grabbed his toes and just pulled her down. I've done that so many times in my life. Like actually like so many times. And even in just like the last like year, I've done that so much. When the world tells you dangerous, but you're the calmest one so far. Oh yeah. How it feels like to argue with that one friend who remembers everything.
Let's go back 70 minutes.
What the fuck? Yeah, I feel like I need to watch this now. Like even though I don't even really know anything about it. 8-year-old me realizing I'll never become a Super Saiyan no matter how hard.
Vegeta.
only starts moving after he joins the opposite team. Me, when I couldn't do something in 10 minutes, people are great.
And they got me tripping.
True. PC users click mouse to turn around console players. Unfortunately, we decided to move forward with another candidate. Congratulations, you got the internship. You can start Monday. When you ask your crush out and in front of everybody, I cook, they're gonna clown on me. She says no. Bro walks out, walks up, pulls out $20 and slaps in your hand. All right, you won the. Point of view testing my wife's mom instinct.
Get the baby real quick.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Wait, what just happened, hon? Did he just get on John Glow? Yeah, that's fucked up, man. That's so fucked up. It's pretty funny though. Pretty fun, like fucked up but funny.
I don't understand a thing in this game, bro. This game has done nothing but just confuse me, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand what's going on.
What? Yes, that is a real scene, and yes, that is nah, bro. That's a real. He just walks away.
Final return home shocked to find the house clean. Right into this.
A 27-year-old Louis Angelino was hired to clean a friend's apartment in South Jersey. He was told he'd find the key under the mat.
2.5 hours later, place is spotless.
Then the friend reached out to Louis with a perplexing question.
Are you here? Did you come to clean today? And I was like, yeah, I came and cleaned. Like, I'm sitting in your living room right now. Your cat's on my lap. We're playing with your cat. Louis? I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't have a cat.
Yep, Louis had just spent a lot of elbow grease cleaning the wrong apartment. Just so happens both places had keys under the mat. This is the apartment Louis mistakenly cleaned. The home was so shocked. Every room.
Yeah, I can't believe this. I said, what? He said,
They better have paid that man a fuck.
Somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment.
Really?
You know what would have been like the icing?
Wait, hour? So there's 2 people living there? Oh my.
And then the police arrested him for trespassing. That would have been honestly, worst burglar I've ever seen in my fucking life. A dad that every daughter deserves.
Dad, I just got caught. I just got pulled over by the cops for speeding, and I told them that you fell and that I need to come get you, and now they're following me home because they don't believe. It doesn't. Yes. Yeah, and I was speeding, and I told them that you fell, and that I had to come, like, help you. So just, they're coming, and they're following me. What are you doing? I don't know. You have to figure it out. Okay, bye. Love it.
The position he was in, man. Would I be using my knowledge of demonology for what the hell?
Who has summoned me?
It was I, Wanda, who summoned you.
And who is it you would like me to seduce and torture?
Me.
What?
I had a really bad day. So, I had like a really bad day.
Don't summon me again.
Dude got rejected by the demon, by the succubus. That's not real. No. It says it's around 1,600 calories, which is like kind of what I thought, to be honest.
Royal Canin has precise nutrition for your breed's unique needs. Get it at PetSmart. PetSmart. Anything for pets.
Guarantees matters, especially on your brakes. Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Wear more, experience more. Spend less. Own your day. Rent the runway.
Just want to welcome everyone on this special day.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms, it's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have any.
When you think they have mastered English, random British people.
Right.
What?
Did he say?
He said an act is an act. He only chopped it down to his point of view. What's he complaining about?
Wait, I'm not a child. He got her the best present. Okay, let's go.
Okay, I got you a present, but I don't want you to be angry, right?
What do you mean?
It has to do with your drinking problem. And by
What?
drinking problem, I mean not drinking enough water. So to counteract that, I got you this.
Sippy cup?
For adults, it makes it fun. Look, you can blow bubbles at the top.
I'm not a child.
Take a little sip. I got you a present.
That's actually kind of awesome. That's wholesome. All right, more of this, please. You're never supposed to see this.
Got my slapstick? Is he smart or smart? Are you saying that they're smart, or are you saying they're more?
I need answers. I need answers. I need answers.
That's smart. That's smart.
I love it. I love it. The Fantastic Four is a real 1,600 pound bears. They're CGI.
With the see, with a 10-foot, 1,600-pound Kodiak tied to the Lee and actress like me. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. Sexy time, especially dressed like this, or he might mistake me for a oversized stranger. It's gonna be a rumble in the jungle. 20 feet away from Kodiak. Something unnatural like this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I wanted to be an actor. I gotta tell you, I never thought I'd ever seen with a 10-foot.
Me with a job, me without a job, me with a different job. Yeah, it's all the same, man. What did the little boy just say?
A baby boy in November.
Oh God, dang. God dang.
Man. So that's how you want to play it?
There's more. He's like, what the fuck? Putting noodles over hot dogs, bro.
What's the 500 free ticket around the Jeep thing? It's 500 euros. What is this? Can you explain what this is? It's 500 euros. Yeah, bro. What do you mean you can't hear me? Are you deaf or something? Sorry, it's 500 euros. What? What are you sorry?
Caesar. Damn. Got him. Got him. Logic.
Don't hit my grandchildren, they will be traumatized. My mom
You ain't lying, bro. You ain't fucking lying, bro. What? My mom punched me in the chest, bro.
to 2005 and telling people that this is the dude who ends up kidnapping the dude, walking around and flipping the Ayatollah.
Ethan has to give me that countryside.
Man. That's amazing. I didn't remember James being this based. What?
Hope you're ready. With our combined feminine prowess, we'll be toast in no time flat.
Well, yeah,
suppose I wouldn't mind knocking Ash down a peg or two.
Let's throw those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong.
Oh shit. Mm.
That's in no time flat.
Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't mind knocking.
The Pokemon French dub is wild.
Wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Pause. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. So I was just going through some Pokemon material, right? Just random funny Pokemon clips. So s- somebody suggested that I watch the French dub of Pokemon, and they said to watch the episode with Minos and Minos or whatever those two Pokemon are. The freaking mouse Pokemon with the positive and negative charge. Um really? Really guys? It's funny. It is funny as shit. Yeah, the blue one's his name is Nigga. Straight up. Like it's wild. It's wild. Like, I was not expecting that. That shit caught me off guard. I was like, did I hear what I thought I heard? Did it just say nigga? Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, what am I going to say? Huh? I can't tell. Well, I can't tell the French not to say negative anymore. To be fair, never heard a French person say the word negative. So I actually want to see that now, just to see if they'll say it. Yeah. Let's see. Just have me walk up to him. My name is Negative Chris. What's that? What they gonna say? What you think? I'm Negative Chris. What's oh shit. I mean, I have all the enclosure skills that are available to me. See, nigga. Plus, oh my, plussy and nigga. Okay, wow, that sounds like pussy nigga. Dang.
Fucking I don't give a flying fuck what your breath is. I believe this shit with a
Dad, where do humans come from? God made us. But Mom said we came from apes. Just talking about our family.
Fly literally.
Mm. Oh.
What is this? What is this?
And I'll just end with this. I would rather stick forks in my eyes than be here tonight to listen to Donald Trump talk about the State of the Union.
Damn.
At first she thought it was a coincidence. Turns out, community moves you. Quite literally.
Bum, 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 bam.
Results that
I
speak
thought she
for
would have lost by
themselves.
now.
Find out why at
Damn.
Conception.com. For small business owners, documents, more questions than answers.
Oh, they took a scroll there. So,
Now taxes is done for you with a TurboTax expert who knows your industry inside and out.
Things at work don't always
Work.
but with Easy Cater, food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? Easy Cater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. Easy Cater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
Man, Trump should probably get a couple more terms.
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. Pretty straightforward.
Bob, get out.
Damn,
Hey, stop.
based.
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
You know, this is like the perfect difference actually between the two. This is the big difference between like people who are mostly on vibes and people that are like about results. We did this War and Peace.
okay.
This is actually incredible. Dude, I actually love like the way they did this, like a fucking like this old like TV show. Man, me and bro tried to hop on the game before the low level friends list were online.
He's watching over you. Deep space before he realizes I'm gone. A fucking bottle.
Fucking true, true. L charged for hate crime. Suspect claims, how is it hate? Suspect claims, how is it a hate crime if I love doing it? Pentagon, hexagon, octagon, Ayatollah. Ayatollah God. I didn't even notice her. I see, I see. Custom mashup request? By therapist, even for seeing damage, people try to fix them. You do that to your therapist. Look at it was good. But it feels so strange.
You.
I thought I'd see something. Wow.
She accidentally. Oh, she's eating her horse.
I haven't seen a comedy this intelligent. This show will be done within 2 minutes of the air today.
I realize this one. But you must have a positive identification on the bottom. Yes, of course. No, I've never seen that woman before.
I feel the break.
So put 'em in the box.
Vitamins get all the credit. Minerals do all the work. Trace Minerals. Minerals keep you moving.
Heck no. Money can't buy happiness, so everyone knows that.
Finally, boys, we've been waiting for this moment. Feast! Yummy! Let me ask you something, okay? I'm going to show you a screenshot, and I want you to tell me what you think this game is. Now, if you're anything like me, you probably would have said something like Elden Ring or Dark Souls. And guess what, buddy? You'd be wrong. That's a Call of Duty Zombies screenshot. What the hell happened? Don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on Call of Duty Zombies. I'm having a blast with it this year. But holy crap, this series has changed so much. So they recently released the new map for the Zombies mode on Black Ops 6, and we thought we'd give it a try. And of course, as you'd expect, it went, this looks like a pack of punches. I don't know what's in here, but I'm letting it out. Along with attempting the main Easter egg in this map, we actually were told there was an Easter egg involving rats in some sort of rat circle, so of course we had to try that too. So I gotta ask, if you enjoyed this video on Call of Duty Zombies, leave a like on this video to let me know. Subscribe if you're new and enjoying the content, and thank you so much for watching the video in the first place. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. My friend on the stream, shut up, we're playing COD Zombies, get used to it, okay? Because that's what's happening, I don't care, new map drop. Big gumball. Okay, I'm gonna mute again. Big gumball, that's like the one thing he provides to the stream in the first 5 seconds, that's the first thing he says. The script clearly says, Tucker has to say, oh, what do you know? It says big gumball. Okay, alright, you got track. My apologies. Alright, we're a little bit behind schedule here, but we should be able to make Act 2 on time if we just hurry up. And Eli, you said it.
For irises for the next year. I was the replacement on. Yeah, I think you did do. You would say that. You did say that. I just reached a magic number. What video? 57? That's not 67. And what I ask, is there any other one that there's a must-go under the stadium ballroom and gold slip swimsuit? I mean, I wouldn't really consider them a must-fall, but they would be pretty nice to have up as a parody. You know. Yeah, I know it's the check level. It's 57, not 67. It's not a funny number. I did some guts and got to UG5, and it's kill you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Levi leaves. Oh, right, it's the beginning. The actual beginning. And I will do mini speeds. The other speed here. Yeah. Oh, it's the same as. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Connection must focus your given true. Honestly, it's so real. Stamina power. Why is my pasta not on the epithet to test the report? Is she actually not? I don't think that goes. I don't expect her to be. Do I? Well, guys, you know what? I'm not gonna do a race here. Let me just load this though. If I'm doing a race, I want to get a more witty. One more that wit. And through my playlist, I could not find the mid-roll. One private video where it would have been. The search and can't find the right video either. Oh, Miku. Ah, the Miku. Not the same quality as yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Speed. Amazing. Oh, well, big stocks. If I recently managed to get my first US, oh, damn, that's it. The custom line. That's pretty sick. Congratulations. I am way too far from getting a US, that's for sure. 40K, 39K score, it should be second place. Yeah, it should be second place. Wait, what? Maybe the leaderboard didn't refresh yet. Maybe they refresh tomorrow. Maybe. Surely. Probably. Speed. There is no. I think for the rest of the year, I want to focus on police orders. I mean, okay. Let me get the holy calendar chat. Yeah, the holy calendar. But before I do that, why is Shifty pregnant? Hmm. What are they? Why is Shifty pregnant? Anyway, the holy calendar. I mean, like, she's nice to have as a parent. All of them are. She's also really nice to have as a parent, especially for team trials. But Kopano Reiki is also an amazing character for darts. Honestly, like, I feel like must pull, like, I guess, quote unquote, must pull.
Zaxby's just dropped a whole new line of dry runs, and they're not playing around. Who's got the sauce?
It's the beginning. Can't tell the choice. About who we were, what we wanted. When we should have done now. What we did was help.
I'm sure we all are the big boys here, and you all know how I feel, so you know how I am. So I'm sure you understand that I'm not actually being serious. Yeah. I'm sorry it bothers you, but like, I can't stop myself. I mean, you guys, wait a second. Rip up on Ricky being very good. Yeah, it's pretty damn nice. Merciful, by the way, and that's casually if you ask me. Yeah, like she is pretty damn strong. Yeah. It's pretty damn strong. That's what the end like I know. Yeah. Other than that, why is Shifty pregnant, Chad? Pull the seed given by the commander. Why is Shifty pregnant? Interesting. What? Huh? What? What did you say? Right now, shit, my body is full of speed. You really did put in quite a lot. Holy. So,
What?
is that what you think? He's talking about actual blind speeds. When I moved just now, my stomach seemed to wobble. Ooh. Is new life about to bloom inside me? I just stopped talking to Sam. Just stopped talking to Sam. The seeds, chat, the seeds. Hey,
Yeah.
there's this new wallpaper. I'm gonna get it. I like the wallpaper. Very nice wallpaper. Maybe I'll start using it. I'm gonna save it. You guys wanna use the Freedom wallpaper, chat? There you go. Umamasume. Umamasume. Also, hello, David. Welcome to stream, man. We're doing great. Thank you so much, as always. Just checking some stuff. Let me check the shop really quick. Give me a second, chat. I'll buy it afterwards, I guess. Whatever. Yes, yes. She had a big meal. I guess so, huh? I guess she did have a big meal. Very big one. Full of seeds. Full of seeds. Although if you're a new player, you would probably elect Dirty and Sakamono Ricky as the mascot. That is true. That is definitely a very, very good point. I am planning on pulling for Kopano Ricky, actually. My plan is to pull for Ricky and for the Maruzanski speed card. Yeah, because I want front runner support card. I feel like it would be pretty damn useful. Yeah, it would be pretty damn useful. I guess I'll do this. Okay. We ball. Yoink. Level up on speed. More speed. Friendship. Insane, chat. Insane. Big stongs, chat. Big stongs. Erase. Oh. More energy. Okay, but like, where are my 40% mega bombs? Wait a second. That is some big songs. I honestly, chat, I'm gonna say nice. Especially because I have a thing here. Okay, so technically, I truly wish it was real sad. Also, hello, King MLG. Welcome to the stream. We're doing great. We're having a beautiful, wonderful day. What is this like? Stella of the Sora. Okay, I'm not gonna watch a 4 minute video. Maybe I will. So I need to wake up, chat. Holy, maybe I will watch a 4 minute video. Jesus Christ. Okay, like, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I was planning on quitting Stellasaura. Low-key, I was actually planning on quitting Stellasaura. Actually, better not. Let's read that one. I'm gonna tell the ship, shut, let's read that one. Oh, I was planning on quitting Stellasaura. But maybe God damn, when she puts her hands on her, Jesus. Why doesn't she talk? Why does she voice something? What a rash decision? Perhaps. Serenity. I remember seeing some screenshots of this, actually. Holy dying out. I saw some screenshot of this, shots of this, but I didn't know it was an actual video. Oh. And honestly, I just thought it was, I didn't even think it was from the official account or from the actual game. Well, funny. I know. Who's your favorite judge? I can't decide. I think the right one is my favorite. Is she? Not sure. そんなことさない。Why are they siblings so much? Not bad. They said we don't like their outfits. Imagine. And she said, yeah, sorry, I look at it. That one. Okay, she said to not tease me, Chad. Said to not tease me. Yes. And she's saying, oh, we're not teasing, we're just very hurt. They are very hurt. The white one. I really like the white one. I don't know which one is my favorite. In the story, to make sense that they are not playable, really. You understand Japanese? Koshidake. A little bit of Japanese. Just a little tiny bit. Sa. I think it'll. Oh shit! What is that? I don't know. I thought they were having like a sick stuff. Damn, the Rusty chan. Damn. Mao-chan, bunny. God damn, yes. Toyota Mitsubishi sushi ramen. Hey everyone. Hey everyone. The strike hit very close to our building, and I don't know how long I'll be able to stay online. I was already looking at another video, but compared to this one, it didn't feel important anymore. So I wanted to report this as fast as possible before things possibly get worse, or before I'm not able to upload at all. I don't know if my microphone can pick it up, but sometimes you guys might hear some explosions in the background or some bullets flying by trying to hit the targets. So I'm sorry if that distracts you all from the video. Over the past 3-4 days, the situation here has escalated a lot. Attacks have become much more frequent and much more aggressive. The capital of Iran, Tehran, has 22 districts, and just overnight, around 20 of them have been experiencing strikes every couple of hours. And unfortunately, one of those strikes hit very close to our building. All of our windows were completely shattered, and I got injured. It's not severe, but my leg is hurt badly enough that I probably won't be able to walk properly for about 2 weeks. But it's not just physical injury. The shock from that blast has also affected me in a way I did not expect. When I try to walk normally, after a few steps, my vision starts spinning and I lose my balance. It's a very strange feeling, and honestly, I think my body and mind are still processing what happened. Since recording this, power has already gone out multiple times. After each strike, electricity cuts out, and sometimes it comes back quickly, but other times it can take hours.
anywhere from a few minutes to even 4 hours. And right now, it feels like it's only a matter of time before either the power goes out completely or the internet shuts down entirely. Some internet infrastructure has been affected, either damaged or overwhelmed. When one system goes down, all traffic gets redirected somewhere else, and that just creates more pressure on what's left. So everything becomes slower, more unstable, and more likely to fail. Because of everything, prices have also gone up a lot. People who fix windows are now charging 4 to 8 times more than normal because everyone needs repair at the same time. And in a situation like this, some people take advantage of that. There are also people online scamming others. They give you a test connection, you see that it works, but once you pay, they disappear. And since a lot of these services aren't officially allowed, people can't even report it without putting themselves at risk. Even banks currently have started limiting physical cash withdrawals, so most payments now have to be done digitally, which also comes with extra fees and taxes. Everything just became harder, even basic things. I don't know how things will look in the next few days, but I wanted to share this while I still can. If I go quiet for a bit, just know it's not by choice, and that's legit. Be right back.
Damn.
That just happened. I don't know if my microphone picked it up. If it did, that was loud, but okay. Don't matter. If you're watching, here's a live experience of that while I'm recording. And Admiral, if you're watching, yeah, that was insane. In my last video, I saw a lot of people, especially from Asmongo's chat, asking why don't you talk about the sanctions? So in this video, I will. What sanctions and restrictions actually look like in daily life. Because this is not something you can explain in one sentence. To tell you the scale of sanctions inside my country, I will tell you a number that one website has estimated. There might be more since the website hasn't been updated since 2020. But the index alone tracks over 12,000 sanctions recorded connected to Iran. Nobody is able to talk about all of this in one video, and I have talked about the most important ones, I would say. Because of the restrictions, local alternatives are created. For example, a local search engine project like Google, but only for Iran, called Sanario, reportedly costing over 2 trillion rial to develop, which is roughly around $1 million today, and significantly more at the time it was built years ago. That I have been told is estimated around $67 million. But here's the part where people find it surprising. If you look for something inside of this local search engine, and if it cannot find what you're searching for, it may still ask you to look it up in a global search engine like Google, which shows the gap between building something and actually replacing global system. Another frequent question is, do you have companies like Amazon or global brands? The reality is, if a company or brand does not start its operation locally, access to that company or brand becomes extremely limited or indirect. So let me give you an example from each category that you guys might know. Let's start with tech services. NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, Microsoft, Apple, Samsung, Google, MSI, Asus, Sony, Meta, Tesla, Razer, and etc. The services over here of that brand does not exist. They do, however, get imported here by the seller to be sold for a much higher price, but it does not offer any services. Moving on to the gaming platforms. Let's start off with the most frequent inside of our country, PlayStation, which many can't even log in to their account since the last few years ago. And then Xbox, Blizzard, Epic Game, Steam, Riot Game, and etc. do not offer services inside of Iran. Again, you are able to buy the game with gift cards, but if something happens to your account, like account hack or ban for using a VPN, that is still on you. Since where we live, they do not give any services. Even if you manage to get the product, support and services may still not exist at all. So if something breaks, you're on your own. What I am about to tell you might sound insane, but it is real. As you guys may know, in some online games, player can earn in-game currency and sell services, especially in a game where we all know Asmongold from. At certain times, like the start of the new game's update, some players can make around $1,000 in Iran in a short period by boosting or selling in-game resources like gold. Later in the cycle, that drops to around $100 to $500. For example, in a game, 1,000 gold is 60,000 real. Now compare that to real life. That amount can be equal to or higher than what many average workers make. Think about that. A virtual economy inside a game can sometimes feel stronger than real world income. And people are doing this by playing 8 to 9 hours a day. But a normal worker works around 12 to 14 hours a day. That is not normal, and that is just absurd. As you guys already know, many global things do not exist in our country. Because of that, there is no copyright. For example, let me show you this. Many of you who are watching currently already know about World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is from Blizzards, and you need to pay a subscription in order for you to play. This is a website from our country, and over here, you might see some stuff in the background that you already know what it is. This is World of Warcraft. And the thing is, this game only works for people inside of Iran. And I have downloaded this game to show you how it works. As you can see right here, I know you cannot read it, but this is how you log into the website. You make a username and password. And when you download the game, you extract it, and it says wow.exe, and you open this. As you can see, this is normal World of Warcraft. Pretty much. And you just log in with the password and username you created inside the website, and boom, you log in, connected successfully, and I am in. And over here, you only see people from Iran and nobody else, because the server is always set to people who live inside of Iran. And also, you are able to sell your currency when you farm it for much cheaper price though. This is not just for World of Warcraft, but every single game that comes out, even Crimson Desert, is inside of our website. However, I do not recommend people to do this because it might destroy your computer with viruses, because the cracked versions you are able to download over here might not be very good for your computer, but many people do it because they cannot afford the real game. I also wanted to thank everyone who supported me and donated and helped me out with the channel. We raised around $7,000, but I only received the first 5,000, and taxes of that 5,000 was about 17%. So we lost around $800 to $1,000, which is a lot. When I heard that from my girl, I almost had a stroke. $2,800 of that money went to the repairs of the house, and 200 extra of that went for buying rice and stuff like that for the people who are homeless and have been struck down or pretty much been homeless. So I wanted to thank you guys so much for the love and support. The rest of the money I will be saving for a future home that me and my girl want to buy. We're trying to save quite a bit of money to buy a house. You guys should already know houses are expensive. So it'll be a cool journey to vlog everything if possible, and move forward, and you guys can see the entire life turn around. So hopefully I can see you guys later in the future videos. See you guys in the next video.
Smell like royalty all day. Watch, protect, and finish with credit.
Ridgewoo, start improving your fitness from day one with real-time fix and guidance built around your goals. See where Woo can take you.
Startups are awesome. At Framer, we're making at least one part easy. Your website. Now, VC-backed startups.
Combo, Nepo, because related to the record. Yeah. Let's be honest, almost all resource owners are rich. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Maybe that April scheduled April 4th. Well, it's the 31st. Yeah. I do not think so. Okay. Wow, April 5th though. Tonight at the Leibniz Droids. Dorados. Ligny Droid. That's going to be Daiwa Scarlet. And Twin Turbo. As well as Bamboo Memory and Secret of Pearl. All the way up to Mississippi. And then we have the gotcha for characters. 2022. That's going to be Nishiro Gawa, Yaino Mujiku, King Halo, Nice Nature, Imus Fusion. So we have Nishino Flower with Dallas Scarlet, Sweet Chocho. And then we have Yaino Mutaki with the rerun of Twin Turbo, Imus Fusion. And then we have the Cheerleader, Nice Nature with King Halo, Sick of the Pearl, and Bamboo Number. And then we have Ines Fusion with Mr. Shibi Tokai Te. Alright? And now, besides that, we have Golden Week, Trace and Cheer Squad, Aries Cup. So we have two events, Aries Cup, Golden Week. Okay, the first event is after the ballroom. Oh yeah, the ballroom. Which we did earlier. I forgot about the ballroom. Which we talked about, but we gotta mention it always. We gotta mention it. My right page is low. Okay.
All right, let's see what Shurley's saying.
Okay, and then we got events. Aries Cup, Green Christmas recap. I spent the month saving for Palmer to add to my Java squad. 20 super gold list. Okay, story event. Only tab and RAM usage. I'll be fine. Okay, so this one comes right after the ballroom. Okay, and it's going to feature Air Shakur. Is this the free card chat? I believe so, right? Did they change the Twitch font? Yeah, David Pulse. And this one is after the cheerleader, I would guess. Alright? And it's gonna feature this Kawakami Princess card? Or Secret of Pearl? Wait, which is the event cards? No, not Secret of Pearl. Would it be this Kawakami Princess?
No.
Tab? Believe so, right? Yeah, I will. Okay, cool. Alright. Very nice. Pretty much all of them. Cool. Easy. Okay, Sanskara we know, Fushi Kiseki we know. We know. This one is just circling. Can you see my lights?
Slow down, move over. Too many first responders are hit by distracted drivers every day.
Yeah, you need a different sound. Right? Alright. Serenity, end closer, jammed, deal, kind of whatever, pretty bad. Eager, new skill, straightaway spurt, end closer corners. It's like a consideration for end closer cards, end closer Unos. It's a free to play option for end closer Unos. It's pretty much what it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be super relevant. Nishino Flower, 15 speed, 15 power, short mile, okay. Budding Blossom, if the skill user engaged in a
Holy crap, I made her a monster.
challenge on a mid-race corner, increase acceleration while well positioned, late race at least halfway through the final corner. Oh. Okay, late race, final corner, either on the final straight or on the later half of the final corner. You must be third or fourth. You're on the final straight late race, or you're on the final corner late race, and it's the second half of it. Kind of weird. It's basically a bigger head-on. It's a worse. It's kind of weird. It's like second half of the final corner. It's a very, very specific, right?
Holy Parenthood?
Yes.
Holy Mall Parenthood? With a little bit of stamina?
Preparing for bases.
I'll take a 1-star stamina over a 1-star guts.
Blocked on the sides while you are
Standard distance.
on
3-star Tokyo. Speed power, 2-star. I always pick Lala because I can't remember. There's too many to remember. Speed, stamina. Okay. Corner recovery. 3-star.
What is it for?
37 races. I didn't even realize I did that many. I thought I did only like 34 or 35.
Okay.
I forgot.
Final corner, second half of it. I guess. Probably carries over. Duration. Duration is 4 seconds. The final, if you could do it on the final straight, it's nice, right? Sprinter Stakes. Sprinter Stakes is where, Sean?
I didn't get a single long skill. Okay. I mean, now if she's a good ace, she's a good ace for mild, medium, and long. As long as it's right-handed in the standard distance. I mean, she's built. I mean, medium to long distance.
Right? That's a perfect acceleration for this phone. Final corner, later half, activates, boom. If engaged in a challenge on this weird corner. Actually, it's like engage in a challenge on the third or the fourth corner, right? It's on any corner. It doesn't have to be on the final corner. So it's like, yeah. It's a weird it's a weird, huge corner. Mega corner. Alright? So she's perfect for the sprinter stakes. That's a perfect acceleration for the sprinter stakes too. When you inherit it, point two. This is if you're looking for a sprinter parent, I guess. Not bad. It's hard to find, I feel like, applications for it in other places. It's only like if the acceleration zone is on the final straight, essentially. Right? Straight adapt, acceleration, straight descent. There's straight descent too. Not really. I guess straight descent's kind of
Try
nice
Kitty sign again.
for her. Because she gets like starting acceleration. Slightly increased acceleration on a straight. It's not even bad for her either. Beeline burst, that makes sense. Laser the corners and determined descent. Yeah, she's kind of like a sprinter stakes merchant, right? I don't know where that term comes from, merchant. She's a sprinter stakes specialist, right? Die with Scarlet. Wow, pretty card. Holy. Okay. I have readjusted my seat. Power bonus 2. This is a premium card. Stamina bonus. Race bonus 10. When it's max summer break. Scales all the way. Prepare to pass patience to corners. Neck and neck. Acceleration goal. First half. Base chaser. On the late race. Oh, it's a gold version of head on. Oh, first half. But this is Japanese, right? Head on isn't typically like that. But this is a must for Base Chaser. The skill is, yeah. In JP they updated. First half is buffed. It's on your left for Base Chaser, yeah. This is a power card. 10% race bonus. Definitely a borrow. I don't know if we're gonna get this version though, right, chat? I think this is just the Japanese edition. I don't think we're gonna get this version, right? Yeah, we're not getting this version. Not for a bit. Later on, sure. Pretty good. But like, whatever. Sleep Tosho, SR support card. Wit. No race. Oh, yeah, race bonus. Okay. Wit card. 10%. 10% training effectiveness. Not bad. Not a bad wit card. 10% race bonus. 10% training effectiveness. Not. That's our wit card. The skills from events or whatever.
Ooh, whoa.
I like this as a
UG5, UG2, UG3. What does that even look like?
This is the Derby horse.
Sweet Jesus.
Or no? Or Tenosho Auto.
That's crazy.
Satsuki show. Satsuki show. Oh, yeah, yeah. The Satsuki show.
With no wit cards. Or no stem cards.
Medium, mild.
Oof. God.
Pace late. Bad and longs.
And it's a medium.
Succeed? Doesn't do very well.
Yeah, participate in the Keeper show. She's okay in the Derby and don't do well in the Keeper show. Fearless Dance of Flowering Flames. If the skill user passes another runner on the final corner or later, increase velocity with Fiery Fighting Spirit when in the front part of the pack with the meters remaining. Remaining distance 300. Has to be final corner or pass. You overtake someone. Top 4. Okay. So it's a final straight final corner. End game velocity skill. My guess is it would be perfectly built for the Satsuki show, which is is it not that? Okay. Nakayama 2000.
I'll go to UG7.
Late race. 300 meters
47.
remaining. Is literally the final straight. Yeah. 300 meters remaining is literally the final straight. And so it's a perfect end game velocity skill for the Satsuki show. Right? The perfect activation timing. Ramp up, steadfast, patience in corners, sure. Steadfast, unyielding. Yeah, this one's kind of whatever. But patience in corners and ramp up is good. Fighting spirit, engagement challenge mid pack. Oh, that's the burning soul. Like whatever. It's on. Is nice. Very good. Like old version of ramp up. I want to get unyielding. Or acceleration, whatever. But yeah, Satsuki show. Built for Satsuki show. A lot of power. Do you stream full time? I make content full time. I think it's stream full time though. Twin Turbo SSR. Speed. It's just horrible chain events. Skills are fine, but it's like good luck. Every choice you do, there's a chance that the event chain ends. So pretty much no one gets to try. This is avoid. Avoid. If you get this card, you contract cancer. Highness Fusion, SSR, Guts. Race bonus, 5%. Speed bonus. Yeah, she's a good Guts card. But no 10% race bonus. 1 speed bonus, high special priority. Good stat stick passives. We have 15% training effectiveness. Mood effect and friendship bonus. So good stat stick for Guts. You have Slipstream Playtime's Over, Speed Eater, very good skills. Moxie, very good skill. Restless, very good skill as well. For like medium, long distance frontrunners. It's a great Guts card. The problem is that it's an SSR Guts card. And the other problem is that to get any special priority, she needs to be like maximum authority. So she's a whale card. But otherwise, like, pretty good skills. Yeah, I'm switching Guts. Yeah, she's like a model Guts card. Very, very good. In the sense that if everything's maximum authority. Nice Station Cheerleader. 10, 10, 10. Okay. Track Blazer possible. Pace late. Go, go, goal. If the skill user passes another runner, or final corner or later, increase velocity from the mid-pack onward on the final straight. If the skill user isn't one of the top favorites, must the result to keep steadily increasing velocity. Oh? Bonus duration if you're not popular. Oh, okay. Sure. Cool. Last straight. So final straight, 4th through 6th, you have to be unpopular to get a great league or a longer duration. And yeah, interesting.
Nice Nature's a must pull, and Halo. Yeah. Must pull. Everyone must pull. Nimble Nav is nice. Tether is nice. Take the Chance. In position to the back late race, slightly increase acceleration, which is very good. It's a Wide Spill from the Brink, which is a new skill introduced by Assembly Rudolph Whitpart. Dominator. Long Shot, which I guess you would do. And then No Stopping Me. Yeah, wow, she has No Stopping Me for her late surgery? Okay. Inherently, not bad. Yeah, not bad. Otherwise, like, without this, it's a final corner straight. Not bad. Okay. Very cute. She can even go end closer. I guess so. Bad. Can't use Nice Nature Wit. You can't get on your luck. Yeah, that's important. King Halo Cheerleader must pull. Must pull. 10, 10, 10. Short, mile, medium. Can also run long if you really wanted to. Late Searcher. Pace Chaser. Louder, Tracing Cheer. If the skill user stays toward the back, very back during the first half of the race, without being rushed. Unleash Fighting Spirit to increase acceleration on the final straight. Ooh. Final straight? The fuck? What is that? Order rate out 70, continue. Your position has been worse than the top 70% for the race until now. Okay. Okay, so you've been hanging in the back as a late surger or an end closer, probably an end closer. You also cannot have been rushed. On the final straight, increase acceleration. Increase acceleration. Last straight. Sprint Excel, yeah. You have her on JP? Yeah, I've never really looked at her skill before. End closer parent. It's last straight. Last straight. Sprint or long? Long? Maybe? Which long? Sprint. Just want to welcome everyone on this special day. Go, go. Spring spectacle. Yeah. Yeah, it's on the last straight. I mean, what's the skill? What's the thing for that? Takamatsu no Miya, Yasuda, Winter Stakes? Last straight? I guess it can kind of work for last straight. It's just like it's not too good. Takamatsu no Miya Kinen is Nakayama phone number, or is that its first name? Takamatsu no Miya Kinen is Shukyo 1200. Okay. This is the perfect acceleration for Takamatsu no Miya Kinen. For Takamatsu no Miya Kinen, it's the god Excel skill. And you inherit it too. Even then, like, you can't be rushed. And you also have to be a late surgery. It's very specific. It's Shukyo. Seeking the Pearl, cheerleader outfit. The more maximum energy you have, the higher training effectiveness you'll gain. Skip. Skip. Who am I still? Skip. Head on, slick surge. Yeah, no. I don't think it's gonna be very good at all. Skill point bonus. Not very good though. Dauntless. Mid-pack during the second half of the race. Increase velocity and various other exhaust. On that card. Bamboo Memory. Full of Vigor. Zoom to the back of the final corner. Increase velocity. Gopher. And then this event is an event which features this card as a free-to-play. Stat and skill points gains after finishing a race. So that's race bonus, isn't it? She has 5% race bonus. Right? Power bonus 2. Yeah, stack games and races. Unyielding is pretty trash. Princess Punch, Princess Escape. Yeah, she's whatever. Not, I don't even think like there's a niche really with her. Yeah, I don't know. Ines Fujin! Ines Fujin! The Hat Girl. 15-15 speed guts. Mile medium. 10 race long. Mostly just a front runner. Sometimes a pace chaser. Moderately increased velocity when positioned in front with about 300 meters remaining. Yet coming out of an uphill. Greatly increased velocity instead. Okay, I'm just going to take it for its word. They're coming out of an uphill. Chat. Increase speed. Increase velocity instead. A greatly increase. What is that? With about 300 meters remaining. What is she known for? I think she's a Derby horse, no? Osaka High? Takarazuka Kino? Kenosha Autumn? She won the Derby? Yeah, she is a Derby horse, right? Okay. So, Tokyo Yusha. Tokyo Yushin, coming out of the uphill on the last straight with about 300 meters remaining. Okay, 300 meters remaining. Yeah. This is like 500 meters on the final straight, right? So, yeah, you'll hit the uphill. Slipstream, Moxie, with all my soul. Wild wind. Okay. Whoa, decreased current speed. Wow. Weird skill. Okay. Position for the front mid-race, so increase velocity and minimally increase the velocity when it's behind. Okay. Slipstream, Moxie, Tokyo Racecourse, Restless, On Base, Speed Eater, Wild Wind. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Cool. Mr. CD must pull for end closers. Just amazing stats. Talked about it before. Daring Strike. Beautiful skill. Amazing skill. Tell high, straightaway spur. Yeah, just the amazing skill. Tokai Tail. That's our stamp. 10% race bonus. Skill point bonus.
Training effectiveness, initial stamina and guts is kind of okay. Not bad, stamina card. 10% race bonus is kind of nice. Nimble nav, medium corners. I'd say she's a pretty solid stamina card. Definitely a contender for Manhattan Cafe, My Own Top Gun, especially for Track Blazer. Not like a crazy stat stick, because we're missing the mood effect, but skill point bonus, easy to make friends, and 10% race bonus, solid skills. Nimble nav as an end. Yeah. Solid stamina card. Okay. Let's wrap it up, chat. No special cryo. No. Never mind. Yeah, it's kind of whatever. The wandering stamina card. Thank you. Good catch. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. You ready? All right. Let me turn off the music. Yo, what is up, YouTube? So today I want to talk about the April 2026 release schedule. We're going to go through all the banners, all the events, talk about what's coming up, and yeah, so that you can properly prepare. We talked a lot about support cards that are coming up, and like what are the must-pulls, which this one does include. We have Mr. CB at the very end. Everything else is pretty safe and easy skip if you want to just get to that part. But here I am to talk about, like, give a brief overview of all the UMAs, all the cards if you do still happen to pull them, what to look forward to. If this is helpful to you at all, remember to like and subscribe. Use code MAMA for 10% off your gamer subs. Let's get right into it. So, first things first, and this is a brief overview. Remember, we do the shooting pulls that have more detail. I believe, like, this video covering this banner, which is the ballroom banner, should come out maybe before or after this video. You'll have to see it for more detail. But first things first is the Satan Sky Ballroom, Fuji Kiseki Ballroom. Okay, so this character banner, okay, should you pull for it, what's the brief overview? Satan Sky is a very fantastic frontrunner. She will have trouble inheriting Anglian Scheme because she's Satan Sky herself. You can do it if she's the grandparent, right? But her unique skill is pretty much a good skill whenever angling and scheming is not a good skill, okay? It activates on the back stretch, all right? Activates on the back stretch and, it's an acceleration skill with speed that activates on the back stretch. If it's on the back stretch, she gets the acceleration. If it's not the back stretch, then she does not get acceleration. And it's a late race, straight, unique skill. Right? It provides acceleration again if it's on the backstretch. Otherwise, it's just speed. Okay? Very cool. Very nice UMA for a front runner. You got a escape artist. You got an early lead, top runner. These are really good front runner skills. It's not like the best, right? We don't have taking the lead. We don't have groundwork like Valentine Mayhem the Bourbon, but she's still a very, very solid front runner. Very nice front runner too. It's just not as universal as like the actual original Satan Sky. Moving on. Fuji Kiseki, Ballroom, mile racer primarily. She's very cool. She has a great lead speed boost on her unique skill. It's very similar to Buell Haikita's activation condition. Just to pass someone on the final corner, she has to be top 4. But it's a great lead speed boost, so that's pretty nice. Mile corners, we have Prepare to Pass. We have Tantalizing Trick, which is awful. But you have built-in Head On, which is a random pace chaser acceleration on the late race, which is, not bad when you're layering on other acceleration skills, very solid. Speed Star, Pace Chaser is a very solid, not unique, but it's a sort of end game velocity skill, right? That activates on the final corner. So very, very nice skill for Fuji Kiseki. Very beautiful outfit as well. Definitely, I'm going to be pulling for it. I think this is going to be a very nice Juma to pull for. Moving on, you have Sirius Symboli with SSR, and this card is going to be a borrow card. It's a whale borrow card. The unique effect might as well not be a thing. It's just not going to happen that often, especially in the track race scenario. But she has 10% race.
If you want total health care from a provider you trust, right in the palm of your hand,
If you want suit with sweatpants.
As well as From the Brink, new gold skill. It's an acceleration skill for medium distance tracks only. Very good medium distance, late racer and closer acceleration skill. Once again, just for the medium distances. We have Simply Rudolph SSR Stamina card. This card is pretty bad. Initial stats, depending on what cards are in your deck, and it does have 10% race bonus, but it's just not a very good card. With the unique effect, with the fact that it doesn't provide a gold heal, Burning Soul is a mediocre sort of gold velocity skill. It's just not that great. So I would say the banner, it's a whale banner, and it's a pretty easy skip. Simply Rudolph or Cirrus Symboli's SSR card is fine. It's a good card, and definitely one to consider borrowing. It's just that it requires too much to get going, right? You need Limit Break 3 to get the race bonus, and so I just wouldn't advise anyone to be pulling exclusively for this card. Moving on, we have the event coming up tonight at the Lion Droid. I don't know what that means. We're going to skip this part. Okay, talk about the event. The event is not like, it's not anywhere different than the other events. You know, grind your event points, you know, get the rainbow crystals, rainbow shards. The card that it offers, which is a good opportunity to talk about that, is the Airshaker Star Speed card. And the long story short of this card is it's a pretty good free-to-play option when you're raising end closers. Why? You have speed bonus 2, power bonus 1, and so you also have 5% race bonus, which is pretty par for the course for a lot of free-to-play SSR speed cards. Not bad, especially priority. We have Mood Effect and French bonus. Okay stats and classes, but 5% race bonus makes it, you know, somewhat playable. And why is she a card for end closers? Because you have end closer corners and straightaway spurt on the hints. This is a key acceleration skill for end closers, right? And you also have a gold heal for end closers. It's not the best gold heal, but on a long distance track, you take what you can get, and it's definitely decent for like free-to-play end closers, I would say. Moving on, you have the banner coming up, and the banner coming up is going to feature Nishino Flower, SR Smooth Tosho, Wit, and SSR Daiwo Scarlet Power. Nishino Flower, as a Umamasume, is a short and mild distance runner, 50% speed, 15% power. She's mostly pace and late surger, and her unique skill is very interesting. If the skill user engaged in a challenge on a mid-race corner, increase acceleration when well-positioned late race at least halfway through the final corner. So what does that mean? It's weird. Okay, so if on a corner and it's mid-race, you're engaged in challenge, so you have people on your sides. Okay, if that happens, then we check other conditions, which is if we're on the final corner, if it's late race and it's on the later half, your third or fourth position, boom, huge acceleration boost. Otherwise, it's going to be when you're on the final straight, third, fourth position in the late race. Okay, huge acceleration boost, and you can inherit this. It's kind of similar to inheriting in angling and scheming. The only difference is that the usability of it is very, very restrictive. It's very, very restrictive. We'll talk about exactly, or rather, we'll talk about it right now. Budding Blossom is like the perfect acceleration skill for Nishino Flower's signature racetrack, which is the Sprinter Stakes. This is taking place in the Nakayama 1200-meter track. Notice how you have this big, mega corner. There's only like 2 corners in this, and it's like constitutes more than half, like around half of this racecourse. And so this big mega corner that is like the mid-race. It encompasses the mid-race. You're going to be in a challenge, you know, side by side with someone else. And on the later half of the final corner, it's pretty much a perfect activation point for her unique skill. She's going to be able to reap all the benefits of it and basically speed her way to the victory. That is Sprinter Stakes for Nishino Flower. That's what her unique skill is kind of built for. Okay, Straight Descent also on top of that, right? Which is pretty nice for an early acceleration lead on this track. Beeline Burst, another early game sort of velocity boost that gets you like activates right as you enter the mid race. She's kind of like just built for sprinter stakes, if I'm being perfectly honest. Laser through corners, determined descent, very cool skills. Very interesting sprint and mile distance runner. If you really want to win the sprinter stakes, I would highly suggest picking up Nishin of Flower. Otherwise, pick her if you like it. Right. Moving on, we have Daiwa Scarlet SSR Power Card. Daiwa Scarlet SSR Power Card is 2 power bonus when the bond gauge is at least 80, like kind of whatever. She has stamina bonus when you're at 1 limit break, and when you're at max limit break, you have 10% race bonus. So, okay, she's all right so far. And then when you look at the skills, we have face chasing corners and straight descent. Pretty good skills to be offering as hints. What's really nice is that she does provide neck and neck. Neck and neck is the gold skill version of head on. Now, don't be fooled by this condition. I don't think we're getting this version. This is neck and neck after it got buffed in the Japanese version. And so it is going to be very similar to head on, and that activates somewhere random in the late race as an acceleration skill. And that being the case, I just don't really think neck and neck right now is super mandatory, is very good. Later on, it gets better, but this is a power card. I don't know when we're going to get that change. And even then, it's okay. I would just stick to borrowing this card. Personally, I would stick to borrowing this card. I wouldn't be pulling for this card in particular. But yeah, I mean, the skill that she provides, the gold skill neck and neck, eventually becomes very, very good. Otherwise, it's kind of similar to On Your Left, but unfortunately, not on a very premium weight card. It is on an okay power. Moving on. You have a Sweet Tosha SR weight card. This card is actually fairly good for a weight card. Now, obviously, you're not going to be rolling for this on a banner. It's very foolish to try and, hit maximum break on any banner for a weight card. It's just going to slowly accumulate as you play the game, ideally. And what she provides is she has 10% training effectiveness with the unique effect of maximum break. You have weight bonus. You have low special priority, which is kind of what you want to see on a weight card. You have 10% race bonus, which is great, right? That's amazing for Track Blazer. Don't know if people are going to get it in time, but it is there. You also have initial speed. I didn't catch this when I first looked at it. That's actually kind of nice. Initial speed on a weight card. This is trackblazer.exe SR free-to-play weight card. Unfortunately, I don't know how many people are going to get this in a timely fashion, but after skill scroll is a good heal. Ankle to corners is a very good velocity skill. You have slipstream. She's a very good weight card, I would say, in terms of skill hints. As far as like the skills from events, like who really cares about trick? Subdue to ankles or ankles straightaways, who cares? Doesn't really matter. But the hints are solid, the stats are solid, the race bonus is there, you have initial speed. Very nice weight card for SRs, for sure. Moving on, you have Yayano Muteki. Yayano Muteki on this card is going to, sorry, let me just reset it. Only 1 weight bonus and no SP bonus, so it looks awful. I mean, I like the hints personally, and it has 10% race bonus. It's not too bad. For a weight card, like you run Marvelous Sunday. Marvelous Sunday doesn't have skills bonus either, right? Pretty sure. I don't know. I like this card personally, but it's something, and it's again like it's not free to play exactly. I've been saying it time and time again. It's not very likely we're going to get this way. Okay. Anyway.
Live better for longer. Start with small habits.
And the rerun banners featuring Ines Fujin and Spin Turbo. So Yana Muteki is a derby horse. Okay, she won the Japanese. Oh, I'm sorry, no, she's not a derby horse. She won the Satsuki show, and you'll see that kind of highlighted in her kit. You have 20% power, 10% guts. She's good at medium, okay on mile, and not really good on long distance. I believe she tried for the classic Triple Crowns. The real horse actually did, and did not do well at all at the Kika show, and did mediocre, I believe, in the Japanese 30. Fearless Dance of Flowering Flames. If the skill user passes another runner on the final corner or later, increase velocity with Fiery, Fighting Spirit, winning the front part of the pack with 300 meters remaining. So, top 4, 300 meters remaining, on the final corner or past the final corner. If you've overtaken someone, get a speed boost. Decent duration too.
not bad at all. And you can see it's kind of built exactly for the Nakayama 2000 meter racetrack, which is the Satsuki show, which is the famous for winning. On the final straight, you can notice that there's only 300 meters remaining. So this is a perfect activation timing for her unique skill, Yaima Mitsuki. And it's on the last spurt, you're getting a velocity. That's where exactly you want another burst of velocity. So I would say this unique skill, very good for the Satsuki show. But it's not very key in that you're not really getting or solving for accelerating. Wrap up, very good velocity skill. Patience to corners, very good velocity skill. Steadfast is mediocre. Fighting Spirit, I don't think is very good. Yeah, it's like speed and recovery, it's like whatever. We have It's On. This is very nice. And we also have, let's bring up the Corner Acceleration is mediocre. Unyielding is mediocre. Herself, as a Umamasume, I think, it's really cool that she works so well on Satsuki show. On other racetracks, you're going to have to see how effective this less ending velocity split is, right? It's kind of subpar when you compare it to like Ogre Cap or Silver Little, I would say. But definitely a solid Umamasume for medium distance tracks nonetheless. Moving on, you have the rerun banners featuring Twin Turbo and Ines Fusion. This is a horrible card, disappointed. Like, there's not really much to talk about. SSR, speed card, it's a horrible card. The chain events that offer this amazing skill, taking the lead, each event that leads up to it, the first and the second, has a chance to end. So ending prematurely means you don't get taken the lead, which is like the only selling point for this card. The skill hints are fine. You have Moxie, fast pace, described early lead. It's just an overall horrible card, though, that requires way too much of a limit break. That is not really useful for most people. Just skip this card. It's not good. Moving on, Highness Fusion, SSR, Guts card. This is a model Guts card. So we get from like absolute trash tier speed card, we have a model Guts card. Why is it a model Guts card? Well, on Maximum Break at least, right, you have Mood Effect, Friendship Bonus, and Train Effectiveness. 15% Train Effectiveness, that is, which is very good. That means like when she's not training your Guts, she's giving you a bunch of bonuses on whatever train she happens to land on. You have Speed Bonus. You have High Specialty Priority. Okay? Maybe you don't even want High Specialty Priority. That's something maybe you might want to do. I don't know. That's you could keep her at level 45, but most likely you're just getting Maximum Break. I'm pretty sure that's just going to be the best way, especially for Track Placer, where Guts training can be elevated, and 50% train effectiveness is amazing. Moxie, Slipstream, Playtime's Over, Speed Eater, very good skills offering on hints, and her gold skill that she offers through her events, her chain event, is Restless, which is a key healing skill for frontrunners on certain tracks. It helps you heal on an uphill. So, a very, very good Guts card, very model Guts card for your Guts decks. Unfortunately, she does kind of need, like, she does have 5% response, but, and that's fine. She does need a high limit break, and so you're very more likely just following her instead of using her. Without at least 3 limit break, you have no special priority, which is unfortunate. It's just awful, right? So definitely, this is a card to like borrow. It's a whale card. I wouldn't roll for it, and I definitely wouldn't roll for it when she's paired up with Pluto. This banner is a pretty easy skip. Moving on, you have the Aries Cup that's happening, and not really much else to say. We're going to have a guide for it. Knocking on the turf, 2,000 meter. It's Satsuki show, right-handed track, spring, sunny, firm, and it's a Satsuki show. So Yaino Mutsuki might be a pretty good contender for it, right? Yaino Mutsuki might be a pretty good contender for it. I don't think Nishino Flower would. I mean, it's what is it? Like final straight. Yeah, or final corner later half. If I take a look at the Satsuki show. Yeah, it's just way too late for the acceleration. Yeah, it's Dynamo Speed. This is probably the best CM for them. Okay, so if you're looking forward to Dynamo Speed, then you're looking forward to racing her on, it's April 20th, right? When she releases and the Aries Cup. So, Dolce Week celebration, so if you remember from not last year technically, but, last time we had a Golden Week celebration, we got a bunch of rewards. So log in, get the rewards and complete the missions, and you get a bunch of power-ups. Very, very nice. Moving on, you have the cheerleader banner featuring the Nice Nature cheerleader, King Halo cheerleader, as well as the cheerleader cards of Seeking the Pearl and Bamboo Memory. So let's talk about it. Nice Nature cheerleader. She's an interesting Umamasume. The stack roads are kind of whatever, 10, 10, 10, and stamina, power, and wit. Her unique skill is interesting in that if you are an unpopular horse, an unpopular Uma, you actually have higher duration on this speed boost. Activates on 4 through 6, and it's on the last straight, and it's higher duration if you are, once again, an unpopular horse. Happens past the final corner when you've overtaken them, which is okay. It's kind of a not great skill. Final straight, essentially, you're in a bad position. You need to be unpopular, so there are ways to configure that. I would check the global Umamasume sort of document guide on how to kind of influence this, but it's kind of weird. It's just a weird skill, and it's not the easiest to calculate. Moving on, you have Nimble Navigator, Tether. These are very fantastic skills to be innately included for Nice Nature. You also have Dominator, which is nice for medium distance tracks, kind of continuing the trend of her being a very good E buffer horse. No Stopping Me is a great acceleration skill, amazing acceleration skill, and cool that it's on her kit. The only problem with Nice Nature cheerleader is she likes to be a late surger, but she can't run the best late surger card, which is herself featured in this wit card. I mean, people are going to run and roll for her no matter what. I will say, very cute outfit and interesting unique skill and full acceleration skill on the kit. Not bad at all. Definitely not bad. Moving on, we have the King Halo cheerleader Umamasume. This one's a little weird. I love the outfit, by the way. I love this version of King Halo. We have 10, 10, 10 speed power guts, okay, which is cool. That means for guts deck, we did get some pretty nice numbers for her. But her unique skill is very interesting. On the last straight, which is definitely going to be past the halfway mark, if you were not rushed and you were pretty much like 6, and before, right? Like, if you were hanging in the back, essentially, for the first 70% of the race, then you get this acceleration skill on the last straight, which is weird. It's just like, where do you want a huge boost of acceleration on a final straight? And where you would want that.
One thing I've learned is that dental health is a big deal for pets, and it's not prioritized as much as it should. Teeth brushing every day sounds great in theory, but honestly, it's just not practical for cats that hate having their mouths tough. That's why I started using Rodent Plaque. It's BOHC accepted and trusted by vets for promoting good oral health in cats, so I felt confident giving it a try. And over the past few weeks, I noticed cleaner teeth and healthier looking bones, all without adding any stress to our routine. Rodent Plaque makes dental care simple.
Just to talk about Umamasume, at least to my knowledge. And so it's not a good skill, but for that track, it's like a godly skill. Spring Runner, we have Outer Swell, right, for a late surger. Rising Dragon on level 3 is interesting. Very nice velocity skill for late surgers. We have Spring Spectacle, which is the gold version of the Spring Runner, which is okay, right? As we know, like gold version of these wind skills are okay. They're nice to have if you don't have anything else to buy, but otherwise they're just not very good because they're way too expensive. Laser Straightaways, it's okay. King Halo Cheerleader, objectively speaking, is an okay Umamasume built for a very specific track, but she's just a cool outfit. I think it's really cool. But anyway, moving on. You have Seeking the Pearl SSR speed card. And this one's just weird. The more maximum energy you have, the higher training effectiveness you'll gain. I don't know even what the cap is. I don't think they even bothered to make note of it because it's just such a not great unique skill. No one wants to be maxing or improving their maximum energy all that much. It has 5% race bonus, skill point bonus 1, speed bonus 1. I mean, that's not too bad, I guess, but like, yeah, on its own, it's kind of a troll card. I don't even think I would really borrow this card myself. It was standard. It's on the random event, not on a chain event. So there's not really much to talk about it. I'll dive deep into it when we do a Shurley poll, but it's a pretty easy skill. SSR Guts card, right? The less energy you have, the more friendship bonus you'll gain. I actually didn't read this card until now, but looking at it, it just does not seem very good. If you have a speed bonus on a Guts card, and if you have max on a break, you do have 10% training fitness. It's okay. It's all right. Full of vigor. When positioned toward the back on the final corner, increased velocity. It's okay. It's all right. Like the unique skill's not that amazing. Yeah, I don't know. This is a I'm sorry. This is a horrible unique effect. Race bonus 10%, not bad. Speed bonus, pretty good. 10% training effectiveness, pretty good. Just overall though, unless you're building specifically for a mile track, I would just stick to ball in here. This card and this card, definitely not roll or roll and roll. Okay. Moving on, you have the cheerleader event, and this is going to be a pretty standard story event, like we're very used to. Just do the runs, get the points, get the rewards, okay? And what it's going to feature as far as the free card that it gives you is, I think it's just California Princess, but let me just look it up. Yeah. It's going to be the California Princess Power Card. California Princess SSR Power Card, and this has a maximum break, because it's free, when you have maximum break, has 2 power bonus in total, and 5% race bonus. Other than that, though, it's kind of whatever. Like, it's not really there's not really too much to talk about here. The skill that it provides unyielding is not a very good skill, in my opinion. It happens when you're on the final corner on a medium distance track. I believe greater than 0. This condition means that you will overtake it. So it helps you kind of fight back for your position, which is kind of whatever. Power card was not really a good spot for track blazer either. I would say this card is, I wouldn't ever cleat an event card, but it's like whatever. Not anything to stress about if you happen to take a break during this event. Yes. Moving on, you have Ines Fujin. Ines Fujin as an Umamasume is pretty cool and interesting. We got 50% speed, 15% guts, mild, medium, and can be built for long. Is mostly a front runner. She's like, I believe she gets a runaway later. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But she is a front runner, and pace chaser. She can be built as a goal. You have a unique skill, who is moderate, which is going to say moderately increased velocity when positioned toward the front, with about 300 meters remaining. If coming out of an uphill, greatly increased velocity instead. So again, a very super specific unique skill that gets an additional bonus 20, pretty sure it's centimeter per second, but 20 meter per second speed boost, right? If the conditions apply, and that condition is if you're kind of exiting an uphill, right? As you enter that 300 meter mark. Where does this happen? You might ask. Well, it happens at the Japanese Derby. The Japanese Derby Tokyo Yushin, Japanese Oaks, Japan Cup. Ines Fujin was famous for being a Derby horse. And so she won the Derby, and on the final straight, you can see that there is an uphill. And this uphill is there before the 300 meter mark. So essentially, when you hit the 300 meter mark, you're going to hit that. The conditions for a unique skill and get a pretty big velocity boost. So Ines Fusion, unique skill is good for specifically Tokyo Yushin, probably just Tokyo as a racetrack, I believe. Now, we have Slipstream, we have Moxie, we have With All My Soul, okay? And this is an interesting skill. I think it's the first of its kind. And it's a speed boost that also debuffs, which is not bad. You gotta be top 3, so it's mid-race, and it happens only on medium distance tracks. So kind of solidifies and reinforces the fact that she's pretty good as a medium distance front runner. Moxie, Slipstream, she's just built for the Tokyo race course. You can see that even more highlighted in her awakening skills. There's Restless as well, which is a good heel skill for an uphill. You have Speed Eater, you have Wild Wind, which is the gold version of that skill that's new, and it's a speed boost with a debuff. Very solid front runner. Just needs to solve for acceleration, which is pretty easy with Angling Speeding, especially when we consider
For Tokyo Yushin, it's influence being perfect skills for it, right? So Ines Yushin, very solid front runner, very interesting front runner, and outside of being just an Oshi pick, I think she's very interesting and has a lot of merit from the game's perspective. Moving on, you have Mr. CD, and this is the last support card banner of the month of April. It happens at the very end of April 30th. And this is one of the cards you want to consider pulling, okay? This is one of the cards you want to consider pulling. I go over this in my video, and maybe you'll see on the top right-hand corner. But I go over this on my video where I talk about all the support cards you should be looking forward to up until like the Fiddle at the 12 Sanario. And Mr. CD SSR support card, this SSR Wit, is very good for end closers. You get Wit bonus and skill point bonus if bond gauge is at least 80. You have 5% race bonus. You have very good stat stick passives, friendship bonus, another speed bonus. So you have 3 bonuses. You have speed, wit, skill point. Scratch that, you have 4 bonuses because you get an additional wit bonus. You have mood effect, you have training effectiveness, you have everything. Like you have everything as a stat stick, like what a stat stick wants. Okay? But on top of that, you also have the tail hold high, you have straightaway spurt, key acceleration skills are all end closers, offered as a hint. And on top of that, you have Daring Strike offered as the final chain event skill for this card, which is an amazing skill. It's pretty much Gold Ship, her unique skill for any end closer. Okay, so this is like a must pull. If you are an end closer fan, if you love end closers, if you like Tamamo Tross, you like, I get Mechanic Cafe, but she's mostly like usually a late circuit, or rather easily goes a late circuit. But Hishi Amazon, right? Any Uma that wants to be an end closer.
Remember college? Well, now college is over, and here comes yours.
Don't like end closers. If you don't care about end closers, then this is a very, very easy skill. Very, very easy skill. Okay? This banner, this card in particular, will be rerun. So, if you don't pull all of them now, I mean, I wouldn't be like super sad about it. But yes, if you like end closers, you would very much like to build this card for yourself, rather than just borrow it. Tokai Teo as our stamina card. Not really much to say. This card does not have any specialty priority on a stamina card. Otherwise, looks okay, but it does not have any special priority. You have 10% race bonus, you have 10% training effectiveness. Like a wandering stamina card, and you don't lose out. But yes, she's okay. Medium corners, you have nimble mouth with no special priority. So I would say this card is just pretty awesome. So hopefully, instead of getting Togateo as an SR card, you get the other SR card that was new, which is the Sweet Culture one. I think it's fairly good. Honestly, I feel like, initial speed, 10% race bonus, training effectiveness. I will note, yes, 10% training effectiveness. I will note, though, that some people in chat don't really think it's that great just because it doesn't offer skill point bonus, but Marvel simply doesn't either. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Leave a like and subscribe. Use code MOMO for 10% on your subs. Hopefully this has helped with you, and I'll see you on next one. Peace. Holy yap. Holy yap. Yappers. Yapping all day, every day. I just got here. Well, the video. Yeah. That is a video chat. And yes, we did do the CM. Everyone grade stream. Guys, I'm gonna keep stream. Okay? It's not fun. But, don't worry, we're talking about April. What do we yap about? April 7th. I got 2 videos done today, so I'm done. He tapped out. Okay? Tapped out. Oh. And closer King Halo. That's pretty cool. Hang on. Guys, the stream's not over. Maybe the stream that you care about.
California voters shocked after fast food minimum wage backfires.
Daddy?
I'm Harry. But yeah, your daddy. One of the best things about holiday traditions is the food. Jones products like our natural smoked hams, dry-aged bacon, all natural sausage have been a part of our family traditions for almost 200 years. No matter the size of the celebration, whether you're celebrating long-standing traditions or starting your own, add the flavor and high-quality ingredients of Jones products to your table this holiday, and for many more to come. Jones, making traditions better since 1889.
California voters shocked after fast food minimum wage backfires. Oh, you mean the thing that like I've been saying about how minimum wage is a stupid idea? Oh man.
That minimum wage hike for fast food workers is now set at $20 an hour and was
holy shit
struggling employees. But a new study from youth.
All you have to do is think about it. Think. This is so fucking like just think about it, okay? If you make it so that they have to pay people more when the job to them isn't worth that amount of money, the price of everything goes up because if they have to pay people more for jobs that aren't really making them the amount of money, like if the job doesn't generate the amount of money, but then they're forcing people to pay that, then how do they make that up? They increase the prices, which means that even though your wages went up, you have to pay more for everything. It's so fucking obvious.
See, Santa Cruz suggests it may be doing the complete opposite.
So a new study.
You also created an automation incentive, because people are like, well, you know that robot that costs a lot of money, like up front, that I didn't have to buy because I could just pay people to do it. Well, maybe I'll just buy the robot now.
It's dropped, and it has reported what we all suspected it was going to prove.
Like for instance, like let me look this up. Okay, how much are those cat server robots? They're 16K. So the cat robots are 16K. You can also rent them, dude. You can rent them for $500. So like if you rent one for $500 a month, like that's only 20. That's like 20 hours of work. It's way cheaper. What the fuck? Yeah. So what they're gonna do then is they're gonna pay like servers to like take the orders and bust stuff, and then they're gonna pay the cat robot. They're just gonna buy a cat robot to bring people the food. It's already cheaper, yeah. So like, why do it? That's what I mean. Like the idea that you should be able to force people to pay like a certain thing, because the idea you should be able to force people to pay certain rates for stuff is so annoying. Like you're literally just forcing. You're picking and choosing like what you think is worth what, and you're leaving the government to do that. It's fucking awful.
California's $20 fast food wage has been an abject disaster for the state of California's fast food industry.
Wait, cat robots are a thing now? No, they're like, so it's like a cat robot. Like, let me see if I can find a video of it. Dude, they're so cute. You get so there's a lot of restaurants that have these now. And like I literally went to a restaurant last week that had one. And so what happens is they bring you the food, and then you take the food from them, and then you pet them on the head, and then they know that they're done, and then they meow at you, and then they leave.
That it's also had really bad impacts on the rest of the state, which by the way has something like a $16.90 minimum wage statewide. And the reason for this is absolutely obvious. When you try to increase the price of labor, that ends up getting passed on to the consumer. Yep. A lot of restaurants have, again, low profit margins. And in addition to that, a lack of consumption of the product, and this being a more expensive fast food, ends up leading to lower revenues. That
everything collapses. Price of labor goes up. Price of product goes up. People can't afford it anymore. People stop going to those places. Those places collapse. And then the surrounding area doesn't have the business anymore and just collapses everything. And then the city's not making the tax dollars from those people. It's like it's just fucks everything up.
Has to go more and more to those higher wages. But it's actually significantly worse than that because, again, we see these policies being pushed across the nation. And what the data shows us time and time again is that if you want to help these workers, you should actually do the exact opposite of what California did. And so this is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're going to discuss.
Employees at Mod Pizza and Donuts are now saying corporate shut the store without notice, and they say the timing is suspect.
Yeah, Monty and Liz, both the employees who I spoke to actually wanted to remain anonymous, but they did tell me that if they knew that the minimum wage for fast food workers were going to come out like this, that they probably wouldn't have voted for the law.
So before we get into the study, I wanted to cut back to this report because it's nearly 2 years old, coming out on April 3rd of 2024, right as the $20 minimum wage was coming into
I
effect.
fucking hate
And it
commies,
actually
though.
has a reporter featured
Commies are the worst.
right there saying that the employees who
Like, commie quangos are literally the worst. Like, they're actually my fucking enemies. They're like my arch enemies. They're so annoying.
laid off suddenly, basically overnight, ended up telling her, well, if we knew the minimum wage increase on fast food jobs was going to result in us being fired, we likely would not have voted for that particular initiative because obviously it backfired in our faces. And the thing is, this is a perfect example of the lack of education on economics in our society because everybody will tell you that obviously this is going to have negative consequences, at least on the.
It's so fucking obvious if you just sit there. This is the thing that drives me insane. Okay, so you're telling me that we pay these people to be the smart ones to make decisions. That's what we pay them for, right? We pay for politicians to, like, that's their entire job is to make sound decisions. You're telling me they sat down and they didn't even think about this for like 5 minutes? Because that's really all it takes to be like, oh, okay, I can see how that's bad. It's so fucking stupid, man. How is this possible?
Origins, no studies except for fake ones from activist universities end up rejecting this, yet these people thought they were just going to be able to vote themselves into higher pay without any negative consequences.
But you know, it all makes sense if you think of it this way, in that commies think the only people that have value in business are the people that are making the thing. Like, they think that the people who, like, literally make the pizza and the people who work at the cash register are the only people they're the only people that bring value to the business. They don't consider that the owner has value to the business and so does the manager. And they just don't see this. Like, they're incapable of, like, understanding that logistics and management actually bring value to company. And so their idea is like, well, like, you know, the people who are making the pizza should get paid more. It's like,
and this is what happens when people don't believe in economics,
so
don't understand what trade-offs actually are, and think vote for things that sound good will produce good results. I'm against bad things bad, good things be good. So if I vote for the gooder sounding things, things will be much gooder for me and my life. And now I don't have a job, and I'm so confused by it.
bad.
Kind of seemed, the right timing 2 weeks before all of the fast food.
Universal suffrage is so bad. It's unreal.
That's what the former assistant manager of Mod Pizza is saying after its Clovis location is now closed.
It's like literally like, we're going to increase the minimum wage, guys. Everyone's like, what? More money? Really? And then they just vote for it. They're like, holy fuck. Bro, it's so stupid.
Personally, if they would have gone about it in a better way,
More money for me?
I feel like I would have.
More money for everybody. Make money go up bigger. Wow. They're so stupid.
But just
holy fuck.
notice all.
How is this?
They're just, the acts. So it's hard.
Both employees I spoke with wanted to remain anonymous because they say Mod Pizza made them sign a non-disclosure agreement. Both tell me they were completely in the dark until 2 days before the final shift.
So first of all, you guys know how I feel about the non-disclosure agreements. It seems rather weird for a fast food pizza chain in order to do that, and that precludes you from talking about you being fired and how upset you are for being fired. So I don't like that at all whatsoever. But again,
it's what you guys said, is that they don't have the ability to perceive, like, effects beyond first order. Right? So, like, if you don't know what that means, basically, when it comes to cause and effect, your understanding of cause and effect, it's like, what's a good way to explain? It's like, there's rippling effects beyond the first thing. So, like, I'm trying to think of a good one, okay? Let's say, sorry, I know what it is, but I'm trying to, like, describe, like, an easy situation of this. Like, an easier, okay. So, like, say you threw a baseball at someone's face and you hit them in the face. The first effect would be that you hit a dude in the face with a baseball, right? A secondary effect would be like, now their family is inconvenienced because they have to take care of the person, like, whose face you hit with a fucking baseball because they're in the hospital. And now they have to take care of all of those people. And then, like, another effect beyond that would be like, now because the family is doing that, say, like, the dad of that person, of the person who got hit with a baseball, is taking care of them, which took him away from coaching the girls' soccer team. And then now, because of that, the girls' soccer team has no coach. They lose. Like they lose like the championship or whatever. It's like that. Does that make sense? Like it's basically like a chain of effect of like of things happening, and most people can't see beyond I threw a baseball in a person's face. They can't understand the cascade, the cascading rippling effect, the chain reaction of effects that occur because of that thing.
This guy's like upset. He's like, oh, I wish it would have shook out differently. I wish things would have worked out better. And by the way, this was one of 27 stores that closed in the state of California, all around the same time. Again, right before the minimum wage ended up kicking in. And this is because
these people don't know why farmers are still a thing when you could just go to the grocery store. Okay, I don't know if that's true. Like, that's a little too crazy. I don't know, maybe. You might be right.
restaurants typically have low profit margins, even though you're part of a big franchise like McDonald's or Burger King or whatever. A lot of times these are owned by franchise owners, so they don't have the big corporate profits of big corporate McDonald's. Stay corporate a lot, and then it makes it okay to pass these stupid policies that actually negatively impact the workers that are supposed to benefit from them. And yeah, this was totally predictable. It was totally understandable that this was likely to happen. People were warned about this time and time again, but it actually ends up proving out to be significantly worse when we have this new study. But just for a moment, I want to throw out this thought experiment for you guys out there in the audience so you can really understand how everybody understands, at least at a certain point, that the minimum wage being raised to a certain level will obviously...
Wait, look at the percentage of the U.S. population that think chocolate is great. No, that's not real. That's not real. No way. According to a study commissioned by the Innovation Center for U.S. Dairy, 7% of American adults believe chocolate milk comes from brown cows, and 48% don't know where chocolate milk comes from. Only 45% of people gave the correct answer, that it's just regular milk with chocolate. This can't be real. There's no way. How is this possible?
They have negative consequences, because this one was $20 for fast food workers, and we're seeing all this backlash. But a lot of people don't think that sounds like a lot. They're like, California's really expensive. That wage is definitely worth it. But what if it were $100? What if it were $1,000? Like, obviously, you got to get at some point in time that if you're raising the cost of the minimum wage, you're going to end up with...
Have you guys seen the videos, like the street videos, where they ask people like basic questions? Like,
yes.
They ask like, where is the Queen of England from? Like, what country? And they're like, I don't know.
People are not going to be able to afford it. It's like, obviously, you got to get at some point in time that if you're raising the cost of the minimum wage, you're going to end up with less employment, because people are not going to be able to afford to pay that. Usually we understand that. Usually we can get on board with that. But for whatever reason, this is really confusing, especially on what people think is on the margins in terms of this policy, as minimum wage increases, whenever they're put on a ballot initiative, almost always pass. Again, no matter what state, essentially, that it's put in.
Before the wage increase, they had a certain amount of hours. They're going to end up with the same check because their hours are severely decreased.
It's survival mode. We continue to read and see in real time, owners that are upgrading, they're getting kiosk, they're not having people work as well.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right, the business sets their prices according to what they can make, or what they can make. Like they have like a profit analysis, right? It might be a little bit different for like a franchise place, because franchise places have like kind of set prices a lot of the time. They usually fix that by disallowing certain deals in their app and stuff like that. But anyway, they kind of set prices according to how much money it costs them to do the thing. So like if you just make it cost more to produce the thing, then they have to increase the price, obviously.
The hours,
it's so obvious.
People aren't getting overtime. People aren't expanding in the state of California.
Now again, I told you that there were warnings well in advance of the minimum wage increase, where people talked about reduction in hours, raises in prices, stores closing, a switch to automation, and it turns out all of those warnings that were given before the minimum wage increase, that again, California California Democrats were oh so proud of ended up coming to fruition. They ended up happening exactly as predicted. And by the way, even some other consequences that were predicted but not as well advertised also ended up happening. Because what ends up happening in a state where you take a job that pretty much anyone can do, I'm not saying that it can't be difficult or people who are in fast food don't work hard, but it is considered low-skilled work because you can easily
replace the person. Yeah.
I mean, again, most of these fast food places are
like a low skill job just means like it's like the cost of replacing the person is like really really low. Like you can take another person and just like immediately train them into like that job.
Actually fast food assembly lines, not actually restaurants, is that you get an increase in applications when you artificially increase the wages. So what we end up seeing is not only that there are fewer positions, and by the way, there's reduced hours in those positions, but the higher wage ends up drawing in significantly more applicants. So people who used to get this as their first job because it wasn't very competitive in order to do so are now competing with a huge portion of the population that otherwise would not be interested in this. And by the way, many of those people have significantly more experience. So what ends up happening is people who use this as their first job, their stepping stone to get in the labor market.
It cooks everybody. Everybody that is like lower, it's disproportionately worse if you're lower skill, is what he's saying, which is it totally tracks that the people who are the worse off, they get cooked the most. Hello,
to prove that they have skills, to prove that they could show up on time, to prove that they're reliable in order to get other jobs, are actually being priced out of the market by their wage, and they're being outcompeted for fewer and fewer positions. In addition to that, because the statewide minimum wage is $16.90, there's a bunch of places that are having trouble hiring people due to the fact that the fast food work, which is much easier in a lot of regards, is paying significantly more as prescribed by law. So essentially, you're in a situation where it's artificially forcing up wages and thus
it's not hard to put fries in the bag.
By the way,
you know what I mean?
This is not surprising. Again,
well, I'm not saying that it's not like laborious to do it, but like difficulty, as in like difficulty of task is not hard.
Unions advocate for an increase in the minimum wage, and the reason they do this, even though their workers make well above,
it's still obviously hard work to do it. Like for people that do work hard in that, it's obviously still work. It's still physical work, but it's just not. It doesn't require much like mental strain or anything like that.
Minimum wage, because they negotiate their own contracts via the union, is if they can increase the floor on wages, that can help them better leverage their power in order to get higher wages for their union members. So yeah, the whole point of this policy by the people who are actually backing it, that are not the usual idiots who vote for something and then get shocked when they lose their job, even though every single warning about this policy is that you will lose your job, is to actually cut off these jobs and again raise the wages of a different set of workers, the union workers, because you're like, look, how can you pay me $25 an hour when over at McDonald's they're paying $20 an hour by law? And by the way, California also instituted one of these boards on their minimum wage that automatically will increase it 3.5% unless the board votes otherwise, and they can also increase the wage in a similar way.
Wait, they set it up to automatically increase unless they say no? Oh my god, that's diabolical. Because then anybody that wants to go like, actually, we shouldn't increase it. Like they can say that, oh, that person voted against your wages going up. Dude, that is so awful. That's fucking evil.
Or can to hire
holy crap,
depending on political pressure and circumstances.
Yeah, that's why 60.
Like who's gonna do that? Who's gonna be the guy that's like, actually, guys, I think this is a bad thing. Here's the data, looks bad. You're gonna be like, wait, are you saying that you want people to make less money? Bob says that all of the people don't deserve to make more money. It's so evil. What the hell is this?
Breaks down the findings for us and what it reveals. Myrick.
Study shows more people are applying for fast food jobs, but many are not seeing increased hours or even securing employment at all. It also finds businesses are cutting shifts. Customers are paying higher prices and more machines are replacing workers. And once again,
God, we live in a Karenocracy, like actually.
Study, this one from UC Santa Cruz. The report shows many of the same trends still playing out. Researchers talk about how the $20 fast food minimum wage has created unintended consequences across the industry. We heard that then.
Now, the numbers are even more devastating than you could possibly imagine because California has reportedly lost between 16 and 19,000 jobs. Some estimates putting that number closer to 25,000 jobs since the implementation of this minimum wage law. And by the way, with more losses coming each and every year, they've actually seen a contraction in their fast food employment, which ranges from negative 2.7% to negative 3.8%. And this is while nationwide, we're seeing a 5% increase in fast food labor force. So obviously something incredibly different is going on in the state of California. And this is due to the fact that they increase the wages of this specific industry. I mean, this is why we do studies. This is why we do comparative analysis. And when you see an industry that's growing everywhere across the country, by the way, that's seeing some natural wage increases due to the labor crunch, and then in California, it's declining by 3% or 4%.
Actually, it's because the business owners in California are very, very greedy. That's why they're greedy. They don't want to give money to other people.
Which, by the way, is a negative 9%.
That's like probably what they actually
the
say.
national average, which is an increase of 5% in this kind of employment. It's a disaster. Obviously, they're going more towards automation.
It's because Donald Trump started the war in Iran and gas prices.
Automatic kiosks for ordering. They're trying to use capital to substitute for labor. And in addition to that, prices in California are up 13% since this particular increase went into effect. And that's after we already saw significant jumps in fast food prices prior to this. Now, of course, this obviously creates what is known as a death spiral because you can't perpetually increase prices in order to chase revenue. Obviously, consumers are revolting. And while it might be good for the health of the United States of America that people are reducing their fast food consumption,
And then, I mean, think about the effects, okay? The wages, they artificially raise the wages, makes the prices of all the food goes up. People have to pay more for their food now. People need to pay more for everything because of that. Now people can afford less to buy a house, and now you have more people stuck in the rent debt spiral. And then that amount of people that get sucked into the rent debt spiral like increases and increases and increases. And then like they can't pay any money. They can't pay for luxuries now. Like luxuries go down, and then they get and, you know, again, like the minimum wage also increases, like you know, in general, like maybe in this case it's specifically for fast food, but increases like grocery prices. And then what you have is you have people saying, oh, I can't afford this, fucking, I'm gonna steal it. And then now you have like a crime problem of people having to steal, and then you have police having to take care of that, which costs more tax money. But then actually there's less taxes now because the businesses aren't paying as much in taxes because they're not profiting as much, and also the people are paying less in taxes as well because like they're not making as much either. So everything gets fucked, and now like you have less police because you can't afford the police, and then now people are stealing more, which increases the overhead more on like on businesses, and it's bad, very bad.
In reality, it is.
And the thing is, they don't understand like this is the obvious like result, like this is the obvious flow chart of like their decision to increase the wages artificially.
For the very workers that you were trying to help, because once you have a decrease in consumption, that's lower revenues, which leads to more layoffs or more attempts at automation to keep prices down, which again, if prices still go up, then you have another situation where people stop consuming.
We should increase taxes
on the poor. Cycle where employment.
I think taxes should just be flat. It's like already a percentage anyway. Like I don't understand why they're gonna make it like even more for certain people and then create a weird incentive to make less money. It's so stupid.
It is on a downward trajectory, and again, this is very disproportionately in California's fast food industry.
It's fucking greed. It's already big. Like right. Think of it. Right. If the tax was like, I don't know, let's just like make up some bullshit. Like say it's like 10%. It's not, but like let's say 10%, right? And if you make $100, then it's $10. But if you make $1,000, it's $100. So like, if you make more money on a percentage, it still scales, right? So it's like, why does it have to go up even more? Like, it's so stupid.
A lot of not smarts out there. I believe the technical term is dumbasses that will tell you, well, it's not the minimum wage because in reality, if you look at the restaurants that are closing, they also have poor sales and then, they just close after the minimum wage. Therefore, it's no big deal. As if, again, the minimum wage doesn't add to the cost of restaurants that may have already been struggling and thus accelerates that process. Whether these places could have closed, some of them in the next 10 years or whatever, the next 5 years, makes no matter because in reality, you're accelerating that process. And again, the people that you said you wanted to help, they're the ones suffering. They're the ones who are reduced hours. They're the ones that don't have overtime available to them, and they're the ones getting laid off. But you know what? You ignored that. You'll probably vote for it again. We will see this experiment play out.
Who wins in this scenario? The people in mid-tier that can artificially increase their wages by comparing their wages to minimum wage and to say, well, you know what? Like, actually, like, I'm a mid-tier worker. I'm not a trash minimum wage worker. So I should make even more. They're getting kind of too close to me, right? And then so like if you think about it, and this is like kind of diabolical, is those mid-tier like rich people, well, not really rich, but like the mid like kind of middle class people that artificially boost their income due to all the bullshit from other people and like the increasing of wages and the increasing of cost of living expenses, which they can then leverage. Say, actually, I need to get paid more money. So then they get paid more money. They can take it out of state and then like be super rich. It's kind of like when you go to like Mexico and like everything's cheap, even though like, because you have US dollars and you can like go to Mexico and like live like a king. It's kind of like that, but you can do that in other states.
Time and time again, then you'll probably vote for more rent control like the absolute idiots that you are, see that fall apart, and we'll be in the cycle for absolutely forever until everybody has left California for a sensible state with sensible policy. But hey, those are just my thoughts. I happen to be 100% right about absolutely everything, and if you disagree with me, feel free to let me know you're wrong.
No, he's totally right.
Below.
He's totally right. All of you guys say this is a great, but this guy's 100% right. And it's like.
Here's one for your Monday. I bet you didn't know.
People running out of fuel. Car accident, everything feels overwhelming. Your injuries, your job, the insurance companies contacting you before you even understand what happened. And you deserve someone who knows how to navigate these situations. A law firm who has handled thousands of injury cases across our region. Elrod Pope has been helping injured people for more than 45 years. When you've been hurt, call Elrod Pope. We can help you back on your feet. People running out of fuel, stampedes, people being trampled. It's getting kind of scary. But like you said, Donald Trump may or may not be time traveler. Are we going boots on the ground over in Iran? I hope not.
Sharp new warning to the United States. Iran's parliament speaker says if U.S. forces launch a ground invasion, Tehran's troops are ready to, quote, set them on fire. The threat comes as thousands of U.S. troops move into the region, and Pakistan's foreign ministry says it will soon host talks between the U.S. and Iran. Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt is in Tel Aviv.
Wait, didn't we just blow up the guy? Or was that a rumor? Did we blow up the guy that was supposed to be brokering the peace deal between the U.S. and Iran? Because I also know J.D. Vance was heading up the peace talks between the countries. Like, they didn't want to talk to Rubio. They didn't want to talk to Trump. They only wanted to talk to J.D. Vance. And apparently J.D. Vance follows shoe on head, which is kind of insane to think that the balance of not World War III, maybe just say soft World War III, like a World War Tokyo Drift-esque conflict, but World War Tokyo Drift.
World War Tokyo Drift.
So I didn't get him. Okay. a U.S. ground operation may be on the way, and it could happen very soon. That is doing little, though, to deter Iran from continuing to attack Israel and its Gulf neighbors. A missile slammed into southern Israel near the town of Beersheba today, sending a huge plume of gray smoke over the area. Apparently, there was some sort of chemical facility that was hit. Local residents were told to keep their windows shut and their air conditioning off because of the toxic fumes produced as a result.
Well, okay, it might be a little bit off subject, but I thought turning off your air conditioning was a rumor. I thought turning off your air conditioning, like, your air conditioning doesn't pull in air from the outside, it just recirculates air from the inside. Because if it's 100 degrees outside, why are you going to try to make your interior from like 80 to 70 as opposed to 100 to 70? That's correct, right? So why are you turning off your air conditioning? But it's just the people on Fox News telling us when the Israel fire and rescue. Who was that guy? I get it. There can be a gas exchange. Air conditioner pulls air from the outside. Where do you think air comes from? I thought it was recirculating the air from the inside. Yeah, core air conditioning maybe. If you have cracks on the door, pull air in. Okay, so it has a suction effect. Okay, something.
Of that strike. Meantime, the U.S. continues to hit targets throughout Iran, missile launchers and military manufacturing installations among the most recent targets for U.S. aircraft. As those 2,500 Marines you mentioned arrive aboard the USS Tripoli, they will be probably the spearhead for any sort of U.S. ground operation that President Trump decides to order. But Iranian officials are saying they are ready for whatever the U.S. does next, and they are mocking President Trump's decision-making. Listen to it.
At one moment, he speaks of negotiations, and shortly afterward, he decides to manage the war. This unbalanced and deceitful individual has inflicted extensive damage on the people of the United States, Europe, and countries around the world, especially the countries of West Asia.
But them closing the Hormuz Strait is on us? Interesting take, but obviously I'm not going to get my opinions from a spokesperson for the Iranian army.
Israel, meantime, is also focusing on the northern frontier. Its battle against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu said today that he will expand what he calls a security zone into southern Lebanon. He calls it expanding a security zone. Many others call it an invasion, once again, of Lebanon. John?
Plenty of controversy in the United States about the Iran war. What about in Israel? Is there a consensus there?
I think in this wartime moment in which the Israelis find themselves right now, they back the idea, certainly, of regime change in Iran. They back the idea of crushing Hezbollah in Lebanon, but they don't want this to be open-ended. The Israeli people are absolutely exhausted. They have gone 3 years, of course, 3 years and more, since the attacks of October 7th. It seems to many of them unending war. And I think what they would like to know from Prime Minister Netanyahu is when this will end, how it will end. And it will be interesting as we go forward this year. Netanyahu is under a time crunch for the elections. He has to call elections here by the end of October. It will be interesting then to see how the Israeli people react to what he has done over the last 3 years and how he prosecutes these wars in the coming months. John?
All right, Jonathan Hunt reporting live on television. Jonathan, thank you. For more on this, let's bring in retired Navy Captain Bob Wells. So 3,500 Marines moving into the theater there, Captain Wells.
The main loser. The main losers are the people over there in combat. But also, nobody's really winning this right now. I feel like it's just going to be the elites that win. Whoever's selling the missiles, whoever's getting kickbacks from the government's pushing them into this. I see no way of the average person being able to win, either with like lower prices. Right? I think this is a war that nobody wants.
Again, they get used. The president has talked about no boots on the ground. Does this suggest that there will be?
Yes.
Well, thank you again, Don, for having me. Certainly, the Tripoli and its associated marine expeditionary unit has the forcible entry capability to conduct any particular options. Obviously, the planners at CENTCOM are focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, also the IRGC positions throughout the Persian Gulf, even outside the Persian Gulf, in terms of where they physically are. I don't see welcome aboard to the Marines.
What is it with boomers and model ships in their office? Honestly, maybe it's the same thing with us and like Okimana Funkos. I don't know.
Or to the operating forces and naval forces that are outside the Persian Gulf, North Regional Sea. Quite a bit of firepower, Tomahawk strike firepower, naval gunfire support, armed helicopters, persistent surveillance. Just looking at it before we go into any particular option that the president represents. I really think we're in the third quarter of this particular operation for Epic Fury, and I do think the IRGC is going to lose.
The Strait of Hormuz, obviously a choke point there that has prevented so much of the world's energy, fertilizer, food from getting through. Are the Marines going to be
over here? Or gas prices are out the roof, but as we're going to cover in a little bit, other parts of the world, or it's getting bad right now. So we might have some pains that makes us up, but over there is they're going to go into rationing in the very near future, and also there's going to be food shortages too.
In making sure that is reopened.
If that's part of their mission set, obviously we have a gate guard. I've been through there dozens and dozens of times, listening to the IRGC in Rock Island and off of Keshem. Notice that the American warships are coming through the Strait of Hormuz. It's got about a 2 nautical mile separation in the international waterway. But what the Iranians have done in the last week is put a toll gate in between Iraq and also Keshem. I would say that based on the planning, they would try to pick out those particular toll gates so that Iran does not have the power to say yes to what is transiting the Strait of Hormuz, and things go back to its internationally recognized transit areas. They are formidable, though. They are a force to be reckoned with. So I think the Marine Corps, if they chose a forcible entry option, not only looking at the Strait of Hormuz, but also looking at other places outside the Strait of Hormuz, like Jasp, which is another export area for Iran for their oil, or even Kargam.
What about the uranium? We know the Iranians have been enriching it, even if it's not on board a missile.
This is more oil again. This is a great new scan. Are we the baddies in the war? Sad to say, throughout history, the baddie is always whoever lost. If you lose the war, the winners write if the winners are the writers of history, things are the prime silver. You get to decide your side was justified. Iraqi militia entering Iran, the country preparing for potential ground invasion by the U.S. It's escalating. Hope Trump can end it soon. This is crazy. Yeah. And again, it's hard to say if these videos are old. Is this recent? Was this 5 years ago? And oftentimes you'll see like a community note later on saying, "Oh no, this is 10-year-old information." They still got the Toyotas over there, yeah. But Insider Wire, who is also, they've been wrong sometimes, but they've been right a lot. Everybody gets wrong on that stuff. But they say B-2 bombers are headed over Iraq, headed to bomb Iran today. It's gonna get kind of dicey because the official White House account, actually Donald Trump from his Truth Social accounts of this. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime. This is one we planted in there ourselves. To end all military operations in Iraq. Okay, great progress has been made, but for any reason the deal is not surely reached, which will probably be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells in Korg Island, and possibly desalination plants. And again, that's where a lot of these countries rely on clean water fresh water is desalination plants. Why we don't have those everywhere across California? And also, why don't we have nuclear power plants, and why don't we have more solar collection? That's a lot of questions, but okay. Which we have purposely not yet touched. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others, and Iran has butchered and killed over the regime's 47-year reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. Yeah, we want nuclear. Yeah, you're ultra MAGA, but what the heck, Trump? I mean, if this is on behalf of Americans long term and we just can't see it because we don't have access to classified information, I would like to think that's the case. I would like to have confidence in him. But after all the Epstein stuff, I kind of don't. Like, that's where we are. Yes, some people say Trump is 100% justified, especially if you look back in the past. He's been talking about this forever, but it's also okay. So we're winning this war more than the media would like us to know. I guess Fox News was talking about, this is, what is this, Trey Ginks? I believe he's the guy that's over in Israel. He has some pretty good takes.
So Trey, the internet's been shut down for months now, but not allowing the Iranians to be able to communicate virtually at all. Any change to that?
No, and Israeli officials are sounding the alarm about the internet blackout across Iran that has now reached more than 700 hours. They say it's affecting the world's ability to understand the extent and impact of U.S. and Israeli strikes, and it's also hurting Iranian civilians and their ability to organize internally. I spoke with a senior Israeli intelligence official today about this issue, who said in part, quote, "This is a blackout on truth. The regime is hiding reality from its own people. They don't want the Iranian people to see how badly they're getting hit." The official goes on to say, cutting the internet...
I'm pretty sure if you're getting bombed, you know how badly you're getting hit. I think it's just they don't want people recording the footage of the missiles going in and being able to tell. Because even from the country that Trey Ginks is in right now, interesting, I can't say the name, but they're not even letting their people upload video footage of them getting bombed over there. Like, it's not good for morale. They don't want everybody else to know about it. Interesting, and I wonder, like, say, under a Biden administration or under Australia and the UK's current administrations, if they were getting bombed themselves, would they be acting exactly like Iran, saying, "Hey, don't put this footage out there, block the internet so they can't show. Nobody can know about what's really happening, how bad it is, and are you actually losing this war that your military commander in Iran is saying, oh, Trump's negotiating in bad faith. He's not letting us win."
Stops people from communicating, from sharing what's really happening, and from organizing. This is significant because we understand that Starlink is being jammed inside of Iran, and so people who previously were able to work around this internet blackout are not able to do so. The Iranian regime has also arrested hundreds of people who are using Starlink terminals, but the official ended by saying something
arresting you just for using the internet. And again, the left loves to say, America, no kings, we have a dictator, he's the fascist in office, and then they've been free to protest and destroy their own cities for, like, what is this, like 9 months now? Meanwhile, Iran allegedly ends the lives of 30,000 protesters and blocks and arrests you if you try to use the internet. This is who the Democrats and their voters and their rioters are cheering for at this point in time. It's nuts. Yeah, how fascist of America to not do this?
They said when this blackout is lifted, the full extent of the damage to the regime will become clear.
Yeah. They're losing the war. It's kind of crazy. What is this? Black smoke rising from Camp Victory at Baghdad International Airport after a rocket attack by Iranian-backed militias. The most attacked American facility in Iraq is burning again. Yikes. Yeah, Coke Pink should go to Iran next. Exactly. They're really trying to fight on behalf of feminism and against devout, religious conservatives. Maybe America is the least of their worries. But here's Donald Trump in 1987 basically saying what he's saying now. It's interesting.
Because I'm running for the presidency, I'm here because I'm
personally
tired of seeing this great country of ours being ripped off.
But as far as Trump is concerned, our allies are only part of the problem. The real culprit is Iran.
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil? And mind you, this is Donald Trump, 1987, New York Democrat. The same as what Bobby Obama, what Biden, what Clinton would be saying. This is Donald Trump, America in the media sweetheart, as a Democrat from New York City. Took a long scene.
How'd you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in the war?
Let them have a run. We take their oil. That's what I.
How? How? I mean, do we want a war? We need to take their right.
You go in. You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
You're going to have a war. And it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to do it?
I don't believe they do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations. And I mean grab it and keep it. And get back your lost, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran. Because I'm running for the presidency. Interesting how that thing lasted him out, but if anything, he's been consistent over the years. But yes, you got a Pete Hegseth calling out the media saying, hey, what's his name?
March is finally here. But the real craziness, that's where I come in. If you think the Final Four gets wild, wait till you see these athletes get played.
Watch March Madness and catch on with Anthony Davis. Each Tuesday for 6 after NCAA coverage on CBS.
Find your perfect tax expert, whatever your tax situation might be. Hand off your taxes to an expert who gets you with TurboTax Expert Full Service.
Does your internet bill keep getting higher? That's because typical internet deals are full of surprises. At Google Fiber, there's no install fees, no equipment fees, no nonsense. It's the same price every month. Visit fiber.google.com to get the same monthly.
I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's what it is. 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran.
David Sanders,
You wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest fake Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. Maybe a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge, stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parody. This is not chaos. This is success. Pure American success. On plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over.
I mean, I thought we were going to be in there. It was just quick in now. I thought we were going to bomb them. We were going to do regime change from the sky. Then we'd be done. If this lasts into next year, then this is all nonsense. If you're going to wrap it up within the month, 3 days or 3 years, this could be Donald Trump's second 2 weeks to slow the curve. What? But they think they're going to be here for 2 months and that's it? Great. Cheaper oil, non-nuclear capable Iran. the Iranian people and the Venezuelans and the Cubans are free from their dictatorships, then this is all a W. But if this just is long over like another war in the Middle East, war in Iraq, then yeah, I'm not trying to say I know more than these guys about this war in Iran, but it's starting to grant some credence to the criticisms of him everywhere. Because what we're seeing right now is just elevated gas prices, oil prices. Oh my God. I honestly wonder if in the near future we are going to see what we saw during COVID with shortages, supply chain, shocks to the supply chain. What is this, over in Thailand? They're having rationing already. Looks how it's bad, but they have to go there with to carry gasoline by hand. And then also, I guess I can't even show this one over here, but over in India, people are being trampled, stampeded, because they've been they are not able to get fuel. What is this, over in France? 200 gas stations are out of gasoline. Most of them have shortages. It's therefore for having no reserve. And it's us, California's fault for not wanting to have refine their own oil. Try to go green as possible by still buying oil from overseas. Again, it's all nonsense. What do they say? Australia used to have 8 refineries. Now they have 2. They rely on importing diesel from South Korea and Singapore, and now they're doing rationing, so they're no longer exporting oil to places like Australia. And you have stuff like this, which I think the same thing that happened with COVID is. This was like the beginning of my YouTube career. I remember Tim Paul talking about, don't panic buy right now. But maybe you go and stock up at the grocery store. Maybe you have toilet paper and cleaning utensils and bottled water, protein, whatever it takes for you to live for the next month. We're not saying apocalypse. We're saying disruptions at the grocery store. And in LA, at least, it was crazy to get toilet paper. Nobody had toilet paper. Long lines to check out. It was pretty bad. There was a little bit of gouging too. And it's like, I'm not saying, oh my God, the sky is falling. But in the event Australia and Asia and Trump and Nixon can't wrap up this war in Iraq, not Iraq, this war in Iran within the month, should we see what's going on over there, you would probably be happy not to have stocked up. Not getting ready for the zombie apocalypse, but just being able to go, man, the lines at Costco are long right now. Good thing I'm stocked up for the next month. Yeah, you never ran out of toilet paper because if you knew to kind of stock up early.
Quarter of a tank, been brought in for the market orders, or the form of diesel anywhere.
Yeah. This is still better than 4 years of Kamala. Yes.
This is a service station which runs completely out of diesel. Each truck here.
All around, same thing, kind of.
This is brought this across South Australia and now Victoria.
You're saying maybe he should stop driving. No, he's in a semi. He's supplying grocery stores. Maybe he's moving medicine across to a pharmacy. You don't know. The people that need to drive don't have it anymore, and it's kind of getting scary. And again, why did they try to go so green? Did they not think something like this was going to happen?
Shell shock. At North Ride, no ride. The billboard's blank, the taps are off, and everyone's feeling a little empty.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
As this fuel crisis starts to stare Sydney in the face. Statewide, 59 service stations tonight sit empty. More than 200 have no diesel, and more than 300 have a limited range of unleaded.
And here's the thing, is I think if in Los Angeles or in California in general, if they just protest and destroy their own city, if the police end the life of a drug user several states over, or if they say, there's no kings, let's go out and destroy our own city. If they're willing to do that based on something in their head, how fast is Los Angeles going to fall into anarchy if 59 gas stations, 200 of them the semis are no longer restocking the grocery store, you can't get enough fuel for your car, like there's rationing at 347 of your gas stations? I think the purge begins the day this happens over there.
At this Shell site in Proma, fuel rationing. The 50-litre limit with a ban on tanks and...
Guys, I'm not a bad base. What is 50 liters? 13 gallon? Okay, so that's a full tank. That's a full tank in like a sedan. 3 liters in a gallon. Yeah, so they're okay.
Cans.
I guess if you have an RV, you have a large truck, a large SUV, then you can't fuel up. That makes sense. It's a full tank in your truck, yeah.
Hasn't seen anything like it in any real way since 1979.
Bloody ridiculous, mate. I can't believe it.
It's true, those who drive Ford Rangers say they're now paying $240 to fill diesel tanks.
Tax Act makes finance.
Well, ain't nobody tell y'all dumbasses to go and buy big diesel trucks.
Small business tax filing.
Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say don't settle for the status quo.
Grand Canyon University, we're shattered.
We lead with a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for gold ideas.
You're an opportunity. You want purpose. A chance to lead and serve in meaningful ways.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Million luxury diapers with cloud touch softness. For diapers so soft, it's like wearing a cloud. Find comfort with Million.
Some are paying much more. As others hoard at home.
Panic buying.
Talk about shell shock.
Yeah, it's getting really, really bad over there. And then even over in South Korea, like it's crazy.
They've launched a full-scale emergency economic response involving the offices of the President, the Prime Minister, and more. 5 task forces focused on different aspects of the problem will meet twice a week. The government will also look at long-term measures, like strengthening supply chains and shifting to other sources of energy, like coal and nuclear. They're also looking to pass a war supplementary budget, and they're urging the public to conserve energy. The government has also imposed a 5-day equal rotation system for public sector employees. It's the first such measure since the oil price surge of 2011. Private sector participation is voluntary for now, but could become mandatory if things get worse.
Mandatory gas ration.
Concern is also growing about what some are calling a possible April supply crisis. Experts warn that if constraints on the Strait of Hormuz continue, supplies of crude oil and naphtha could be even more severely disrupted by next month. A shortage of naphtha could even halt the production of snack and noodle containers. But the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Resources has dismissed these fears.
They said, please conserve energy. We don't know how, just do it. No, anybody telling you to conserve energy isn't planning on conserving energy themselves. That's how it always works. And drill, baby, drill, exactly. These places have these issues. Well, not every country has oil that they can harvest their own, or they can pump it on their own, but it's like California, Australia, parts of the UK, like, they have self-inflicted.
Welcome back to Kick Me in the Balls. That is the name of the game. I've never heard of Escape from Tarkov. It has been nearly 5 months since the game's official 1.0 release. But despite it being one of my favorite games of all time, when Tarkov launched, I didn't even bother playing it. I was too addicted to the Dark Raiders.
So it would really suck if one of us like missed this jump or whatever. That would like really suck.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Well. But now, finally, after all this time, I'm addicted to marathons, man. Look, I love the extractive shooter. Hey, man.
Finally! Car Mechanic Simulator 2026! Yes, I have these on so I could take them off, because I am very excited about this one. You know why?
Hello, you absolute legends. I've covered a lot of Cheney scandals over the
My name's Matt. Today we're going to do a thing, and this is my track. Today I'm hosting my first ever race. It's the Cheap and Lazy 180. I invited 20 of my good friends to compete in a 3-hour endurance race of skill, speed, precision, and luck. Oh. We're right over the bird. It's taking too much fun. The rules are pretty simple. Under $2,000, front-wheel drive, 3 to 5 cylinders. Let's meet the teams. First up is Team Cannonball. Next we have Team Rad. Moving right along, we have Team What's Inside. Next we have my biggest rival, Team Trail Mayor. Next we have Team Robbie Layton Nation. He's my paint and body guy and an old sportsman. I know it was like real good animated. I was like getting off happy and then we're here to beat me. I said the best for last, we have Team Unsupervised. With their own super weapons, guns. The back end of your car is a weapon. I don't want to discharge the weapon and have nothing left for us to show. Hey, over here. Over here. You guys know what I'm here? You have a final competitor, Team Buckmaster. We have first, second, third place prizes. They're awesome. Let me just show you how awesome. First place winner gets the pick what they want. Hey, second place gets to pick out of the 2 that's left. Third place is left with whatever is left over. We put a lot of thought into it. We tried to buy stuff that we could pull but would never buy, being responsible adults, but you would want. Yeah. Would you like to qualify on?
All right, Team What's Inside?
That's right.
How you doing?
So I'm the least experienced racer here, but I do have the nicest suit going on right now. So, you know, you got to look the part, even though you can't play the part. So it'll be good. We're the first time we've seen this car. Some people customize their own cars. We were given this car, so hopefully it's not sabotaged for us. If we don't win, maybe that's why. But I'm really excited. This is going to be great. They're blending down the track, which is really good, because some of the other cars look very, very fast. So if we can make them a little closer by making it muddier out there and include some like driving experience and skills, I think that's good.
I've heard it's going to be an endurance race.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
hopefully your car has been for the long
Yeah,
haul.
it's going to be great.
Christopher, you haven't done yourself.
I don't know about that. That's been the fastest cannonball logo I've ever competed on anything. Not that I've ever officially competed on anything, allegedly.
It's going to be a race of endurance. And so right now, your team, I think, is the most qualified for endurance race.
Absolutely. I think between the three of us, we have months of endurance racing at much higher speeds than like we get out of here. So let's hope it works. Let's hope it translates. But
3 hours.
now, you know, to finish first, you must first finish. So we're just going to hope the Mighty Lumina, which did not have any oil in it when we got it, by the way. So
Nothing hasn't allowed me to crank on the fifth charger now. So as long as we can get it running, I think we've got a chance.
Oh, man. So we're going to move into qualifying. We're going to be running 2 teams at a time. They get 3 laps. They get to take their best time as the qualifying lap. We have an odd number of cars, so our first qualifying run is actually going to be running solo. And it's going to be the Buckmaster. Right? What's going on? The 3 back to the stand. Ryan, boy, you ready for this? I'm ready. I have very little experience driving this car. I picked it up last night and drove it home in the rain. And I don't really know how well it's going to do.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. With Skyrizi, feel significant symptom relief in 4 weeks. Many people were in.
That man is fast. He is not the fastest. That'd be Xavier Warden, who ran a 4.21. Now, Xavier is not the fastest. That would be Christian Coleman. But again, there's also Usain Bolt. Nobody close. Then why does this man, Jackson Smith and Jigba, always get open and look so fat? But yet, why are there some slow baseball players and fast? And then there's soccer players like Messi. He'd get coached out here, but he is still very fast. Those men over there, they're not here to coach. They're here to coach.
And there's one of our target creatures. The cheetah, finds its prey. It makes its stealthy approach.
If you've ever watched a cheetah hunt, it's a bit of a letdown. I have not pulled up the Serengeti, but I have pulled up animal. And its pace keeps increasing. Now, the speed of cheetah is well known. I asked my 3-year-old niece what the fastest animal is. She will know the answer. But she's wrong.
It was a difficult attempt at a catch.
But if my brother allowed her to watch this, she would quickly realize that 6 or 7 out of every 10 times, a much slower gazelle bounces around, eventually outwitting a cat that can run 75 miles an hour. Speed kills, but like, I don't know, 30 to 40% of the time. Then there's the 10% of the time that the lions steal the kill.
The cheetah didn't even try to put up a fight.
That doesn't have anything to do with speed, though. It's fun. Lions are big heads. If we move to a more scientific way of examining speed, the OG route was used only. The belief was that time and space were absolute. Speeds can simply be added together. For example, if I run 10 miles an hour in a train that is moving 100 miles an hour, the total speed is simple, 110 miles an hour. As Einstein teaches, though, that's not quite how it works. Einstein knew more. Speed needs context. This equation here is simple, straightforward. Speed equals distance over time. But it's bullshit. I show speed claim to have run a 4.4. He did not run a 4.4. Your buddy probably thinks he can run a 4.9. He can't run a 4.9. 6.9 take the time. The gallery all still hand times 40s. There are GPS chips in the player's clothes and lasers for timing. They don't need the hand time 40s. The 10th of a second is also not a 10th of a second. If the lineman is 1/10 of a second slower than another lineman, it looks like this. If a receiver is 1/10 of a second slower than another receiver, it looks like this. The gap between a 4.3 and 4.4 is significantly more, which is separation for receiver. Daylight sinks. The poachers, they know it, and they want. This is more than just entertainment. Nothing correlates more with draft position for a wide receiver than a 40-yard gap. Same with the big boys, offensive tackles, and same with tight ends. Running a fast 40 will probably get you paid. 40 isn't just the premier event at the NFL Combine. It is your first reference, it's your college, it's your last employer, the most important section on your resume. it's also kind of bullshit. We know that doing well in the 40 helps you get drafted, but when it came to production, the least correlated event for receivers was the 40-yard dash. Of the 6 events at the combine, it was dead last for wide receivers. Maybe this all has to do with the self-anointed but properly named Cheetah, the #1 player in the NFL just a few years ago. He is fast, but then again, so was Xavier Worthy, and he's been okay. Despite being drafted in the first round, his sophomore slump has hit for real. One lonely touchdown for a man who ran this stretch at the combine faster than anyone on the planet ever. Why can't Xavier find separation, especially with Hall of Fame? You're probably thinking of that kid by now. You know, one that was track fast. That kid was a teammate, 6 foot, 200-pounder, fastest kid on our team, state finalist in the 100-meter dash, 1,000-pound club in the weight room. You already know where this is going. I'll finish at 8 minutes. He embarrassed people. So, while everybody else bulked up in their pads, he shriveled. Became the backup to the backup. We sucked. It's not like he had someone good in front of him. It was honestly painful to watch. I always felt for the guy. He was a good athlete. It just wasn't football back. Make no mistake, though, this is not solely a football thing. I used to call it the airport test with basketball. Certain dudes look at every bit the part in the terminal, then later that night they get diced up there on a hibachi grill. The easiest way to spectate this is by taking a football player and dropping him on a basketball court. Defensively, he will likely foul a lot, but he'll also be a step behind if he doesn't regularly play basketball. That is, if there are legitimate hoopers out there. He'll probably be the most explosive athlete on the floor, but he will be stumbling around like he's drunk. Overly aggressive on ball, overly aggressive off ball. Double moves are a nightmare for his ankle if involve backdoor cuts or Sanario horror film. This is our first cue that fast contains fear. Take Josh here. Josh is a fairly relaxed guy until he's not. He's also a baseball player, and that tends to come with a few extra ounces of swag. Some might say aura, I guess, if they want to sound more recent, but those people suck. No other sport has perfected the art of not trying quite like that of a baseball player. It's kind of a weird thing, because if you try too hard at not trying, then you're just a hipster. There is nothing worse than being an exposed hipster. Josh is so relaxed that he truly does not move fast. Of the 537 players listed for sprint speed in Baseball Savant last year, Josh Naylor was listed 12th to last. He is in the 2nd percentile for speed. And that makes it pretty confusing that he would attempt to steal a bag here against the game's greatest pitcher in a postseason elimination game. And in he slid safely. How does he do it? This was not a rare occurrence. Josh stole 19 bases across his last 54 games. This type to 3rd individual. The camouflage. He does one of our target creatures. Josh is slow, but Josh is also fast. How does he do it? I think the easy answer here is he's just a high IQ guy. But look at the 11 players that were slower than him. 7 of them were catchers. They kind of have to be high IQ guys. This is one of the major mistakes we make as sports fans. Feel is not IQ. Knowing the rule is high IQ. Feel? That's something else. Let's say we have a receiver who's in the 56th percentile with a 40-yard dash. Not great, but let's look at his 10-yard split. He's even worse than 38th percentile. Okay, not great top end or acceleration, but as you know, football fast is also agility, it's coordination. Well, that's even worse for our guy here. He's in the 36th percentile for the shuttle and 16th percentile for the 3-prone drill. Not spectacular, at least compared to the other draft prospects. He had 625 yards and 5 touchdowns in his senior year. This is that player.
This play was one of the fastest speeds we saw all year. Puka would go on to break several rookie records. If you and I are being honest, we would not have drafted the guy. Maybe. Even if you served a 2-year mission trip on Samoa for the LDS Church, you would not have picked him. There's close to nothing that stood out about Puka Nakua. Defense of our culture, one team did draft him. Did take until the 5th round, but one team saw him as a different type of fast. The Scouts' golden goose. Football fast. But there's a weirdness here. Let's take a look at something else here from the combine. This drill is called the gun. It's pretty straightforward. Run straight and catch footballs. Here's Puka running the fastest time. Recap, he was not fast in the 40, he was slow in the shuttle, and he was horrendous in the 3-cone drill. But he was the fastest at a drill that involved sprinting and catching footballs. This is not a miracle out of the Book of Mormon. There's something very real happening here, something that applies to all sports. To visualize this type of speed, we need to slow him down. Let's look at this play here at Puka and try to break it down into different moments. Look right pre-snap to read the initial coverage. Play begins. Puka wheels into this route. Branch is doing his job here. He is maintaining outside leverage in the zone. Puka feels this and finds the threat. Now he's going to read the next 2 defenders. He's going to look up top and inside. From a route perspective, he needs to get enough depth here to run past the linebacker, but stay shallow enough to stay in front of safety. Takes 4 steps, plans. Eyes go to the linebacker. There's enough depth now. So he'll cut this route inside a little bit more. Borderline hospital ball is inbound. Puka needs to lock in on the ball, jump, importantly, hold the ball in quickly to avoid the other linebacker from dislodging. Let's just boil this down to 3 primary decisions. Each of these decisions requires cognitive processing. If Puka were an average of 50 milliseconds slower per decision, he'd be 0.15 seconds slower on this round. That can amount to a full step, and that is where an athlete finds fast. Processing speed is even more evident on the other side of the ball. Xavier McKinney is slow. Xavier McKinney has to chase guys that are fast. He has to chase guys that are much, much faster than him. Safety is clearly a position where you can find fast though, if you can process. Soccer is also a game full of feel. Players who are constantly running routes throughout the game, how they structure and time that route is correlated with openness, correlated with football fast. Processing speed is a very real thing, so I wanted to test it. But real quick, you can find the best ticket deals. The SeatGeek is there. I am super stoked for baseball season here in Seattle, and I feel like it's more important than ever to get out of the house, find live events. That's where SeatGeek can help. There are over 70,000 live events listed on SeatGeek, whether it's sports, concerts, festivals. You can find pretty much everything on it. The app is super easy to use. I can look same day. This is actually opening day. Sort by price, cheap seats, $56. Easy. And of course, they let me hook you guys up with a code. And use code Michael10 for 10% off your next set of tickets with SeatGeek. That's promo code Michael10 for 10% off any tickets with SeatGeek. Make sure to click the link down in the description so you can download the app, have the code automatically out of your account so you can use it later. Thank you to SeatGeek. S2 cognition isolates various fragments of our cognition. Took the test, and it was unlike anything I'd ever done before. You can't really cheat the drill. In the tracking capacity section, the goal is to track as many moving objects as possible despite the noise. The normal human being can track about 3.5 moving objects at a time. But S2's founder, Brandon Alley, told me,
Some are able to track 8 and 9. In a different cognitive lane, there are some baseball players who are fast stoppers and thus have better control of the plate. Track is predetermined. Just run your race. It's a closed skill. Every other major sport is far from this. They are dynamic. It isn't just about running your race, it's reacting to your opponent. This introduces cognition to our equation. Now, feel is far from the only added variable. There's something else we tend to discount when it comes to speed, and for that, we need to look at players who dance. One cannot rush a dance. Similarly, one cannot climb a dance. Discipline, still, is rigidity, predictability, but you can't be out there without a purpose. With flowing, you look like you're on drugs. There is a rhythm. The best dancers ride that rhythm in a way that balances the two. They are unpredictable, but they are always in rhythm. If you look into the average speed rankings, deep down on the list you will find Kyrie Irving, 277th, 284. But slow can be smooth, and smooth is fast. I was able to get my hands on some tracking data. Kyrie is slow. He's in the 96th percentile for percentage of time playing slow. That would mean he's in the 4th percentile for percentage of time playing fast. His max speed is slow. He's in the 72nd percentile for that. The literal description of this play would be Kyrie runs by a defender in transition for a lane. Running away implies speed, but as we just discovered, Kyrie shouldn't be running away from people, at least comparatively. He is not significantly faster or quicker than opposing guards. Instead, he dances, and his opponents fall into a trance. This dribble move here makes no sense. Brandon Clark is in the exact same guarding position, and a normal hesitation would accomplish the exact same feat. But Clark is now hypnotized, setting up a blow by.
Irving, moving into the front court. Hurt.
Read me? Well, okay. Take a look at this Dwight Howard play. Pay attention to his eyes. That would be the something place. There is a hypnotic rhythm to Kyrie's movements. Since speed is relative, if you have the power to freeze or misdirect the defender, you are fast. Now, each of us has rhythm, at least some form of it. But rhythm is less about having a deep bag, more about the timing and application of said bag. Can you sell the mattress at a premium? Fool your defender into going one way, only to go the other. Kyrie is special, but the 301 version of this is only fun. In many ways, he was a less gifted athlete, but he led the NBA in points in the paint at 185 pounds. Parker didn't possess the same pizzazz or athleticism as a lot of NBA guards, but he found himself running away from defenders in his 30s. He was very fast. Let's slow this play down. Something different in the way he is running. It's actually easier if we watch JSN, another slow receiver. See if you can spot it. He's not running straight. There is nothing more fascinating than a foot race. Nothing has really ever touched the nerves I felt before running a sprint. When you're running track, you're all alone. There's no hiding. There's also nothing more neurologically demanding than operating at maximum velocity. But one of the major misconceptions is thinking all sprints are the same. Linear speed would be sprinting in a straight line. Of course, as the public knows, that's not how most sports work. One soccer study looked at English Premier League players, removing cutting or change of direction movements, and fixated in on pure sprinting movements. Found that 85% of sprints were curvilinear. When sprinting, the vast majority of the time, a player is at a bend. If someone performed a similar study using tracking data with basketball or American football, it's likely we would see similar results. JSN here is at an angle in seemingly every highlight. The data seems to back up the eye test here. He was in the 97th percentile for the three-cone drill, which, of all the combine events, probably measures curvilinear speed the most. As I watched JSN run routes this year, I thought a lot more about this. How does sprinting in a straight line translate to sprinting with a curve? Clearly there is a correlation. In the areas we can look to is the 200-meter dash. The first 100 meters is curvilinear sprinting. The second is linear. Clearly this is not the end-all be-all test, and there is some strategy involved in running the 200 meters, but we might be able to find something. Sure enough, if we look at the top 200-meter runners, they all run much faster in the straight section. But look at the difference between Bolt and Lyles. Noah Lyles was faster than Usain Bolt in the second 100 meters. But Usain Bolt was truly an outlier in his curvilinear sprinting, the first 100 meters of the 200-meter dash. There are a few studies that have tested this, and the results are pretty interesting. 40 experienced Spanish players were tested, first running 17 meters in a straight line, then 17 meters in a curved line. The findings were highly reliable and consistent from day to day. Players completed each test in a very similar time, day to day. However, the correlation between linear and curved sprinting was only 0.35. If you were fast in a straight line, that did not necessarily mean that you were relatively fast on the curve. Perhaps even more interesting, 27 of the 40 players were faster on the curved portion rather than the linear. Now, this is counterintuitive. I mean, there's no reason why an athlete should be faster on a curve than in a straight line. When you're running at a curve, you're introducing a new force, centripetal force. Therefore, you should be slower. That's what we see with the track athletes. They are all slower in the first 100 of the 200-meter dash because there's that additional force. So there's a few possible reasons I think this might be happening. The soccer players know the drill because they play soccer. 85% of the time, they're running with a bend, so they know how to do that. They know how to sprint in a curvilinear fashion. They probably don't know the proper mechanics to operate at maximum velocity when doing a linear sprint. And another reason I thought of, at least why some athletes are better at a curved sprint than a linear sprint, curved sprinting requires cognition, at least more cognition than maybe running in a straight line. You got to be running those internal calculations if you figure out that angle of pursuit. If Xavier McKinney tries to track down a ball or player in a straight line, it will not go well. This is the goal of curved sprinting, something we all innately do. One curves their sprint to avoid all the angles and too much deceleration. If McKinney operated like a 2-bit video game, it could be a tough go. So he runs an internal system that charts a path. And some of us are better at that than others. This suggests that curve sprinting is quite different. Obviously not completely different, but somewhat independent from straight sprinting. This makes sense if we consider the fact that curve sprinting invites a new element, centripetal force. It's also different given the inside leg plays an outside role, whereas in linear sprinting, both legs share the same mission. I was curious if other studies had looked into this relationship, so I pulled another study that looked at German soccer players. In the study, there were 20 professionals and 48 amateurs, all playing on competitive teams. Moderate correlations were found for professionals, 0.48 to 0.50, but for U17 and U19, correlations were much lower. Point being, basically every study has found the same thing. There is a correlation between linear sprinting and curvilinear sprinting, but it's not as strong as one might think. It's not one-to-one.
You cannot take your eyes off Ellie De La Cruz, the fastest man alive.
Sprinting is the foundation for almost every major sport, but the ability to modify technique and maintain speed while running along a curvilinear path is perhaps even more important. To be clear here again, I am not talking about direct cutting. That would be change of direction. There seems to be this continuum of sorts. So here's how I started to see it. On one side of the continuum, let's play straight sprinting. Again, this is linear sprinting. On the other end, we'll have change of direction. Angled movement that involves braking and quick redirection. As we move along the gradient here, in a way we are curving our linear sprinting. It becomes a curvilinear sprint, moving it along our continuum, And as we sharpen this, eventually it becomes a change of direction, an angle. Change of direction is obviously far different than linear speed. The more you curve the spring, the more it will favor an athlete who is built to change of direction. The three-cone drill might not quite be a midpoint, but it's somewhat in between linear speed and shuttle.
Broke out and won't scratch a pan, and it won't melt up for 12 weeks after first use. Now this, yeah.
Let's explain Puka though. And when we look at his three-cone drill, he was prolific. Sure, there may be some belief that he has some elite processing, but his curvilinear sprinting, his linear sprinting, his change of direction, there's nothing really there that stands out as, hey, this guy is fast. This man is also not fast, but here he finds fast. Without that extra weight and strength, would he have seen the same daylight required to get off his shot? Similarly, here again with Puka, he has the feel for finding the spot, then uses his body to create space. This is finding fast. Well, sure, there's a Stafford and McVay production bump here, but that's a credit to what the Rams have done every year. They play to their players' strengths. His rookie season, Puka was the hitching big king, courtesy of Sanario. There's reason to believe he's become a much better route runner, but I think a lot of that has to do with something else. Another way to look at this fast is the shot. Steph Curry has always had a good handle. It is very good, but it appears to be elite because defenders are so aggressive in guarding. Why are they aggressive? Well, he's Steph Curry. He draws more respect in shooting the ball than anyone that has ever walked this planet. Few are biting the same way on these fakes and cuts when John Morant is deploying. Morant has to be significantly more athletic and deceptive than Curry to get around players. This is all very similar to a Nash equilibrium problem. If you become great in one category, the defense will be forced to adjust, and they're probably at a disadvantage in some other way. Double move is probably going to carry a lot more purpose if you're great in a hitch rep. Point being, if you become a lead in one category, there's a good chance that they're faster than you are. By now, it is hopefully apparent that we don't really know what fast is. If we did, then we could predict it, but we can't. Even if we had a perfectly preserved cadaver just lying on the table for us, we could maybe infer a little bit about the hardware, see what type of muscle weight, what limbs, the body fat, but we wouldn't have any idea what kind of software it's like. That becomes even more apparent when you watch somebody play a dynamic game, such as sports. The cheetah is an evolutionary masterpiece, engineered for speed. But in a simple game of chase, you will often lose to a faster gazelle. Hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't. Take care.
Bojangles is putting up threes. The new triple-double biscuit has triple protein with sausage, egg, and bacon, double cheese, all on a scratch-made biscuit. Pair it with a Simply Orange for a breakfast slam dunk. Order now. It's Bo time.
My moderate to severe Crohn symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now, I have Skyrizi. This is where it all began. Original elite athlete was average, at least. Go back in time. Average body type. But then, something extraordinary happened. Basketball players got taller. Shot putters got larger. Gymnasts, smaller. All of these highly specialized body types chasing one goal. The human limit. Like our universe, the ideal body type for different sports accelerated out from this beginning. But unlike our universe, the rate is slowing. Athletes have kind of settled into their body types, a natural artificial selection, so to speak. Even in the NBA, where we saw heights skyrocket for decades, it was plateaued recently. In fact, many believe that the '92 Dream Team could beat today's team. Thinking about this over the last few weeks, watching the Olympics, I couldn't help but wonder, are athletes still getting more athletic?
Well, the atmosphere is absolutely electric.
Early summer night in 2009, the most fitting name in sports history gave us exactly what we read. That
Catching Usain Bolt! Look at the time! There is going on this planet or any other one that we know of that will ever run that fast.
breaking the 100-meter world record, this was a phenomenal feat, but as time has gone on, I believe that this represents something far grander than we could have appreciated at the time. It's not that it's just a world record. It's how long it stood a world record. Take a look at this real quick. It's the record for the longest record. All the way at the top is Usain Bolt. In these Olympics, nobody was seriously close to his record. So what about other events? Are world records just standing longer now? For the men, in the 100, 200, and 400, we have only seen one world record since 2009. And for the women, we haven't seen a single world record in the sprints since the 80s. It's almost as if athletes have gotten so fast, they're slowing down. At least the rate of progress. Were the peaks of the 80s and 90s just a byproduct of steroid use? What's going on here? Understand this. Let's go back closer to the beginning. The elite athlete was average. Same city, same event. Owens ended up running a 10.3 in Berlin. He set the world record by running a 10.2 earlier that year. But if he had run that this year, he wouldn't have even qualified for the Olympics. In fact, he'd get dusted by teenagers. Closed skills, such as sprinting, provide a nice glimpse into athletic progress. The measurables are very clean. Clearly here, this is a sign that we are getting faster as a species. Or is it? Let's consider a few items that are highlighted by writer David Epstein. Bolt started out of blocks, specially fabricated carpet designed to propel him forward. Owens started out of holes that he dug with a gardening trowel. Not quite the same thing. Experts suggested if he had thoughts, the difference would have been roughly 0.1, 0.2 seconds. Bolt also ran on a modern-day track, gloss rubber surface that enhanced his grip with every single stride. Owens ran on ash, cinder trap, which is ash from burnt wood. That surface stole far more of his energy. It's no coincidence that if you look at the first sub-10 in the 100-meter for men, it was run after they moved away from these cinder traps. Experts suggest this was another 0.15 to 0.2 seconds. Bolt also had far better shoes and training and development, but even if we don't count them, biomechanical analysis looked at the speed of Jesse Owens' joints suggests that if they had run under the same circumstances, he wouldn't have been 14 feet behind. He would have been within one stride. There have been a few sprinters who have given us a few examples of this. Sean Crawford famously took on a zebra on dirt, running a 10.89 on Man vs. Beast, far below what he usually ran. Canadian 2016 bronze medalists Andre Gras ran on a track crafted to be similar to Owens, and he ran an 11 flat, 1.1 seconds slower than his 9.9. So, considering an alternate universe where Owens and Bolt were both born in 1986, this race would have been a lot closer. You can say the same thing about virtually every running event. The first 4-minute mile run by Sir Roger Bannister was on a single track as well. You may have noticed that distance racers have been breaking records left and right.
Why? Well, shoot. And no, this is not a Nike ad. No, wait. What's that? My voice, Sir Roger here.
I had to restart
We're
it.
not wearing Nike alpha boots. To get a better understanding of this, I spoke with the globally recognized biomechanist Dr. Peter Whalen, the chair of kinesiology at TCU, who specializes in speed.
When the advanced footwear technologies came along, all the records for distance running, the record books have been almost entirely rewritten since 2016, not because the athletes are better or performance than just because the shoes are better.
It's a form of mechanical doping, tech improvements causing records to fall, at least on land. What about
Oh yeah, works in the water too. That's why the Americans weren't able to use.
in the 2018 swimming event?
You know,
Paris.
yeah, it works the same with water. Americans weren't able to use their aquatic suits after the 2020 Beijing game because they said the suits were giving us an unfair advantage to everybody else, which was bullcrap. I'm just saying.
Significant. So why is there this difference? One simple reason.
It's like if we can wear it, let everybody else wear the suit. We'll still beat them. Like we're still gonna win. Like we're gonna swim the same time. We're still gonna win. Like the race doesn't change.
Really appreciate you subscribe. Thanks. It isn't painfully clear. This is a very unnatural move. And running, we've been doing it for a long time, so we've had a lot of time to practice. Technology is contributed to development is not everything. For that, look to the game that's grown more than any over the last century. Hey, look at the Celtics game. Bob Cooley, this is 32 years before the Dream Team. Which era do you think had better players? These games are 32 years apart, the same distance of time as the Dream Team is to us today. The difference between a 1960s player and a 1990s player is clarity. The difference between a Dream Team player and today is far less significant. Why is there such a stark contrast between the 60s and 90s, but not the 90s and today? Many factors have contributed.
Well, the 3-point shot is one of those factors that contributes to the gameplay being starkly different between the 60s and the 90s and almost inconsequentially not changing between the 90s and right now. Like literally, like first of all, in basketball in the 60s, it was still segregated. So there was white league and there was black league. And you know, they didn't get paid that much. So they were just like normal guys, just like me or you, that practiced together and got good at it. Like that's it. and now we got parents, right? We got adults, not even parents yet. We got adults that go, okay, I'm good at this sport. I see this girl is good at this sport. I'm gonna try and marry her and have a kid with her as long as you know what I'm saying, whether we get along or not, our kid will be adept to be a star hopefully in the future. And that's pretty much what they bank on. That's why they spend so much money on their kid playing a specific sport and all that kind of stuff. Because they're banking on their genealogy helping them be the best at that sport in their said areas.
Talent. This explains why we see such a contrast from the 1960s to the Dream Team.
I built a crazy Hishi Amazon. I just wish she had an S long.
Professional performance.
All right, let's get it. Race time. Race time.
16 of the sexiest singles will find love on this yacht or the blank behind me. This is insane.
What is it about female university that makes our nursing students so successful?
Those dangerous.
Dozens of comments on my previous video, and numerous former players. There is a large contingent that believes this dream team will beat the Avengers of today. It's even got its own Colin Cowherd sample. It would be grown-ups against
The dream team of the 90s would be the best team that you can put together today. I'll say that. As a 90s kid, I spent 5 years watching that I can remember, because I can remember back to like I was 2 or 3 when it comes to sports and cartoons and stuff. Real life events, not really. Real fuzzy there. But the things that you liked as a kid, you remember, right? So I remember watching the Dream Team in the 90s and seeing how they played, how they worked together. They passed a lot more uh than they do today in the NBA. They take up a lot more of the shot clock. They manage the time of the game more. So they extend plays, but expend less energy in the 90s. That's why they didn't have time load management in the 90s. They didn't. That's a newer thing that started in like 2016, 2017, but that only got started because of LeBron and his won't retire self. Anyways, like I said, you take the 90s Dream Team and today's Dream Team, you put them against each other, and the 90s Dream Team will demolish today's Dream Team. Their defense is way more aggressive. You got, like, for instance, you got Rodman, right? You got Rodman, you got John Stockton, you got, obviously Jordan, you got Magic, you got all these different guys. You got, you know, freaking, what's his name from the Sonics? He was on the Dream Team. Steve Kerr. Uh, all these guys. Sean Kemp, that was his name, Sean Kemp. You got guys like that are just like stupidly ferocious that today's Dream Team would just get trampled by the old school gameplay. They would just get thrown around the whole entire court the whole game. They wouldn't be able to do anything. LeBron would cry the whole game. Curry might be able to put up some points, but he wouldn't be as proficient as he normally would. They would cut off a lot of his passes and passing lanes, so he wouldn't be as proficient, and everything breaks down from there. But the only thing that they really could do was have their big men shoot. That's about it. That'd be their only saving grace if they had a center that was a 3-point dead eye. You know. And even though, big men in the 90s didn't shoot 3-pointers, everybody else did. Well, actually, no, power forwards really didn't either. But, you know, and they played a different style, like 3-2. A lot of 90s style basketball was 2-3, 2 high, 3 low. So you have a center, 2 wings, and then you got your shooting guard and your point guard at the top. Whereas now we play a lot of 3-2 zones, which puts the center off and puts your power forward off, and then you got, your shooting guard, small forward, and your point guard up top. And then they can swap it, they can interchange with each other now because of the way that we train the bigger players to shoot. So now everybody's a shooter. So
Contact.
The difference between the top team
God dang, I'm about to say this race is taking forever to get started. Here we go. I like this music. Dun, 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 dun. Yep.
assumed the green team was just for field shooting. He claimed in a losing way. Per 100 possessions, assumed for NBA averages, it's a difference of about 10 points per.
Now, this guy that I'm watching, he's talking about, the dream teams comparatively, right? Like the 90s dream team, yes, they would be playing in a losing way because today's dream team shoots 45% of their shots as three-pointers, whereas back in, when I was a kid, 96 and 97, you know, I was, 5'6", you know. Uh or I was four. I was five. I remember that. I was five when I seen them play. But the point of it being is back when I was a kid, they didn't really shoot a lot of three pointers. They shot a lot of mid range jump shots. Like that was the gravy, Everybody got used to the Jordan fadeaway and the Kobe crossover, and the young, what I'm saying? Everybody got used to the crisscross with the step back too. The nice looking mid range plays that was basically unguardable. But they would have been playing in a losing way if and what he's not considering is if they don't play their style of defense. Because of their style of defense, that 45% shooting in three pointers from the current dream team, that would drop drastically because they would be all in their face. They wouldn't be able to shoot like that. They just wouldn't. They would not make those shots. So the game would surprise a lot of people, I think.
Throw MJ's mid-range in there. It still won't pencil out. These are the types of strategic advances that
Dueling.
let's
Go get them, girls. That's what I'm talking about. Hishi. And Hishi Amazon in her first race. I haven't seen anybody run with Hishi, by the way. I think I'm the only one. I'm the only one I've seen today in 30 some races.
partially due to this discovery, but like all advances that push the human limit, that does not take away anything from.
I didn't look at her after race thing.
Wrestler and even the bigs have been able to develop a three. It's hard to deny they've learned at least from better. They would have had coaches telling them they need to take a step back.
What's that?
Like competition to shoot through. So exactly this.
Yeah, what's up, Motion? What's up, Motion in the ocean? Big orca on deck. Oh. I don't know. I don't know what sound the orca makes. Like I don't know. I don't know what kind of sound an orca makes. I know it's a whale sound. I just forgot it. I remember that from Free Willy. Like I remember that. Yo, shout out to Free Willy though. The original Free Willy, not the second one, and definitely not the third one. Those two are trash. The first Free Willy is the only Free Willy that I will accept as canon Free Willy. Yes, the orca and the kid. They that movie made me not afraid of killer whales. After I figured out killer whales can kill sharks, and they typically do, and eat them, I was like, this might be a scary movie. So I didn't want to watch it. And then my mom made me watch it because, my cousins wanted to watch Free Willy. It was like, new movie. They was like, we're gonna watch Free Willy. And I'm like, what the I was like, Willy, I know what a Willy is. I know what a Willy is, you know? And I just started laughing. And my grandpa was just like, no, Chris. No, no, that's not what we're doing. We're not doing that. No. This is about an animal. I was like, oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens. The odds of going pro using 40,000 marbles. The odds of going pro is like maybe 2 or 3 of those marbles get through. You gotta think of how many kids there are, right, that are going to college, that are playing on their specified team in their specified sport, and then how many pros there actually are in total, and how long they've been in the league. And then you gotta think about that as well. Even though there are people leaving the league every year, there's also way more people trying to get in every year. So, and that's every league that I know of, including esports. I think it's actually more in esports. I want to be esports driver. I want to drive NASCAR. I want to drive NASCAR. Somebody asked me the other day, it's like, how does Red Bull sell so much stuff? And I'm like, even tell you really how they do it? Because instead of them bringing up a commercial and saying, we're partnering with like Monster Energy does, we're partnering with Call of Duty. And if you play Call of Duty, then you'll get this Monster Energy skin if you buy Monster Energy and type in the code on our website. Like, instead, Red Bull, watch this. And they do something crazy, like do a backflip off the top of a tower, paraglide down, and all you see is Red Bull attire. And as they're paragliding down, a plane flies under the guy, a car jumps from one building to the other. Like, that's how Red Bull sells shit. That's how you sell stuff. That's how you sell stuff. You just make it ridiculous, so ridiculous that people can't forget it. And you're like, oh yeah, Red Bull, the drink that gives you wings, right? Yeah, they crazy. How to stop feeling all the time. How to stop feeling tired all the time. Musashi's energy method.
We begin with recent NBA, the 2025 season.
Okay.
We're here next to a professional softball team, but there's only 3 of us, and they get their full squad. Now,
Well, y'all, I never understood that whole. I never understood that anyway. Why would you, because you're a pro player, think that you could just take on an entire team by yourself? Like, actually, scratch that, because there was a guy that used to travel around from high schools and play against the volleyball teams by himself. It'd just be him versus the whole volleyball team, and he would win every single time. And the volleyball team's always like, how the fuck does he do that? How does he hit everything? Yep. And I'd just be like, brother.
No confetti rained down for him. Did no burnouts with his car.
Okay.
May not
And just leafing and net.
what he has already accomplished over the course of the 2025 NASCAR Xfinity Series season.
A little while ago, we came across a competition with
All right, they're starting competitions on building aircraft that can take people off the planet in a luxurious style. I want to watch this video because I'm curious on where this is going. Watching this kind of stuff is how I figured out who was going to be building the first walking robots that were autonomous. I knew that, yeah. I've been on that for years. But the fact that it actually happened and it happened the way I thought it was going to happen is hilarious. Because I was like, you know, war dogs. I was like, they're gonna make war dog. They're gonna make that a real thing. They're just gonna strap a Barrett 50 cal or something on the back of this four-legged apparatus that looks kind of like a dog, and it's gonna be crazy. Imagine giving that to somebody with a controller, and they can just walk down the street with this thing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna hide. Like no enemies are gonna poke out and like, what the fuck is that? Can't kill that thing. How do you kill that thing? Do you blow it up? I guess that's the only thing you can do is grenade it. Like, well, I guess it would be susceptible to grenades. Actually, wouldn't those robots be more susceptible to bullets than people? Because like if you hit a robot in the right place with a bullet, you can just shut down like the whole system. At least with a human, like if you shoot them in the arm, it's not gonna shut down the whole body. Like you still got another arm to shoot with. Like, you see what I'm saying? Unless each body part is self-contained and detachable, like the movie robots. Which, by the way, all the Pixar theories seem to leave out robots. The movie is does belong in the theory, and it goes right. Actually, it goes after Wally. It goes after Wally and before humans come back to Earth, or supposedly come back to Earth.
So the variable isn't exactly how long the trace take. The real part is
Because what happens is like, so Wally is when all that stuff happens in Wally. Everybody sees Wally, and then the end of it's like, oh well, look, there's plant life can grow on Earth, but for that happens, the robots continue to do what they do, and when the atmosphere lightens up, they expand, right? And they clean up the land in a different way. They put down, a lot of roads and infrastructure and rebuild everything. And then eventually humans come back on the giant spaceship and basically restart. You know, all the trash is gone because robots don't need to eat and all that stuff. So they literally clean up the planet for them, and then humans come back. That's what happens when you're not looking at the Earth on Wally, or when we leave Wally on Earth. That's what happens next, because you only see literally one city in Wally. What's happening on the rest of the planet? Robots is doing its thing. You see what I'm saying? Robots are living out their whole world right outside of the landscape of looks like just Wally's city of trash. Matter of fact, Wally might actually live in a dump. Like when you think about it, right? At some point, maybe it got enough too much trash in the planet, and they took all the trash to one city and just filled up the city with trash. So it became one giant dump. And Wally was one of thousands of units that was there to turn all that trash into little small cubes, and then turn the small cubes into big cubes, and then get rid of it somewhere. It's like the trash is still there. They just turned it into cubes. Like, what is that supposed to do? Unless we can use those cubes as fuel, it doesn't make sense. Because then they just gonna either have to burn it or send it into outer space.
Within the Habitat,
So that part of Wally, I did not understand. I still don't understand it, and I don't like it. That part of Wally, I was always like, why are the robots just making more trash? They're collecting trash, they're condensing it into trash cubes, and then it just seems like he just dumps them on the ground in a cubular like fashion and structure, x long by x tall. For what? What's he gonna do? Unstack all of them and do what with them from there? Because he's not gonna make them any smaller. He's not designed to do that. So what happens to him? It's like that part of Wally still, I still don't understand.
simply by amputating, it actually reminds me of the silent. Silent is humble.
Come on, girls.
Because it's an entire community.
Silent Suzuka trying to do the runaway method, but it's not gonna work because I have enclosers.
They there are 49 other exact same structure, exact same. And if you watch the show,
I'm glad I'm not dependent on pace chasers or front runners for this sim.
connected. Even though each stage is a wholly independent type, they are linked through this shared zero gravity axial core.
Look at Gold Ship go.
And you can use this to travel the
Go, Gold Ship, go. Gold Ship just went, meow. She didn't even slow down. Kina-san went, speed up and slow down. Gold Ship went, I'm not slowing down at all, bitch. You better run. Because I'm running run faster. And then Mahona's like, oh, man. This chocolate ain't gonna save me today. And then there's CC Amazon coming out of nowhere. I don't even know where she's at right now. Is she still in the back? Well, she could still win, actually. No, she could. No, never mind. The field is too spaced out. I thought everybody was clumped up. Never mind. Finished top four? That was fourth? She still got fourth, maybe?
In a system like this, you need something incredibly but in space, there's so many variables.
You know what? I'm good with this. That was good because these two
I was actually in Korea.
in the first race. Hey, we qualified Group A. Sweet. Wait, what? There wasn't 3 races already, was it? Did we just win 3 in a row? Oh. By 6 lengths. Sheesh. I ain't never won by 6 lengths before.
I don't know. But really, how would you select people?
Damn.
This can actually have a huge
Dang, Ryan.
success of the mission.
Julia. Ryan and Julia.
You're selecting the seat.
Now, Julia.
Skills, personality tests.
How did you even, bro? How did you mess this up, Julia? I'm not understanding. How did you
Genetic viability, same ethnicity and
maxed out Kita-san and Fukutari, and you was only able to get 1100 speed?
Research shows it's small, isolated.
This wit card sucks. Plus, you have, you needed one more type. You needed one more type difference. You cannot count it. It doesn't count itself as having of the 4th type card type. You still have to have guts in there. Hello.
And because the destination are no adaptability.
Simple stuff. There's simple understanding of how cards work.
And preserve genetic diversity. diversity, not by selecting people, but by conserving their genes. Then there's the problem of cognitive redundancy. The fear is technological regression. When
Oh, we did win 3 in a row. Cool.
10,000 years ago, and we want people around.
Since you won 2 in a row.
So you want
Yeah, because these two just feed each other, bro. These two feed each other. I should have started off by doing this.
So we don't want the world's best neurosurgeon. Like, we want a very good general surgeon who also knows how to live and understand basic body. If the hydroponics manager dies, the propulsion engineer needs to know just enough to keep the plants alive until an apprentice is ready to take over. Then the psychological resilience. This is actually where most machines fail. You cannot put 1,000 type A, high-achieving, competitive individuals in a box for life. They will kill each other. We want high agreeable, emotional stability, and a proven ability to endure boredom. That could actually rule out quite a few personality types on the MBTI matrix.
Oh, I'm good.
To suggest a mandatory residence in an isolated Antarctic station.
Oh, I'm definitely good there. I have no problem with being on my own or in segregation away from everybody, as I have been for the last year and a half, probably. So, I mean, it is what it is. First 3 spots. Tocateo? A Tocateo? A Tocateolio? Yeah, I'm hating myself as much as everybody else is hating me looking at this unpredictable. Yeah. With the Queen and the Amazons. We coming with real songs. Go ahead and get them, Bonds. We snacking like Amazons, tall like Ramadan.
Which means you can have open. When we were researching Mars plants in our other video, we found that by providing a more rigid shell, you can have a more open and continuous landscape on the inside. So it's essentially the same concept here.
I want to have look, the houses they're talking about building on Mars. I want to build one of those on Earth and just live in. I want to live inside of one of those now. Like if they're that cheap to build, I want to buy a plot of land and get one of those structures built on my property. I want to live in one. If it's going to be that efficient, why not? You know? It's supposed to, it's supposed to be good with earthquakes because it's a structure in and of itself. So it's not super rigid, but also it is rigid at the same time because it's all one structure. It's not multiple structures that are nailed and hammered together. It's all like one giant shell. So the whole thing moves together.
Instead of pushing this machine is designed to run AI locally.
Come on, girls. Kitty Sign's in a great position. Sweet. Am I? Look at Ghost Ship. Look at Ghost Ship and Hishi. Hishi just got his speed down. By somebody. I don't know if it was Cafe or if it was Funkhauser back there. The Mambo. Literally, the only reason I haven't done a run with her is because I'm afraid if I do a run with her, she's just not gonna get the stats. Like I know in other CMs in the past with other scenarios, like the last one, I could probably get pretty decent stats with her, but I don't think it would work here. Like, I can probably get decent stats with it, but with being level 2, it's just
65 days.
Use of caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurological disorders.
Talk to your vet today.
oh my goodness. Look at Kita-san just out there, bro. Hey, and Hishi with the win with Ghost Ship right on her tail and Kitty-san right on Ghost Ship's tail. It's a 1-2-3 finish for Team Country Chris. It's a 1-2-3. That's not my team name. My team name is the Country Mob. It's a 1-2-3 finish for the Country Mob today. As we win. We win, double it up and do it again. This Country Chris in the game, man. I'm here to win.
Team accepts this. They even predict the prices lots of detail because they believe major conflicts are
Stress.
Because generations forget things, and this
Stress creates diamonds. It seems like you notice something. I don't know about anybody else, and it probably is true for you watching. But anybody else notice when it comes to CM time, like when it's not CM time, you like will randomly get like these really good runs. But when it's crunch time and it's CM time and it's round 1, day 2, round 1, end of round 1, you know what I'm saying? Like that's when you get like your best character for the CM, and you're just like, dang, why couldn't I get this last like yesterday? Why couldn't I get this run yesterday? You know? Or you just randomly try a character and you're just like, why not? I mean, I don't have a reason not to try her. That's what I did. That's what I did with Hishi. I was like, you know what? I haven't used Hishi in a single CM yet. Like in general, she has 0 race stats for any CM. Why not? Why not? And the best part is with this specific Hishi Amazon, right? Because of her skills, she has no long skills except pressure. Because of her skills, she can run medium mile as well and still activate all her skills except for pressure. That's the only one. So she might be a tad bit slower, but PvP wise, she can run any other three. And probably CM wise, as long as the next track is, right handed and as long as it's right handed. I mean, it's gonna be more sunny. It's gonna be more. We're getting back to more sunny tracks. Um, the next one probably won't be sunny. It might be cloudy and firm, but that's because of April. Actually, it might be rainy because April showers is a thing. So it just depends on how April is in Japan. I don't know if it's rainy season in Japan in April. It could be June. It could be May. I don't know. Because I know Taiwan has certain growing seasons that are not the same as ours. Even though they're not, like when you look on a map, they're not that far away from us. And Japan is right next to them, so.
But it doesn't govern or decide. The role is to ensure decisions.
It's like when you think about flying there, right? It's not that far of a flight from here to Taiwan. If you can fly direct, it's not that far of a flight. But if you get on a ship, like cruise ship or whatever, that's a good to Taiwan. That's probably a week and a half. You know what I'm saying?
Consensus, but watching it. Because Proxy's belief is that.
Because the fastest way to get from point A to point B is in a straight line, right? And if you can fly there, fly there. It's gonna be the fastest.
This is the human. They're the elected representatives.
But point is, their growing season is different from ours somehow. Even though it's the same time of year. I don't know if that has something to do with like where the moon's alignment is, or you know, maybe that just correlates with their new year and why their new year is, months after our new year. Because if I'm not mistaken, right, the Chinese zodiac and Japanese zodiac and I guess in extension Taiwanese zodiac, which all three of them are literally right there next to each other. I would expect that they all have the same kind of seasons on their maps. So their new year starts at the start of the new growth of the year instead of the new month of the year. Right? If I got that right. Like their whole calendar is based off their growth seasons and right? As far as like New Year and stuff. So I don't know if they do Easter actually.
Sounds pretty out there.
I am interested to see what all holidays they have that are like national holidays, like that they get off work. Just out of curiosity.
Because cousins are.
Because if I'm not mistaken, we have actually the least amount of national holidays. Be real with you. She almost caught her. Holy Jesus. I thought she was done. I thought everybody was done. I thought she was like 6 links out, 7 links out on everybody, and that was it. She messed around and started closing the gap. She closed it down to 3, or else she would have been seven links. Yeah, she would have been 7 and 3/4 links out on everybody if she was slower.
Distributed systems. Each of the 5 states has its own.
We got 4 wins, 1 loss.
Constantly checking each other. And just like Proxima, they don't actually have the power to make any decisions. They only advise by generating scenarios and modeling consequences. And the scenarios don't even get presented until all 3 of the AIs agree on an outcome. There's also no
Triple enclosure would be wild, right?
And the AI at each stage work independently from each other, and they're not influenced by each other either. No single point of authority, no single point of failure. But I actually think the problem is even simpler. So, Albania's AI was criticized. They said
3 wins, 1 second place, one unranked.
Of course, Albania's done for decades. So people are skeptical by default, but it also tells us that it's really hard to get people to trust in the system when there's no real clarity about who's really making the decisions and through what channels. No matter how smart or objective or well.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. She's the reason that she has 1,000 stamina.
This is WFP. And actually.
But also it's the exact same reason why she had. Well, actually, I gave her 2 wit. Why did I do that? But at the same time, like with 2 wit, she should have had like 900 wit, bro.
1/316 of a single crystal stage. It's composed of 2 rings spinning in opposite directions, each ring with its own gravity.
Tried all my SS's. Look how far her percentage dropped. And she's my highest rank. What else does she have? Nothing, bro.
Thermal insertion, structural support, pressure, acoustic control, and of course radiation. And in orbit, these modules click together, either with robots or even on their own. This idea actually comes from MIT's self-assembly. The idea that you can program materials to connect without human intervention. There's also full-scale recycling production facilities on the ship if any of the filaments break. And all of this is to create this three-phase cycle. The modules are assembled in Earth orbit, which becomes your home during the journey. But upon arrival, the modules detach, they land, and they become the first colony. At this point, the ship becomes a satellite and explores the new planet. And this actually gives us the underlying philosophy. Nothing here is meant to be permanent. By using repetitive, self-assembly that can be reproduced on the ship, it means as the population changes, entire communities can be reconfigured. So what does this actually look like? Well, there's 6 neighborhoods, 3 on each floor. Each neighborhood housing about 166 people, residential on the sides, and community space in the middle. And it's this space that can be reconfigured. In fact, according to the designers, each neighborhood acquires a distinct character that the residents will often travel to other neighborhoods for vacation and even do a home exchange with people on different brains. I love this idea because, first, it's a way of breaking away from monotony, which can have lots of real negative effects. But also, it creates the experience of traveling on a ship. Apparently, to get from ring 1 to ring 2, you take an elevator through this zero-gravity core. And as you descend, or ascend, you get this free upside-down view. And it tells you you've crossed into another world. Because in reality, it's only a ship by name. For 400 years, you're not really traveling. You're just living. But it turns out humans are not really good at it. There's something about us that is to explore, to search new horizons. So this manufacturer, before that little you inherit, you don't really ask for. Maybe it's a bit simpler. There's a quote. Housing is not a noun. It's a verb. It's by the architect John Turner. In the 70s, he studied people who'd been relocated from informal settlements, like favelas and slums, into government-built housing of an objectively higher material quality. But what he found was that people were happier before. From this, he found that the act of making your shelter itself is meaningful, sometimes more meaningful than the shelter's objective quality. He says the process of building generates meaning, independent of the product, and meaning comes from action and participation, not theory. I worked on this video partially when I was in Korea, which is where I'm from, and it was very, very cold. So I spent a lot of time in Jimjiban, which is kind of like a Korean sauna in a bathhouse. And when I was a kid, we would come here for the weekend with my mom and aunts, and I was in charge of scrubbing everyone's backs. After the sauna, we would get this cold banana milk, and it was delightful. And when I was in Korea this time, I was talking to my friend, and she was like, oh, I did the same thing. And I realized it's not actually a unique personal experience. It's just a Korean experience. And that's actually what makes me Korean. It's the things we do together. And it kind of made me think about the ship. Let's say 300 years down the line, the original mission gets forward. If you scrub each other's backs every Sunday, if you know that everyone before you did the exact same thing, and everyone after you will too, then maybe you don't need to be forced. You simply carry the mission because that's what makes you you. And maybe that's the only thing that can carry a civilization across 400 years of nothing. So, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. And if you guys want to delve more into these proposals, I'm going to leave the links in the description. And we also have a research booklet that captures all of our research process and all the assets that we generated for this video. I'll leave that in the description as well. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next video.
Mainstream science says that civilization. Time for going getting that photo. We all remember Yu-Gi. Hey, Fuzzy Sailor here. On the evening of the 1st of August, It's 2011, and Valve is worth over $3 billion and controls 70...
And this is the most wholesome game we're going to be playing in this entire video. Because...
Whether you're a pro or Harbor Freight understands your job depends on reliable tools. That's why we're committed to offering professional-grade tools that rival the top competitors, but at a fraction of the price. Sound too good to be true? Stop by a Harbor Freight store near you and put us to the test. We're confident we'll discover the pro-level quality of brands like Hercules, Icon, Daytona, and Vulcan. Only at Harbor Freight, your pro tools destination.
And this is the most wholesome game we're going to be playing in this entire video. Because as we progress, every category on this list will only get more intense. Ending with a game so toxic, it's deemed literally unplayable for new players. But to make it to that game, we gotta go over the rules. Rule number 1, I must play one multiplayer game from every category, even the ones I'm scared of. Rule number 2, I must attempt to make one friend in every game that I play completely anonymously. Easy! Rule number 3, I must move on to the next category after 3 rejections, which let me tell you, even in the world's most adorable game, will no doubt be checked. Oh. Well, that's convenient. Welcome to Forza Horizon. Now, like me, I'm sure you probably didn't expect to...
Yeah, this is William, and if you've been following my channel for all... It is Disney's terrible brain world. The flock that walks the wish but run. If you could choose one area on the globe to build it, If you could choose one area on the globe to build the industry that powers the modern world, you would not choose this island. Tall mountains running down one side, pushed to the sky by the ever-shifting plates underneath that make up the ring of fire, waiting for the inevitable earthquakes that sprout from it to rattle your factories. Factories and gear that require impossible precision, down to the atom. You would not place it here, where water is surprisingly scarce. Your factories will need the same amount of water as San Francisco every day, and you certainly would not choose to place it just 100 miles away from your eternal enemy, frequently and aggressively vocal about their intent to invade you. Warning shots, missiles have already passed over it, or splashed into the ocean just miles off your coast. Yet in one small area of this one unremarkable island sit the factories that breathe life into the wires connecting every piece of the planet. This is the story of how Taiwan's engineered survival. Turning
I'm calling it a night there.
No one has been able to copy exactly the
Qualified. We'll keep this up tomorrow. Yeah, good night. Appreciate y'all coming and checking out, man. Check out the stream, hang out, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.